Chapter 821, Legacy 2. It looks like those two have already betrayed the Ancient Saint Empire and joined the Wind God Empire. Ancient Saint Skybreaking's heart turned cold and revealed killing intent. Originally, there were only 10 Ancient Saints left. From the looks of it, there were only 8 left. The Ancient Saint Empire had already declined to this extent. How tragic. It's fine. We'll settle the score in the future. Skybreaking, Snake Demon, the 8 of you Ancient Saints will consolidate the Ancient Saint Empire's army and prepare to march into the Indus mountain range, Levi ordered. Lord? Are we going to start a decisive battle with the other party? They have obtained the means of the gods. What godly technique? It's all a lie. If there indeed was a godly technique, how could you guys have survived until now? Levi smiled. Yes, Lord. I'll do it now. After making the arrangements, Levi looked at the ancient saints who were gradually leaving. He sat on the peak of the mountain and felt the wind from above. With a thought, the bloodline power in his body, which was blood chi, began to surge. How should I turn blood chi into wings? Levi had not given much thought to how to fly. Because he was a wizard to begin with, and the scarlet dragon breathing technique also could fly, he did not need to worry about this problem at all. However, the predicament of the Twilight Knights and the Ancient Saint Empire made him realize that flying ability was not something that could be taken for granted. He felt the rhythm of the wind and used his bloodline Dharma body to control his blood chi with his spiritual force, forming a pair of blood-colored thin wings on his back. Riding the wind, he rose from the ground and soared into the sky. When cultivating the bloodline Dharma body to my realm, I can rely on my powerful spiritual force to form a complicated blood chi avatar. It's not difficult to form blood wings, but the threshold of this technique is relatively high and it's not universal. Levi shook his head and rejected this plan. His idea was to let knights who had reached a certain realm, whether they cultivated the bloodline Dharma body or not, whether the breathing technique itself was suitable for flight, condense their blood chi into wings and achieve flight. Just like the battle aura wings in his previous life, it had become a symbolic ability of a certain realm. The principle of flying for low-level wizards is to rely on spells. They use spell power to condense into wings similar to birds, stir the airflow into the air, and then achieve a long-distance glide. Intermediate wizards, on the other hand, use more exquisite and complicated flying spells to directly fly through the air. They are faster and more flexible. As for high-level wizards, they had a primordial soul and achieved a qualitative change in their life level. Their bodies were no longer made of human flesh and blood, but of elemental particles. Flying was as easy as eating and drinking. They could even escape into the void and pass through it. It was already a method used by immortals in his previous life. How can a knight's body fly? Just like that, on the peak of this mountain, Levi began to truly comprehend the mysteries of blood chi while cultivating. Due to the proficiency panel, many people didn't know the reason for their previous cultivation. This time, Levi tried to let himself truly and thoroughly understand all of this. Taking advantage of this time to study the blood chi wings technique, he needed to really revise and think about the mysteries of his night cultivation. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1102, Month of Germinal. Year 71 of the Great Expedition. Endless Sea. On an island in the inner sea region. In a simple shelter, the array was running automatically. A cup of tea that was used to calm one's mind was still warm. Scarlet words were carved into the wall. It's here again. Goodbye, Lord Elena. Goodbye, Rose. Goodbye, Endless Sea. On the floor, there was an empty white cocoon. In another strange world where red and black intertwined like a nightmare. Lava flowed through the cracks in the sky. The earth was pitch black, and the strange giant flesh trees formed an endless primitive forest. In the middle of the forest, in an underground cave. In the cave, another white cocoon cracked, and the face of the white water witch suddenly appeared. She suddenly woke up and opened her eyes to look at the world. In the pitch-black cave, she tried to cast an illumination spell and was pleasantly surprised to discover that she could cast a spell. We can cast spells. That's great. The white water witch seemed to have grasped a glimmer of hope. It was only when she turned around that she saw the familiar face of the extreme fire ancestral wizard. It had already turned into a dried corpse, as if it had died here for a long time. Extreme fire? You're indeed here. Suddenly, she realized that extreme fire seemed to be holding an empty bottle of medicine in his dry palm. The hallucinatory potion, made in the Dreamland Steeple. Dreamland Steeple? Master seems to have mentioned this organization. The high-level school of dreams that disappeared overnight. Looks like the culprit is the nightmare world. I seem to understand something. She muttered to herself. Then, she fumbled her way out of the cave and into the forest. She looked at the sky through the dense forest. There was no sun or stars in the sky here, only fragmented red and black. She mustered her courage and used a flying spell to fly out of the forest. She flew into the sky, wanting to see the entirety of this world. As she flew, she recorded all of this. If she could return to the wizard world, this knowledge might allow her master Elena to study the nightmare world better. Until she saw a giant spider phantom with 8 legs standing in the wilderness like a pillar supporting the sky, staring at her like a god. Chapter 822, Legacy 3. At this moment, the White Water Witch felt suffocated. The giant spider, which had 8 exquisite pale white women's faces, revealed a strange smile. "Why did you bring us here? What is your motive?" the White Water Witch asked. She didn't know if the other party could communicate, so it shouldn't be a problem. According to the wizards who traveled on planes, language was not a barrier to communication for many high-level intelligent beings from different civilizations. Unfortunately, the spiders with 8 human faces did not respond to the White Water Witch. It just stared at her silently. Seeing this, the White Water Witch tried to escape. After flying for a long time, when the White Water Witch looked back, to his horror, he realized that the distance between him and the giant spider did not seem to have widened. It's impossible that there's no real movement. This must be an illusion. It's exactly the same as in the secret realm. The White Water Witch's heart sank. My dear, no one can escape the nightmare, because the nightmare will always be hidden in the deepest part of your consciousness. Give up your unrealistic struggles and throw yourself into the nightmare's embrace. You will become my envoy, and you will return to your clear blue world to reunite with your friends and family. Come, don't resist the nightmare, but accept it. The female face of the giant spider suddenly spoke at the same time. The charming and magnetic female voice came from all directions and drowned the White Water Witch. The White Water Witch shook her head. She suppressed the fear in her heart and said firmly, "If I'm not wrong, the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard has become your envoy. That's why the other he can appear in the 5-story wizard tower on the plain again." However, what he did not know was that the moment he became her envoy, he was no longer the same person. The real him had long died in the nightmare world, dying in his sleep in that underground cave. You used the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard as a medium to pollute and invade our world. You lured us with illusions and made us drink some kind of potion that would pull us into the nightmare world. You are also afraid of a partner who will enter the secret realm with us and separate us so that you can carry out your plan. In the secret realm, you successfully pulled my husband, Lager Leo, to the nightmare world. He probably didn't agree to become your envoy, so he died in the nightmare world not long after. Now, you've dragged me into this world as well, trying to use me as a medium to invade my world again. From this point of view, you were just a terrifying paper tiger. You could only use illusions and nightmares to torture others' will and spirit. With your strength, even if you really invade our world, what awaits you is death. Perhaps there are true experts in your world, but it's definitely not you. The White Water Witch recalled Levi's words. The best way to face a nightmare was to eliminate the fear in her heart, and face the nightmare directly. During the time she lived alone on the deserted island, she had been thinking about some details of this secret realm. When she entered the nightmare world and saw the Extreme Fire Ancestral Wizard's corpse and the bottle of potion in its hand, she already knew most of it. Upon hearing the White Water Witch's words, the giant spider remained silent. The strange smile on her 8 faces disappeared and was replaced by a twisted and crazy look. In the sky, on the plains, many monsters with beautiful women's heads rushed over. "Foolish mortal, I'll show you the power of a nightmare lord." Before the giant spider could finish speaking, Lady Whitewater's body suddenly disintegrated inch by inch. "When I am really dying, I don't seem to be so afraid anymore. It's just a long and endless sleep. At least, I can have a good dream in the future." Boom! The White Water Witch's body exploded, and a huge white daffodil shadow appeared and dissipated. She turned into countless mists that filled the sky. She chose to face the nightmare with death. Compared to death, what was more terrifying was that he was already dead and did not know it. The eight-faced woman's distorted face became even more distorted, and a terrifying shout echoed in the wilderness. On an unknown plain. An ocean of bamboo forest. Boss, give me a bowl of bamboo leaf wine. A golden-haired swordswoman wearing a wizard's robe and carrying a long sword on her back walked into a small tavern built of bamboo. It seemed a little out of place here. The owner of the tavern was a creature that looked like a Bearman Fur Clan. He was chubby and actually a little cute. He was slightly stunned when he saw the female swordsman. "You're a foreigner who came to our world to travel, right? Are you a wizard?" the boss asked. "Looks like I'm not the first wizard to come here," the blonde swordswoman said in surprise as she drank the white wine that was different from the brewing style of the wizard world. "Indeed. Legend has it that a long, long time ago, someone who called himself a wizard came to our place and interacted with the first holy emperor of our Panda Empire. Later, that wizard left." "Oh, what's that wizard's name?" "It seems to be Sauron." The blonde swordswoman's heart skipped a beat. "Lord Sauron has been here before? I thought I was the first wizard to discover this place. However, this place didn't become a subordinate federation of the Wizard Council. It seems a little special. I wonder what Lord Sauron communicated with the first Holy Emperor." Chapter 823, Legacy. 4. According to the habits of wizards, under normal circumstances, when they discovered a new plane that could be conquered, they would directly take it down. Before he could finish the bamboo leaf wine, the sound of fighting suddenly came from outside the door. Two bearmen in hemp robes descended from the sky, dodging and zigzagging in the bamboo forest, their swords clashing. The drinkers in the tavern went out to watch the commotion, and the blonde swordswoman followed. "It's Bai Feng Zhang and the Nanshan Jian. These two experts are actually fighting here." "Hiss!" the onlookers gasped. The blonde swordswoman then found out that these two should be famous experts in the vicinity. "Interesting. They haven't mastered spells, and they're not primordial soul wizards, but they can freely mobilize the elemental power around their bodies with every move. How did they do it?" The swordswoman was curious. In the wizard world, the source of power for ordinary wizards to cast spells was the spell power in their bodies. They used their spiritual force to construct spell models, and the spell power was the elemental strength that could be used to cast spells in their bodies. It was similar to the magic power that spellcasters from other civilizations mentioned. Only a primordial soul wizard could truly use the primordial soul and primordial soul spells to mobilize the power of the elements in the world for battle on a large scale. Therefore, the power of primordial soul spells far exceeded middle-level spells. However, the natives of this world did not seem to have much strength and destructive power, but they could mobilize the surrounding elemental power. Although they only mobilized a little, this was unbelievable for wizards. "Ha ha ha, Nanshan, your sword is too slow. Bai Feng, your palm isn't as powerful anymore." The two experts each took a step back and stood at the top of the bamboo forest with their hands behind their backs, looking like experts. The swordswoman stretched her muscles and was eager to try. The breathing technique and sword skills that were buried deep in her memory seemed to have begun to appear again. "I've forgotten the last time I used a breathing technique to fight." She watched the battle between the two of them. In the end, the burly man who called himself Bai Feng had a slight advantage, while the other swordsman had no choice but to retreat. The people in this world seemed to be quite friendly. They would stop when the battle was over. Bai Feng landed lightly on the ground and walked into the tavern. When he passed by the swordswoman, his gaze lingered on her for a moment. The sunlight shone on the female swordsman's golden wavy long hair, making her look dazzling. Compared to ordinary women, her face was sharper and more resolute, but it did not lose its feminine beauty. Her figure was well proportioned, and her legs were slender. Her robe had unknowingly become a set of light armor. On her back was a huge sword that was slightly exaggerated compared to her figure. "I can feel the fighting spirit in your body. Foreigner, do you want to fight me too?" Bai Feng asked calmly. The inhabitants of the Panda Empire were no strangers to creatures like humans. Humans had left many traces in the history of the Panda Empire. Occasionally, some human travelers would come here. "Yes," the blonde swordswoman said calmly, her fighting spirit high. "Tell me your name." "I, Bai Feng, never spar with nameless people." "100 flowers. 100 flowers? I've never heard of it," but the powerful force in your body makes my chi boil. I accept your challenge. Then you have to be careful. Boom! Two powerful auras clashed. The onlookers on both sides retreated. Strong winds blew as 100 flowers unsheathed the great sword behind her. There were all kinds of flower patterns on the sword. Bai Feng, on the other hand, pushed his palm forward. Dense qi began to condense in his palm. At this moment, 100 flowers seemed to see some kind of resonance between Bai Feng and the surrounding elemental power. The transcendent path of this world should be able to give me more inspiration on the path of knights. I'm a little bored after cultivating as a wizard for so long. It's time to develop some new gameplay. Perhaps when I return to the wizard world, I, Elena, will be the first person since ancient times to break the shackles of legendary. 100 flowers said to herself. Flower fall dazzling space slash. 100 flowers was the first to attack. On the other side, Bai Feng smiled. He slapped his bare paw and his body shook. The surrounding elemental power surged and condensed on his bare paw. Wind palm. Boom. Two completely different forces collided. Pieces of bamboo bent under the shockwave. The onlookers retreated further and further. What a powerful human swordswoman! She can actually fight Master Bai Feng. That's right. Women are not inferior to men. It's said that Master Bai Feng came out of seclusion this time because the legacy left behind by the spirits sect 1,000 years ago has appeared. Spirits are from the school of fire energy. When the Master of Energy descends, the winds and clouds will gather. When that happens, there will be a bloody storm. Boom! During the battle, vines and flowers suddenly extended from the 100 flowers swordsman's longsword and connected with her arm. Violent blood chi surged, and her aura became even sharper. What a mystical technique! It digs out the vitality power in the body and seems to have the shadow of some ancient beast. However, to us, it's ultimately an unorthodox technique. Master Bai Feng was a philosopher and could tell that there was something special about it. The Dao is natural. Myriad Qi originates from the sect. This is the right path. Master Bai Feng pushed with both hands. Two tornadoes, one black and one white, intertwined and formed a Taiki yin-yang fish. Master, you're wrong. There's no such thing as a righteous path in this world. The 100 flowers swordsman slashed out. Chapter 824, Legacy. 500 flowers explosive slash. The sword chi attack formed by the 100 flower petals tore through the sky and rushed into the black and white tornado, tearing it apart. It did not lose its momentum and stopped in front of Master Bai Feng. Master Bai Feng's expression changed slightly before he stopped. I'm impressed, but if you use that magical sorcery, I might not be able to last a single move, he said. 100 flowers smiled. The citizens of this empire seemed to know something about wizards, so they were not surprised. In fact, it was not that 100 flowers was unwilling to use spells. Instead, this world clearly had elemental power but the use of spells was limited. She suspected that all of this was related to Sauron, who had been here before and was an ancient celebrity. She was getting more and more interested in this place. At this moment, her expression changed. With a flip of her hand, a black token appeared in her palm. There was a beautiful white daffodil carved on it. At this moment, the daffodil sign cracked. White Narcissus is dead. It had been a year since Levi came to the ancient saint empire. In this year, ancient saint Skybreaking and the other ancient saints gathered all the forces that the ancient saint empire could gather and prepared to advance towards the Indus mountain range. However, before setting off, the First Lord had initially asked the few ancient saints to make a trip to the mountain peak that he often went to. At the peak of the mountain, the initial ancient saint lord had already left when ancient saint Skybreaking flew over. On the cliff in the mountains, Skybreaking saw lizardman patterns and some words. Ancient saint flight technique. Ancient saint Skybreaking looked at this technique and comprehended it word by word. Unknowingly, half a day had passed. So that's how it is. No wonder the First Lord initially asked us to come here. It turns out that he has already created a peerless flying technique for ancient saints. If Snake Demon and the others have also grasped the flying technique, wouldn't my advantage be gone? If I were to destroy it silently, Lord Ancient Saint wouldn't know, right? Ancient Saint Skybreaking hesitated. Snake Demon and company were about to arrive. He was in a dilemma. In the end, Skybreaking gave up. He knew that this was definitely the First Lord's intentional test. It was a test of his loyalty. How could he, Skybreaking, be the kind of person who would comply on the surface but go against the rules on the inside? How could he not want to restore the glory of the ancient saint? Not long after, Snake Demon and company had also arrived at the mountain peak. They immediately saw the technique on the cliff and went over to take a look curiously. At first glance, they were immersed in it. This is a dharmic formulation that the initial ancient saint created for us ancient saints who can't fly. At this moment, it's very similar to the ancient saint dharmic formulation that he imparted back then. Snake Demon was shocked. Only the initial ancient saint could create such a technique. Clearly, they believed that Levi was the initial ancient saint now. Engrave the dharmic formulation. Then, we'll learn the dharmic formulation first. If we can fly, I'll let those feathered monsters know how powerful these crawlers are. Ha ha ha, ancient saint Snake Demon said with a sinister smile. For a moment, the ancient saints sat together and comprehended the ancient saint flight technique in an orderly manner. Levi sat high in the clouds like a god. He hid in it and quietly watched the ancient saints below cultivate the dharmic formulation he had created. The so-called ancient saint flight technique was the ancient saint version of the blood chi wings technique that he had created for the twilight nights. I'll experiment with the lizardmen first. If there's no problem, I can let the bloodthirst knights of the twilight nights cultivate this blood chi wings technique. It was not that Levi did not want knights below bloodthirst to cultivate. To have the most basic blood chi to condense the blood wings, knights like the Black Knight and Dinos were required. Ordinary legendary knights like the Divine Light Knight could not cultivate yet. Even the Black Knight and the others could only condense blood wings that could fly short distances, similar to a wizard's first circle flying spell. If he wanted to fly for a long distance, the quality and quantity of blood chi were relatively high. He had to be in the blood source realm like Levi. This blood chi wings was only Levi's first creation, so it was not perfect. It could not be compared to the wizard spells that had been developed for so long. A few days later, the first to comprehend the ancient saint flight technique was actually ancient saint Skybreaking. In order to prevent himself from being unable to fly after breaking his wings, he had also learned this technique. Condense my skybreaking power into skybreaking wings and I can fly. Skybreaking didn't use his wings. He wasn't very familiar with the power of skybreaking. According to the structure and operation of the ancient saint flight technique, the green power of skybreaking quickly turned into a large green wing with a wingspan of 5 meters. Amazing, the power of skybreaking can actually be used like this. Skybreaking was overjoyed. He leaped for life and flew up. Levi observed quietly from the clouds. Looks like ancient saint Skybreaking's comprehension ability is indeed the best. He's much stronger than the others. Moreover, I originally thought that he would destroy the stone wall. I didn't expect him to actually resist the temptation. Perhaps, I don't have to waste my scarlet contract on skybreaking for the time being. This young man's awareness is still very high, Levi muttered to himself. Half a month after skybreaking comprehended. Ancient Saint Snake Demon was the second to master the Ancient Saint flight technique. To be able to cultivate the Ancient Saint realm, its comprehension abilities was definitely not low. It was not much inferior to the legendary knights in the human world. Hence, Levi was not worried that they would not be able to learn it. Chapter 825, Legacy 6. In the next few months, Cyan Scale, Blackstone, Rock, and the other ancient saints also mastered the ancient saint flight technique one after another. In the beginning, they were not very familiar with it, but in the end, they became more and more familiar with it. Although it couldn't compare to the feathered people who were born to fly, it shouldn't be a problem to use it in battle. My idea of blood chi wings has succeeded. When I perfect this technique in the future, after bloodthirst, knights will also have the ability to fly. They won't be so passive when facing enemies who can fly. A legendary, blood awakening, knight was a transcendent body part that gave birth to a legendary organ. As for the bloodthirst knight, its symbol was blood chi wings, it had the ability to fly. At this moment, Levi suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. This sense of accomplishment was different from the experience of cultivating his liver. He had always been learning techniques created by others. But now, he could already create his own techniques. This was completely different. When the ancient saints were almost done practicing their flying abilities, Ancient Saint Skybreaking led the army of crawlers towards the Indus Mountains under Levi's secret instructions. Levi was still hiding behind the scenes and following them secretly. He was not worried about the so-called Golden Feathers King. He was slightly afraid of the so-called god who was also hiding behind the Golden Feathers King. Therefore, he first let the ancient saints test the other party's strength before making his next move. At this moment in the Indus Mountains, in the Golden Feathers Palace at the peak of the highest mountain, a tall and straight golden figure was holding an ancient bronze mirror and seemed to be talking to himself. Mirror, mirror. I've already followed your instructions and quickly taken down the ancient saint empire. However, that initial ancient saint has disappeared without a trace. He might have fled at the sight of the wind, the usually arrogant and domineering Golden Feathers King said respectfully. The magic mirror in front of him was not ordinary. There was a god who had lived for an unknown period of time inside. He had also unintentionally discovered this magic mirror when he was exploring the ancient ruins of the Indus Mountains. It was precisely because of this magic mirror god that the feathered people's strength increased to another level and suppressed the ancient saint empire. After Golden Feathers finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded from the magic mirror. Well done! Why did you wake me up this time? This voice was high and mighty, as if it was really a god. Magic mirror god, I've already mastered all the divine arts you imparted to me previously. I want more divine arts to obtain greater power. This way, I can take down the ancient saint empire in one fell swoop and then the Mosasaurus empire. It'll be easier for me to work for you, said Golden Feathers King with a flattering smile. Oh? Your talent is not bad, but everything in the world has to follow the principle of equal exchange. If you want divine arts, you have to have the corresponding sacrifices. Powerful ferocious beasts, and ancient saints' souls can all be sacrifices. If you're willing to give me your soul, it's not impossible, the magic mirror said. Lord, you must be joking. I've almost killed all the ferocious beasts near the Indus Mountains. Why don't you give me the divine spell first? When my strength improves, I'll naturally be able to find more offerings for you, said Golden Feathers with a smile. The magic mirror remained silent. After waiting for a long time, there was no reaction from the magic mirror. Golden Feathers placed the mirror in his ancient magic ring and cursed inwardly. Old thing, you can deceive the other feathered people, but you can't deceive me. You're still playing tricks here. Sooner or later, I'll have to expose everything on you. Just as he walked out of the hall, a messenger came to report. Your Majesty, the army of the ancient Saint Empire has already arrived at the Indus mountain range. What? I did not seek out these guys, but they actually took the initiative to come knocking on my door. They're simply courting death. In that case, I'll satisfy them and completely bury the ancient Saint Empire. Someone, assemble the 4 heavenly kings and the other generals. Summon the eagle, falcon, condor, and owl divisions, and follow me. Not long after, the feathered people army that blotted out the sky flew up from the mountains and gathered together, flying towards the ancient Saint Empire's army. For a moment the wind and clouds changed, and the aura of war filled the air. The army of the ancient Saint Empire was marching when they saw a black mass of troops attacking from the horizon ahead. Prepare the shield formation and arrow formation. Find cover and face the enemy. Ancient Saint Skybreaking shouted. In order to deal with the feathered people, they naturally put in a lot of effort. The well-trained army was ready to attack. Not long after, a golden gale formed between heaven and earth. The Golden Feathers King flapped his wings and stood proudly in the sky. Skybreaking, you are seeking death. Who gave you the courage? Golden Feathers King said with a smile. Ancient Saint Skybreaking remained silent and responded to the enemy with a green slash. Die! As soon as they came into contact, the 2 armies began to fight. The white-faced king, red-tailed king, and the other 4 heavenly kings and feathered people experts circled in the sky. Their long-range attacks caught the ancient saint army off guard. Haha, how can a low-level race that doesn't even know how to fly be our match? The white-faced king shouted. In the next moment, a pair of black wings appeared behind the snake demon ancient saint. He leaped into the sky and launched a terrifying attack at the white-faced king. How is this possible? When did you learn to fly? The white-faced king retreated rapidly. The snake demon ancient saint's attacks were powerful and invincible. Ha ha ha, I'll pluck your feathers today. I'll let you have a cheap mouth, Snake Demon Ancient Saint said with a strange laugh. Chapter 826, Legacy 7. The other ancient saints also revealed their mystical abilities and appeared in the sky, engaging in a chaotic battle with the feathered people. These feathered people did not expect the crawlers to be able to fly. Caught off guard, many of them were beaten until they could not fight back. In terms of strength, defense, physique, and other attributes, the ancient saint was superior to him. It was just that he did not have the terrain advantage previously and was often goaded by the feathered people, so he was bullied. Now that everyone was competing on the same stage, the feathered people were naturally unable to withstand it. So this is your confidence? Golden Feathers King's expression changed as he said coldly. He began to chant a divine spell. The will of the King of Wind. Feather arrow. In an instant, plumes of feathered formed arrows shot towards Skybreaking. Skybreaking dodged, but he was unable to take down Golden Feathers King for the time being. At this moment, a strange insect suddenly charged into the battlefield. This strange insect was extremely strong and fast, it was invulnerable to swords and spears. It grabbed the feathered people's heads and bit them, causing their blood to splatter in the air. It was Levi, who was watching the battle in the dark. Seeing that the two sides were in a deadlock, he asked Leon to attack. Leon's strength had increased tremendously in the secret realm. Levi didn't know how strong Leon was now, so he might as well take this opportunity to test him. Leon appeared above the head of an ancient saint-level feathered people expert. He quickly injected the venom into his body, extracted his soul, and devoured it like slurping noodles. He was still not satisfied and charged towards an ancient saint-level feathered people expert. You're courting death. That expert was originally fighting the Cyan-scale ancient saint when a strange insect suddenly attacked him. No matter how he attacked, this fellow was like a ball. He was simply difficult to deal with. The Cyan-scale ancient saint took advantage of the situation and ended his life. Instantly, the weak balance was broken. Golden Feathers King looked at the strange worm in horror. That strange worm actually had a strange human face. What kind of deformed monster was this? Hungry, hungry, hungry. The voice echoed in the air like a call to life. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, the Golden Feathers King hurriedly took out the magic mirror. Magic mirror, magic mirror. Save me. However, the magic mirror remained silent. The Golden Feathers King groaned incessantly under the pincer attack of many ancient saints. Old thing, hurry up, I'm going to die. He cursed. Ha ha ha, Golden Feathers, are you stupid? You're shouting for help in front of a mirror. Why? Is this mirror the god behind you? Skybreaking said with a laugh. Levi, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, was slightly moved when he saw the magic mirror. Why does it feel like some kind of wizard tool? Could it be that the so-called god is hiding in the wizard tool? Could it be an artifact spirit like Tutton in the black snuff bottle? If that's the case, it's reasonable for it to be able to live for so long. After all, as long as the wizard tool is not damaged and there's enough energy, theoretically speaking, the artifact spirit can survive from ancient times until now. At the thought of this, Levi didn't waste any more time. He used his invisibility runes to hide behind Golden Feathers King. At that moment, the Golden Feathers King was still cursing at the old magic mirror. Clearly, he did not expect this fellow to be so unreliable. If not for him, this magic mirror would still be eating dust in the relic. Now that he was in trouble, it didn't say anything. Suddenly, ripples spread out in the void as a large hand grabbed the magic mirror that Golden Feathers King was holding. Golden Feathers King reacted extremely quickly. Realizing that someone was trying to snatch his magic mirror, he immediately grabbed it tightly and refused to let go. A tall and mighty red-scaled lizardman appeared in the void with a calm expression. Let go. I won't. The Crimson Emperor Dragon roared and the Crimson Dragon Slash appeared in its hand. As the surging power flowed into it, the grayish-white airflow wrapped in flames slashed down from above. Crack! Before he could react, the Golden Feathers King's arm was chopped off. Levi hurriedly used various commonly used sealing spells to seal the magic mirror and arm. Then, he used the great black sky curtain to wrap it up and send it into the ring. Sometimes, let go when it's time to let go. Now, surrender or die. Levi arrived in front of the Golden Feathers King and struck out with his palm. The Golden Feathers King's defense was shattered and he crashed into the mountain like a kite with a broken string, causing the soil and rocks to crack. Is this the First Lord's strength? On the other side, the ancient saints were shocked. Many of them had never seen Levi attack, so there had always been some who were unconvinced. Now that they saw him, they were glad that they had not betrayed the ancient saint empire. Golden Feathers King flew out of the mountain in a sorry state. He looked at his severed arm with a pained expression. "You're the initial ancient saint?" Levi did not answer. He swung the crimson dragon slash again, causing the Golden Feathers King's heart to palpitate as destruction sword chi surged. I surrender. Don't kill me. Crawlers and feathered people are one family. There's no distinction between high and low, Golden Feathers said. That's not what you said previously, ancient saint Skybreaking sneered. I was bewitched by that damn magic mirror, Golden Feathers explained softly. Those who were unwilling to surrender were killed by Levi. The two ancient saint traitors did not even have a chance to beg for mercy and were directly killed. These guys had to use brute force to create a deterrent force. Taking down the Wind God Empire was much easier than Levi had expected. In the 7 years since he left the ancient saint empire, with the appearance of the divine weapon, his strength was no longer the same as before. He let Skybreaking and the others clean up the mess while he found a secluded place. He looked at the magic mirror in his hand that had the style of ancient workmanship. There seemed to be an incantation on the surface of the magic mirror. Mirror, mirror. He didn't recite the incantation. He placed the mirror on the ground. He raised the crimson dragon slash and pointed the destruction sword chi at the magic mirror, as if he wanted to shatter it. Hey, what do you mean? Stop! A terrified voice came from the magic mirror. What was wrong with this lizardman before it? It was fine if he didn't chant the incantation, but why did he want to kill it right away? What kind of grudge did he have? Chapter 827, Sauron's Legacy, Knights of the Round Table. 1. Levi's sword aura was only a foot away from the magic mirror. I thought you didn't know how to talk. The aura of destruction slowly disappeared, and Levi retracted the crimson dragon slash. Why do you think that a mirror can speak? We don't seem to have any grudges. I'm just an ordinary mirror. Why are you targeting me like this? The magic mirror said speechlessly. You call a talking mirror an ordinary mirror? You should be the artifact spirit of a wizard tool. Don't compare me to those ordinary lizardmen. I'm not so easy to fool. Levi also had a similar wizard tool on him, which was the pot of equal value. There was also a low-level artifact spirit, Tutton. However, as his realm increased, this wizard tool was no longer useful. The creator of this wizard tool had already been surpassed by Levi in terms of cultivation and knowledge. The magic mirror seemed to fall silent the moment it encountered a question it didn't want to answer. When it noticed Levi's unfriendly expression, it said, "I'm not a wizard tool. I'm just a mirror. I don't even know what I am. How can I answer you? Aren't you the god that the Golden Feathers King mentioned? Didn't you give him those spells?" Levi sneered. He was the one who thought I was a god. I didn't say that, the magic mirror muttered. If you don't want to say anything, then go into my storage space and eat dust. Levi threw the magic mirror into his storage space and sealed it. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1102, Month of Harvest. In half a year, the Ancient Saint Empire and the Wind God Empire had undergone earth-shattering changes. The remnants of the Wind God Empire that were unwilling to submit were wiped out by the Ancient Saint Empire's army with irresistible force. The entire Indus mountain range had also been incorporated into the territory of the Ancient Saint Empire, becoming the Indus province. The Ancient Saint of the Ancient Saint Empire presided over it. As for the Golden Feathers King, he was temporarily enslaved by the Scarlet Contract and came to Levi's side to become Levi's follower. Levi had also obtained some usage methods of the magic mirror from the Golden Feathers King. Just as he had imagined, the magic mirror also had a nomological program similar to the principle of equal exchange. It required sacrificing the souls of some powerful existences to obtain its gift. Meanwhile, what Golden Feathers King had obtained were some meditation arts and spells. He had decent talent as a wizard and was a double affinity wind and fire wizard. Therefore, after hundreds of years of exploration, he had really learned some things and stepped into the realm of a second circle wizard. Coupled with his feathered people's innate ability, his strength increased greatly. Levi had just come out of seclusion. Ancient Saint Skybreaking's voice sounded. Master, the Mosasaurus Empire is the only one left. When are we going to attack? Did the vast Sea King say anything? Levi asked. He might still be hoping for a fluke and plan to resist stubbornly, Ancient Saint Skybreaking said. However, it will indeed be a little troublesome if we want to take down the Mosasaurus Empire. They all live in the deep sea. If they hide, we can't do anything to them. If we go into the sea, our strength will be greatly reduced. Don't worry about the Mosasaurus Empire for now. I'll go meet the vast Sea King when I have time, Levi said. Ancient Saint Skybreaking was overjoyed. Lord, if you personally make a move, it will definitely be foolproof. After Ancient Saint Skybreaking left, Levi brought the Golden Feathers King and flew towards the Intis mountain range. He wanted to see what the ancient ruins that the Golden Feathers King had discovered looked like. Since the Golden Feathers King could leave safely, with his strength, he should be able to protect himself. The three empires are about to be unified. After that, I'll go and see if there are any borders in this world. For a long time, Levi had been curious whether Nora and these small planes had a planetary worldview like in his previous life or a crypt-like worldview like in the legends. On the way, Levi took out the magic mirror. By hunting ferocious beasts or enemies, he sent some souls to the magic mirror as sacrifices. Then, he obtained some low-level meditation arts and spells. These meditation arts were all extremely ancient techniques. From the perspective of the current wizards, they were already behind the times. This magic mirror was most likely a treasure from ancient times. It had been hundreds of thousands of years. The civilization of wizards was constantly changing and innovating. The theory and technology were all iterating. Traditional meditation arts were indeed not very good. It was the same for those spells. However, no matter what, it could enrich his spell library and make it easier for him to create his second innate spell. Levi originally had hope for the magic mirror, but from the looks of it, the effect of this mirror on him was only average. Of course, it might also be because the quality of the soul he sacrificed was not high enough. Where are you going? The mirror asked suddenly. To the place where you were found. When the magic mirror heard this, it remained silent. In the Intis mountain range. The wind howled angrily in a snowy valley. The figures of the Golden Feathers King and Levi descended. Master, this is the valley where the ancient ruins were discovered, said Golden Feathers King. Levi nodded. With his knowledge as an array master, he carefully observed this valley. Do you have anything to say? Levi asked the magic mirror. No, I seem to have lost a lot of memories. As you said, I'm only an artifact spirit now. I don't even know why I was born. It seems that the meaning of my existence is to be picked up by others and then let them use sacrifices to exchange for knowledge from me. The magic mirror's tone didn't sound fake. Chapter 828, Sauron's Legacy, Knights of the Round Table. 2. Danger perception did not show any signs of danger. Levi thought for a moment and walked towards the valley while the Golden Feathers King led the way. Not long after, they stopped in front of an ancient ruins relic. There were some ruins inside, revealing traces of time. The ancient aura spread, indicating the ancientness of this relic. Master, we are here, said Golden Feathers King softly. This style should be the work of that ancient wizard, Levi muttered to himself and did not step in rashly. The strength of that ancient wizard might far exceed Levi's. However, there was still no reaction from danger perception. The magic mirror rested quietly in Levi's palm. Levi pondered. Then, a pitch-black demon appeared in his body and condensed. Let's go. The Levi formed by the toxic swarm did not have its own consciousness, but Levi could explore this relic through the perspective of these creatures under his control. After all, this was a wizard relic. It wasn't wrong to be careful. The Golden Feathers King followed behind the toxic swarm and stepped into the ruins. It was peaceful inside the relic. Levi was even more cautious than before, having learned his lesson from exploring the secret realm last time. The relic wasn't big, so the Golden Feathers King quickly brought Levi to the place where he had discovered the magic mirror. It was an abandoned castle. Outside the castle, there was a small garden filled with weeds. In the main hall of the castle, there was an ordinary-looking round stone table that was intact. Lord, the place where the magic mirror was found was on this table. I saw that the magic mirror seemed a little special, so I took it away, the Golden Feathers King said. Let's take a look elsewhere. Just like that, Levi walked around the castle again and did not find anything special. Not long after, Levi finished exploring these small ancient ruins. He felt that this was like the place where an ordinary Night Lord lived. There's no array, no wizard tower. It's just a very ordinary living place. The only thing that can be considered special is that round table. It's still intact after such a long time. Perhaps the material is a little special. I wonder if it can be used for weapon refinement. In this world, there were many ancient ruins. Some of them had dangerous monsters and existences. The relics that had left the ancient magic ring were those. However, the ancient ruins that Golden Feathers King had unintentionally discovered were different. This made Levi feel that these ancient ruins were not ordinary. After all, the magic mirror that could talk was found here. After confirming that there was nothing special here, Levi got the Golden Feathers King to lift the table. The table seemed to be very heavy. Even an ancient saint like the Golden Feathers King found it difficult to lift. Let's go. Levi looked at the relic and turned to leave. He returned to the Golden Feathers King's main hall. Levi carefully observed the stone table. This stone table was probably 10 meters in diameter. If it was a meal, it could seat many people. Levi placed his palm on the surface of the stone table and gently rubbed it. Cough cough. Cough cough. Suddenly, the sound of coughing was heard from the stone table. Levi immediately left and looked at the stone table warily. A talking table. Levi had a strange expression. From the looks of it, there seemed to be an artifact spirit in this stone table. Was this also a wizard tool? How long have I been asleep? A voice suddenly sounded from the stone table. Who are you? Levi asked. I'm the table. Theros, when did you wake up? The old man's voice came from the stone table. Theros? I'm Theros. The magic mirror did not seem to know its name, and it sounded puzzled. That's right. Have you forgotten? The stone table asked suspiciously. Levi's heart sank when he heard that. Theros. This mirror is actually called Theros. Isn't that the name of the Sky King among the 4 ancient kings? The Sky King is a mirror? Wait. Could the Sky King have been killed by the ancient wizard who entered this place? Then, he was made into a magic mirror and reduced to an artifact spirit. Levi was instantly jolted awake. To be able to kill the 4 messengers under the Holy Snake, he suspected that this legendary existence was a 9th circle wizard. Didn't this mean that the ancient wizard should be a 9th circle or even a legendary wizard? In ancient times, there were only a few legendary wizards. Among them, the one who was most likely to enter this place, was most likely the ancestor of wizards, Sauron. Which one are you? Deuxis? Earlness? Or Mobius? Levi suddenly asked. I'm Mobius. Young man, how do you know my name? The stone table asked. I've heard legends about you. What times are we in? Is Sauron still around? It's the 300th millennium since the end of the ancient age. Sauron, I don't know. Levi calmed himself down and said calmly. Sigh. Even Sauron is gone. As expected, there's nothing that can resist the erosion of the long river of time. In comparison, we, who have become artifact spirits, have been able to survive until now. Young man, I was awakened by the familiar dragon clan's aura on your body, the stone table said. My aura? That's right. You have the bloodline aura of our gloomy lamp dragon in your body. Although this aura seems to have changed and is different from what I remember, I'm certain that the bloodline power in your body should be related to the gloomy lamp dragon. Compared to Theros, the stone table seemed to know more. Chapter 829, Sauron's Legacy, Knights of the Round Table. 3. No wonder. I can feel it too. He seems to have my aura too, Theros suddenly said. Let me think. Mr. Table, you are the gloomy lamp dragon, Mobius, and the magic mirror, Theros. You should be the jade dragon, right? Levi took the opportunity to voice out his previous guess. From the looks of it, the black snake was the gloomy lamp dragon. It was confirmed. However, the black snake had already mutated into a golden snake. However, Mobius the gloomy lamp dragon could still feel the familiar aura from the same source. That's right. There are two other guys who seem to have been lost. They might be sleeping in some corner of this world, the round table said. Did Sauron kill you? Levi asked. He was not worried about angering these artifact spirits. From the looks of it, they had really become the artifact spirits of the stone table and the magic mirror. They should not have been able to injure him. Otherwise, they would have done so long ago. After all, be it Atheros or Mobius, they were far stronger than him when they were alive. This is a sad story. In fact, it's not just us. Even the Chaos Ancient Serpent Lord that we serve, was killed by Sauron. He's too powerful. Of course, from the looks of it, all of this is purely because we asked for it. The conceit and arrogance of our dragon race led to the current outcome. The stone table's tone was filled with self-mockery. He had long accepted such a fact after hundreds of thousands of years of baptism. Now that he thought of Sauron's god-slaying power, his heart still palpitated. However, it's also because our master underestimated the enemy, Atheros added. His memory seemed to have recovered a little. I don't understand why Sauron made the two of you into a mirror and a stone table, and didn't bring them with him, Levi asked. He used this plane as a testing ground and used the crawlers to do an unprecedented experiment. Perhaps it's still useful to keep us here, the stone table said. Levi had previously guessed that these crawlers and feathered people might be the experimental products of that ancient wizard. Now, the words of this stone table coincided with his guess. However, what he did not expect was that the ancient wizard was Sauron. What's Sauron's purpose in doing this experiment? Is it to explore the feasibility of the bloodline path like a knight? It seems that the ancient Saint Dharmic formulation was actually created by Sauron. Levi suppressed the doubts in his heart and asked calmly, are the two of you staying here forever? Or are you following me? I've had enough sleep. Bring me along. I'm more useful than Atheros, said Mobius the stone table. Bullshit, you're still so arrogant. I'm the truth magic mirror. It contains a lot of knowledge left behind by Sauron. Atheros seemed to have remembered everything at once. Levi knew that Atheros was faking it from the beginning. He did not lose his memory at all. He did not want to tell Levi the truth and even treated Levi as an ordinary lizardman. However, he might not have expected that the stone table Mobius had already told the truth, so he stopped pretending and laid his cards on the table. If he's Atheros the truth magic mirror, then what are you? Sir Mobius, if you want me to take you away, I have to know your identity and use at least, right? Levi asked. I'm the tea time round table. Back then, Sauron used me to hold tea parties with other friends in the multidimensional plane to communicate regularly. Could it be that Atheros didn't tell you? Levi looked at Atheros, and a hesitant voice came from the magic mirror. You didn't ask me. And what are your other two brothers, Sir Mobius? Levi asked. Excalibur Earlness and Holy Grail of Immortality Deuxis, Mobius said. Thank you, Sir Mobius. Your honesty is admirable. That's because you're not an ordinary person. You have so many powerful dragon clan bloodlines in your body, but you can still stand here. If not for the bloodlines in your body, I might not have told you so much, Mobius said. He could sense that the nameless dragon clan bloodline in Levi's body was of such a high level that even he, who was once a pure-blooded dragon, could not help but raise his eyebrows. When Sauron left the four of them here, although he did not say anything, Mobius knew that Sauron seemed to want them to wait here. Perhaps he wanted to wait for the final results of his experiment. Or perhaps, he wanted to wait for some existence. From the looks of it, the person in front of them might be the outcome they had to wait for. Levi put away the stone table. He knew that Sauron must have left these here on purpose. As for whether it was left for him, he did not know. However, it was impossible not to take such a good thing away. Sauron turned the four ancient kings into four treasures. The truth magic mirror, the tea time round table, Excalibur, and the Holy Grail of Immortality. He might want to leave these things to the most successful experimental subject. It might be the initial ancient saint, or it might be someone in the future. As for the Chaos Ancient Serpent, it should be the Holy Snake mentioned by the crawlers. It seemed that the Holy Snake had indeed fallen. Its god's remains had most likely been taken away by Sauron or made into something. Chapter 830, Sauron's Legacy, Knights of the Round Table. 4. Sauron was the ancestor of wizards, a fallen wise knight who had been stigmatized by the church. Judging from what he had done to the wizard civilization, he should not be a selfish person. He must have some great intentions for doing all of this. Perhaps he's also opening up the path of a knight like me, or searching for other transcendent paths for humans other than wizards. These were all Levi's guesses. He was too far away from Sauron's realm. It was impossible for him to figure out what an existence that could kill a god was thinking. After returning to the Empire, Levi said to the Golden Feathers King, "Golden Feathers, from today onwards, you will lead a team of feathered people and not let go of any news of the ancient ruins. Go to the ruins to search for a sword-shaped treasure, a lamp-shaped treasure, and a magic mirror. They might be things that can speak," Levi said. Understood. Golden Feathers received the order and led an army of feathered people to search for treasures for Levi. Excalibur, Holy Grail of Immortality. Let's not talk about that sword for now. It seems that this Holy Grail of Immortality is related to immortality. Could it be that obtaining this thing will allow one to live forever? That's impossible. With this thing, wouldn't Sauron be invincible? But that's not necessarily the case. Immortality is not immortality. The difference between the two is quite big. Levi murmured. He had not completely calmed down yet. Whether it was the magic mirror or the round table, it gave him too much of a shock. He must have come into contact with the deepest secrets of this plane. Could it be that such a powerful person like Sauron hasn't died yet? The Chaos Ancient Serpent sounds like a very powerful god. It feels even more impressive than the Father of Plagues. Such an existence was killed by Sauron hundreds of thousands of years ago. If Sauron is still alive now, how strong is he? Levi couldn't imagine it. He even felt a little narcissistic. Sauron's things were prepared for him. Could it be that Sauron has some powerful prophecy or prophetic ability and had already expected me to come here hundreds of thousands of years later? Was all of this arranged? The more he thought about this question, the easier it was for him to sink into the quagmire of fatalism. Therefore, Levi decided not to think about it anymore. He might as well study the usage of the tea-time round table and the truth magic mirror. The magic mirror should be a knowledge storage tool. However, if one wanted to exchange for the knowledge inside, they had to pay a corresponding price. The higher the level of knowledge, the higher the price. As for the tea-time round table, it seemed to be a prop used for video conferencing in the multidimensional plane. Thinking of this, Levi took out the round table and placed it in the hall. "Good evening, Sir Mobius." Levi smiled. "Good evening, Sir Levi. How should I use you? And at what cost?" Levi asked. "First of all, you need to become the host of the tea-time round table and have the qualifications to launch a tea party. Then, you need to imprint the names of the members of the tea party and a unique mark on the round table. You can then send an invitation to the members. With your permission, the members of the tea party can also send an invitation to you. However, there are only 18 seats in the tea party other than you. This is fixed. If you want to add new members, you have to get rid of an old member." 18. Levi murmured. He wanted to use this round table to communicate with the core members of his knights and directly create the 18 knights of the round table. The wizard Sauron used round tables to hold tea parties, and Levi used it for round table meetings. This way, no matter where he was in the future, he could communicate with the knights and even interplane communication. "Is there any use other than communication?" Levi asked. "Of course, but with your current strength, I think it will be difficult to achieve," Mobius said. Levi smiled and said, "I want to be the owner of the tea-time round table. I wonder if I have the qualifications. A treasure of this level would not recognize its master easily." Levi was already prepared to fight for a long time. "Yes," Mobius said. "I've said before that you're very special. Besides, we've been waiting here for hundreds of thousands of years. We've encountered a group of stupid lizardmen. You, human, might be my last hope of leaving this place." Previously, there was a very smart lizardman who had obtained a lot of knowledge from Theros. He passed that knowledge to the other crawlers so that they could quickly evolve. He tried to fuse the bloodlines of the 4 ancient dragons and tried to walk the path of the Chaos Ancient Serpent Lord. Then, he died. No lizardman can withstand the bloodlines of the 4 ancient dragons at the same time. He was too arrogant. Mobius said with feeling. "If you want to be the owner of the tea-time round table, Just imprint your spiritual mark on it and recite my name, Mobius said. Thank you for telling me, Sir Mobius. Levi was not in a hurry to acknowledge him as his master. He put away the round table and took out the magic mirror, Atheros, from another storage bag. He asked the question again, but the result was similar to Mobius. After thinking for a few days, Levi finally imprinted the spiritual mark on the round table. In a corner of the round table, a tall stone chair appeared. Chapter 831, Sauron's Legacy, Knights of the Round Table. 5. Levi sat on it and was in a trance. It was as if he was in a medieval castle. Outside the castle, there was a huge black snake with its head and tail connected, surrounding the castle. In the mouth of the giant snake was a long candle. The giant snake's body slowly turned around the ancient castle, and Mobius' old voice came. This is the venue of the tea party. It will be mapped out according to your thoughts. There was a hall in the castle. The magnificent dome was decorated with hanging ceilings and candles that looked like stars. In the middle, there was a simple and elegant round table. At one end of the round table, Levi sat quietly on the high-backed chair that represented the host of the tea party and looked at everything curiously. With a thought, his figure disappeared from the ancient castle. On the long bench of the round table, he woke up slowly and heard Mobius' voice. When holding a tea party, it's best to choose a safe place. When you're strong enough, you can directly refine the round table into your body, or put it in your wizard tower or legendary demi-plane. Thanks for the warning, Sir Mobius. You're welcome. Levi thought for a moment. Previously, to use the rolling crystal to test the blood composition of the Twilight Knights, he had taken some blood samples. This should be able to be used as a mark to integrate into the tea time round table. Let's see what the Vice Commander of the Blood Knight is doing now. Levi merged the Blood Knight's mark into the stone table. A moment later, on the stone table to Levi's right, another chair, slightly lower than his high-backed chair, slowly emerged. There was also the name of the Blood Knight on it. At the same time, in the Gaia kingdom of the human world. A forgotten ruin. 30 years ago, this used to be a prosperous city. The Blood Knight rode on the red horse and walked quietly on the deserted street. Under the night sky, in the ruins, there seemed to be some unknown whispers. Faint green ghosts could be seen hiding in the ruins, spying on the Blood Knights. The wandering spirit that lingers in the human world is not a good sign. They should have gone to the underworld, but they are imprisoned here by some kind of strength. If they are not restrained, these guys will advance to become specters, or even more terrifying evil spirits. With so many evil spirits, if they escape to a human gathering place and hide, it will undoubtedly be a disaster. These spirit bodies were very weak and did not dare to approach the Blood Knight. Most of the people in this city had died from the flames of war and the plague. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind appeared. Behind the Blood Knight, a beautiful woman had appeared out of nowhere. She looked at the Blood Knight with a gloomy gaze. Behind her, wandering spirits wandered over and fused into her body. Damn night! Her body began to roll and surge, as if countless worms were cocoons in her body. Her aura was comparable to that of a legendary knight, and she was extremely fast. She let out an unpleasant shriek and charged towards the Blood Knight. Boom! The Blood Knight swung his sword, and a blood-chi sword light cut the woman in half. Her body split open, and countless wandering spirits flew out, wailing. The Blood Knight watched as her body continued to melt, but his expression did not relax. These wandering spirits still did not dissipate. Instead, they hid in the nearby ruins. Ghost clones? It looks like it's similar to what I guessed. A wizard from the School of Death set up some kind of evil array here, preventing those wandering spirits from returning to the underworld. Many wizards of the School of Death would use ghosts to refine wizard tools, evil beings, or cultivate spells. This was also the reason why most of the dark wizards were from the School of Death. It was fine in the realm of the unbelievers, but in such a fragile place like the human world, it was very likely to cause irreparable consequences. More and more wandering spirits and resentment were locked in this ruined ancient city. They could not be expelled and could keep accumulating, which might breed extremely terrifying evil spirits. Once this evil spirit appeared, the surrounding towns would suffer. The Blood Knight frowned and looked at the ruined city in front of him. The sky was filled with resentment, and there was a terrifying existence hiding there. He thought for a moment, sighed, and turned to leave. The water in this place was deeper than he had imagined. It was better for him to mind his own business. To slay demons and uphold justice, one had to act within one's means. After so many years of experience, the Blood Knight had also grown. After leaving the ruins and coming to a big city, the Blood Knight found a small tavern to stay in. Just now, an illusion of a castle kept appearing in his mind. Around the castle, there seemed to be a huge black snake with its head and tail connected. Faint calls came from the castle, making the Blood Knight unable to calm down. This was also one of the reasons why he left early. Don't tell me he's under the illusion of that wizard. Now that he was temporarily safe, the Blood Knight sat on the bed and calmed down, listening carefully. Finally, he heard the voice clearly. It was familiar. Blood Knight, what are you doing? Commander. The Blood Knight had a weird expression. In the next moment, he felt his consciousness rush into the high clouds and quickly descend. In the middle of a lush black forest, there was an ancient castle. Outside the castle, there was a huge snake that was slowly squirming and staring at the Blood Knight. Chapter 832, Sauron's Legacy, Knights of the Round Table. 6. The Blood Knight pushed open the door of the castle and saw a familiar figure at the round table in the living room. Commander? What's going on? The Blood Knight asked in shock. Wait, an illusion. This must be an illusion attack from an evil spirit. The Blood Knight seemed to understand something. He drew his sword and slashed at Levi. Levi did not resist. The Blood Knight's sword passed through his body. It's not an illusion. I pulled you here. I'm Levi. Levi smiled bitterly. It seemed that this scene had exceeded the Blood Knight's understanding. Come and sit here. Levi pointed at the seat beside the Blood Knight. The Blood Knight hesitated for a moment and sat on it. This is the Twilight Round Table. It's a treasure that allows me to communicate with you from afar. I'm currently in a faraway place and not in the human world. Your current location should be safe, right? Because your consciousness is temporarily connected to this treasure, your main body should be staying in place, Levi said. He changed the name of the Tea Time Round Table to Twilight Round Table. It was his first time using it, so he was still not familiar with it. I'm safe now. Why is this treasure so magical? Commander, where are you now? I'm in an alternate plane. It won't be long before we meet again. Don't run around in the human world during this period of time. Prepare to return to the Dusk Holy Temple, Levi said. All right, I'm indeed planning to go back. I found a place in the Gaia Kingdom. It's suspected to be the territory of a wizard from the School of Death. He set up an array here and imprisoned the souls of some dying people in the city. It breeds resentment, as if he's refining some terrifying monster. It has nothing to do with us. Don't worry about it for the time being. The church will naturally arrange for people to settle it. We've already done everything that the church has to do. What do we need them for? Levi said. I understand. The Blood Knight nodded. Before long, another figure walked in. Commander? Blood Knight? Am I dreaming? The Black Knight asked. Looks like you're scared too, the Blood Knight said with a smile. Black Knight, take a seat, Levi said. The Black Knight consciously sat on the seat with his name written on it. After that, the Golden Lion Knight, Divine Light Knight, and Nighthawk also entered. Are there so many people? Dinos exclaimed. This was the first time he had seen so many official members gathered together. He felt very curious. Today, Levi was excluded. 5 official members had already arrived at the round table. Where's Teacher Emperor Mew? Dinos asked. He might have something on. Wait for him. Before you guys enter this place, remember to find a safe place where no one will disturb you, Levi said. Understood. Seconds ticked by until the clock in the castle had been ticking for an hour. Emperor Mew walked in with a tired and puzzled expression. It seemed like he had experienced a fierce battle. Emperor Mew, where are you now? Levi asked. Commander? Is that you? Where are we? This is Twilight Castle, where we meet, Levi explained. I was wondering why I kept hearing your voice. I thought I was dreaming about you, Emperor Mew said. Dinos. Emperor Mew, I've also broken through the legendary barrier. Have a seat first. Levi asked Emperor Mew to sit in his exclusive seat. Now that the 6 official members of our Twilight Knights are all here, I know that you might have some doubts. I'll explain it to you later. To put it simply, I obtained a treasure that can pull your consciousness into this place and communicate with me face to face. However, before your consciousness enters this place, you have to ensure that you are in a safe place. Otherwise, you might be ambushed by the enemy. Therefore, we will hold a round table meeting once a year at a fixed time in the future. At that time, everyone can put aside what they are doing and come in to share and exchange their recent situation, as well as some information that might be closely related to our twilight nights. Of course, we can also discuss cultivation problems together. If there's an emergency, you can look for me. You just need to chant Mobius silently and you can contact me. There's such a magical treasure? Even in the wizard world, it seems to be rare to see a communication wizard tool of this level. Emperor Mew clicked his tongue in wonder. Today's first meeting is mainly to pull everyone in and introduce them to each other. After all, ever since the establishment of the Twilight Nights, we have been separated from each other and rarely gather together, Levi said. I'll go first, I seem to have joined the last, all of you are my seniors. I'm Divine Light Knight Denise, I'm at the Blood Awakening realm now, I'm working hard to break the shackles, please take care of me in the future. Divine Light Knight Denise smiled, she was confident and generous. Let me add, Denise is the princess of the current royal family of the Peacock Kingdom, the Blood Knight smiled. I'm just a princess of a mortal country. To everyone, this is not worth mentioning, Denise said with a smile. Denise, your initials are the same as mine. I'm Dinos. Dinos Jostar. I came back from the wizard world. I'm the descendant of the Lionheart Knight. Dinos looked at Denise. It was his first time seeing a female legendary knight. He couldn't help but take a second look. It was a completely different feeling from the witches in the wizard world. Hello, Sir Dinos. Everyone knows the name of your ancestor, the Lionheart Knight. Denise was surprised. She felt that this organization was more and more extraordinary. I didn't expect to already have a female knight. I thought Elsa would be the first female knight. Emperor Mew said. Elsa? Goddess Knight Elsa? Are you with her? Levi asked. Yes, I'm in the realm of ice now. I followed the army to participate in the war to assist the School of Ice. I bumped into Elsa while carrying out a mission. I even introduced the organization to her. She's just waiting to pass your assessment. Why did you go there? I heard from the Jostar family that you went to Area 7 in the Inner Sea region. It's a long story. I accidentally killed a profligate wizard's disciple who was looking for trouble in Area 7. Who would have thought that he was from the 5th Circle wizard family? I was worried that I would be caught after the incident, so I ran to the realm of ice in advance. Commander, you really can't blame me for this. That wizard is too much. I just broke through the legendary barrier and my hands are itching again, Emperor Mew said helplessly. I understand. Just follow your heart and don't cause trouble. However, you can't be too afraid of trouble. When it's time to attack, attack. Only when your thoughts are clear can you forward. By the way, what's the name of that wizard family? Levi asked. Thunder Dragon family. Levi was speechless. It was no wonder they were so close. Chapter 833, Legend of the Crimson Dragon Emperor, Praise the Emperor. 1. The other knights were dumbfounded as they listened to Levi and Emperor Mew's conversation. Commander, is this Thunder Dragon family very powerful? Why don't we meet this family another day? The Black Knight was just like the musk bull represented by his breathing technique. He was a little reckless. If he could fight, he would definitely not force him. We're just a newly established knight organization. The Thunder Dragon family is an old wizard family in the wizard world. They have a 5th circle wizard guarding them. Even I don't want to make an enemy out of them easily, Levi said. In reality, he was still a younger brother in front of the Thunder Dragon family. After all, the Thunder Dragon family was from the Lightning School of Thought. The Lightning School of Thought was famous for killing. Perhaps because of the lightning meditation art, the wizards of the Lightning School of Thought were generally a little irritable and unyielding. In comparison, most of the wizards Levi had interacted with were from the Ocean faction. Of course, this was only his metaphysical perception. There was no scientific explanation. Then, Emperor Mew, you can stay in the realm of ice. As for the Goddess Knight, you will take the assessment for me first. When you bring her back in the future, you can consider becoming an official member. However, you can tell her how to break through the shackles of legendary first, but you have to sign the corresponding confidentiality agreement, Levi arranged. He didn't have a spatial passageway to the realm of ice. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to find Emperor Mu even if he went there. He might as well let Emperor Mu train and cultivate there. As for the Thunder Dragon family, they could only let Emperor Mu hide for the time being. All right, Commander. The Goddess Knight has a good character. You will know when you see her in the future. You will like her, Emperor Mu said. Levi felt a little strange. Why did he feel like he had become Emperor Mu's parent? As for the 5 of you, try your best to stay on Dusk Island during this period of time. The situation in the human world is getting more complex. Our foundation is still shallow, so don't get too involved, Levi said. Understood, we will return to Dusk Island now. The Divine Light Knight said. In addition, I have a cultivation technique here, Blood Chi Wings. You can come and take a look. It's best if you can remember it in your mind. If you can't, ask me for it when we meet in reality in the future. With your level, you should be able to cultivate this technique. The Divine Light Knight and Nighthawk are still a little lacking. They should be able to break through the legendary shackles. The techniques I'm imparting to you are only limited to us official members, Levi said. After saying that, he placed the Blood Chi Wings technique on the round table in front of him. From the looks of it, as long as it was something that was not in the storage space carried by the members of the round table, it could be projected into the ancient castle through the round table. Otherwise, Emperor Mu and the others would have to attend the meeting naked. Alright, I've already memorized it in my mind. I'll go back and give it a try, the Blood Knight said. He was a member of the Blood Clan, so he had the ability to fly. However, he didn't like being a member of the Blood Clan and rarely revealed his true form. Other than that, the Maya breathing technique and the Blood Beast breathing technique that the Blood Knight cultivated could also fly after reaching a certain realm. However, according to Levi's suggestion, the only Blood Knight who could break through the shackles of legendary was the Maya breathing technique. As for the Blood Beast, it had stopped cultivating, mainly because it was worried about being affected by the evil god, the Blood River. After all, the Blood Knight did not have a proficiency panel that could fuse and mutate the Blood Beast breathing technique. Such an exquisite method, it is a pity that with my current blood chi, I cannot do all of this. Divine Light Knight sighed after reading it. She also yearned to step into the bloodthirst realm. After all, flying was a long-cherished dream of humans. When everyone was fine, Levi stood up and said calmly. Meeting adjourned. On this day, the first round table meeting of the Dusk Knights ended perfectly. With a thought, Levi awoke at the Twilight Round Table. There was only an empty table in front of him. What a magical method! Levi sighed. Sir Mobius, thank you very much, Levi said. You're welcome. That's why I exist, Round Table said. In a shelter in the realm of ice, Emperor Mu opened his eyes and walked out of his room. Outside, there was a continuously snowing mountain, and the wind and snow were raging. A beautiful female knight was wearing thin clothes and practicing her sword skills. Elsa, I've contacted the commander. You'll be a trainee member of the organization. I'll take the test for you. I'll also teach you how to break through the shackles of legendary. You can make a contract and swear not to leak it. Whether you can break through the shackles of legendary and take a new step will depend on your ability, Emperor Mu said. When Elsa heard this, her face turned slightly red with excitement. She took a deep breath and said, I'm ready, Your Excellency Emperor Mu. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1103, Month of Beginning. The 72nd year of the Great Expedition. The Golden Feathers King and his subordinates were still searching for the other 2 treasures for Levi. There were no results yet. One day, Levi woke up from his meditative state. 140 points of spiritual force. In Levi's mind, the gas magic ring spun slowly, and all kinds of spell models orbited around it like satellites. The heavy water barrier is also at the maximum of level 9. Its defense has already reached the highest limit of this spell. With a thought, Levi was protected in the center by a barrier surrounded by black heavy water. The defensive power of this barrier should be superior to most third circle defensive spells. Chapter 834, Legend of the Crimson Dragon Emperor, Praise the Emperor. 2. After Levi's test, with this protective force field, those offensive spells with attack power below 30 Ka would have to be hit several times in a row to break the force field. There were very few third circle spells with attack power above 30 Ka. In other words, even if Levi did not have the skills of a knight, he could still be invincible against ordinary third circle wizards with just this perfect heavy water barrier. In addition, the Thunder Snake spell is also about to reach level 9. As for the Fire Dragon Tribulation, the cultivation of innate spells is much slower than ordinary spells. The Divine Tower spun around in the center of the magic ring. On the first floor of the Divine Tower was the innate spell model representing Fire Dragon Tribulation. Under normal circumstances, a talent spell model should be branded around the gas magic ring. However, because Levi had the Divine Tower, he directly imprinted the talent spell model on it. This way, it was more convenient for him to use it than on the magic ring, and its power was also a little stronger. Ever since Levi stepped into the third circle, his mental strength had increased by 40 points. However, the Divine Tower didn't change much. The key was still that soul artifact fragment. I still have to continue researching the purification elixir. One saint fruit was enough to stump a hero. Other than the saint fruit, he had already gathered all the other potion ingredients. As for the 3 arts of wizardry, Levi's pharmacy was already at the third circle senior level, while his array and weapon refinement were at the maximum of level 5, which was the peak of the second circle. He still lacked an opportunity to break through. Levi would personally refine a third circle wizard tool, alchemical creatures, or a third circle array. However, Levi did not have the blueprints for these 2 items. The Book of Cipher only has the first volume. I don't know where the other volumes are. What a pity. Oh right, I wonder if Atheros has any array blueprints in his knowledge base. Thinking of this, Levi took out the truth magic mirror and asked, Atheros, do you have arrays or alchemical creatures blueprints here? Levi wanted to take this opportunity to modify Tyrant 2 again and turn it into a third circle alchemical creature. At the same time, he wanted to break through his weapon refinement skill. What are alchemical creatures? Forget I asked. Levi had forgotten that Atheros was an ancient antique. At that time, there was a high chance that there was no school of alchemy, let alone alchemy knowledge. However, there are some arrays, but not many, Atheros said. Which array blueprints do you have? Let me take a look. Levi's heart skipped a beat. This magic mirror was still useful. Lines of characters began to appear on the surface of Atheros the magic mirror. The position that Sauron had given Atheros back then was actually a prop for the inheritance of knowledge. If he wanted his descendants to pay the corresponding price, they could obtain a certain amount of knowledge. After Mobius the Round Table recognized Levi as its master, the magic mirror later submitted to Levi, so many functions were now available to Levi. Eye of Green Flames, Second Circle Attack Array. See Emperor's Protection, Third Circle Defensive Array. The Glory of the Four Kings, Third Circle Comprehensive Array. There were hundreds of arrays listed, ranging from low level to high level. As expected of the truth magic mirror created by Sauron. It's not much, but there are hundreds of arrays. Levi was overjoyed. Now that the unification of the ancient Saint Plane was nearing its end, he planned to build his base here. This would definitely include the corresponding shelter array. The entrance to the ancient Saint Plane also required a higher level array to protect and conceal it to prevent others from discovering it. What price do I have to pay for the glory of the Four Kings? Levi asked. Ordinary knowledge and some low-level knowledge can also be exchanged with soul power. This can maintain the daily operation of the magic mirror. As for Glory of the Four Kings, it's a special knowledge that requires you to provide knowledge of the same value. Levi took out the Book of Cipher and said, there are many low-level arrays recorded here. It should be more than enough to exchange for this array. Yes, as long as it's valuable transcendent knowledge that doesn't exist in the magic mirror's knowledge base, it can be used as a bargaining chip. As the holder of the magic mirror, you only need to record the knowledge in your memory. The magic mirror will naturally determine the value of this knowledge and decide if you want to trade. He heard that Levi began to record the array blueprints on the Book of Cipher into the truth magic mirror one by one. After recording 13 first circle array blueprints, the truth magic mirror said, it's enough. Then a rush of information flooded into Levi's mind. It was the array blueprint of the Glory of the Four Kings. In the array knowledge base of the truth magic mirror, the knowledge recorded by Levi appeared. Seeing this, Levi's heart thumped. The magic mirror can be used as the Dusk Holy Temple's knowledge management system. The Truth Magic Mirror can gather all the knowledge between members through the equivalent exchange of knowledge. This way, the knowledge in the Truth Magic Mirror will increase. No matter what organization it is, knowledge management is the most important. Many large wizard organizations had their respective knowledge management systems. Usually, they were held by a special wizard tool. Members had to pay a corresponding price to obtain knowledge of the same value, for example, the Tower of Merit in Riptide City. The corresponding price for knowledge was merit points. Chapter 835, Legend of the Crimson Dragon Emperor, Praise the Emperor. 3. How do you set these prices? Are there any unified standards, such as ether stones? Levi asked. As the owner of the Truth Magic Mirror, you can perfect the knowledge management system of the Magic Mirror as long as it doesn't violate the principle of equal exchange. However, some knowledge is very difficult to measure with ether stones, Atheros said. I understand. This principle of equal exchange was a hard standard. It was the first rule when Sauron created this wizard tool. Even Levi, as the owner of the Magic Mirror, could not get knowledge from it for free. If other people want to exchange knowledge from you, what do they need to do? Levi asked. First, they need to obtain your authorization authority. Then, recite the incantation mirror, mirror, silently. Finally, pay the corresponding price and they can obtain knowledge from it. Understood. Levi understood. When the next meeting was held, he would tell this incantation to the official members. Then, if they encountered new knowledge that they could not use, they could exchange it for some useful knowledge from the Truth Magic Mirror. As for the knight's techniques that Levi had developed himself, such as blood chi wings and introduction to the bloodline Dharma body, they could also be transmitted to the knowledge base of the Truth Magic Mirror and obtained by the other members at a price. This could form a virtuous cycle, utilizing collective power and wisdom. Putting away the magic mirror, Levi was even more excited about Excalibur and the Holy Grail of Immortality. The glory of the four kings that he exchanged for this time belonged to the kind of large-scale array that was built on markets or wizard organizations. There were a lot of materials that needed to be used. Moreover, this was an ancient array. As time passed, the array might have been updated. The materials needed were either gone or there were new substitutes. On the one hand, Levi asked the ancient Saint Empire to send people to search this small plane. On the other hand, he planned to look for it in the witch's family when he returned to the wizard world. Whether it would work or not, he would give it a try. This array was also an extremely powerful and special array among the third circle arrays. It was not much inferior to the fourth circle array. After it was completed, there should not be a need to upgrade the array for a long time. It was formed by the combination of the four third circle arrays, King of Earth, King of Fire, King of Wind, and Glory of the King of Water. Therefore, an array had four forms. The King of Fire's killing attack could release up to 99 third circle burning faction spells at the same time. Even a fourth circle wizard would be in danger of dying if they did not escape quickly, let alone a third circle wizard. The King of Wind mainly attacked with wind blades. It was similar to the King of Fire and complemented each other. As for the King of Water and the King of Earth, they were for defense and control. All in all, this array could be used for both offense and defense. It was very powerful. If it was successfully refined, it would not be a problem for it to become the Dusk Holy Temple's protective array. It was just that the materials were not easy to find. Next, I'll go meet that person in the sea. If I don't resolve it, it will always be a hidden danger. Levi called Ancient Saint Skybreaking over and asked him to lead the way as they flew towards the South Sea. A few days later, Levi and Skybreaking arrived at the seaside. Lord, the Mosasaurus Empire's territory is just ahead, Ancient Saint Skybreaking said. Let's go and take a look. Levi stepped in and searched carefully with intuition. Not long after, a wave suddenly rose on the surface of the sea. On the wave, a lizardman with an indigo body, webbed fingers and scales held a bone fork and said angrily, "This is the territory of the Mosasaurus Empire. Invaders, if you go any further, the great vast sea king will tear you into pieces." This lizardman was a sea crawler. In fact, he was also transformed from an ordinary lizardman. However, like the sea clan of the Endless Sea, sea crawlers had adapted to the marine environment, but they could still live on land for a period of time. Go and call the vast sea king out. You're just an unknown person. You don't have the right to talk to us, Ancient Saint Skybreaking said coldly. The dignity of an ancient saint surged towards the lizardman. The lizardman's expression changed, and he fiercely said, "Just you wait." Then, he dejectedly crawled into the sea. In the depths of the sea, a city stood there. This was Blue Sea City, a city ruled by the vast Sea King and the capital of the Mosasaurus Empire. A tall, blue-scaled lizardman with a crown on his head was having fun with a group of lizard women in the palace. The lizard women wailed one after another, clearly unable to take it any more. "Your Majesty, something bad has happened. The experts of the ancient saint empire are here." Outside the hall, the guard's voice sounded. "Which ancient saint is it?" The vast Sea King stopped his frisky games and asked coldly. "Ancient Saint Skybreaking seems to have a fire lizardman. I wonder if it's the Hellfire Ancient Saint." The vast Sea King's expression changed. A pitch-black, simple, and ordinary-looking sword had appeared in his hand. "Come, follow me to take a look." The vast Sea King's voice was like thunder. Not long after, the other ancient saint experts of Blue Sea City also rushed over. "Your Majesty, they probably want us to surrender," an ancient saint said with an ugly expression. They had long heard that the Wind God Empire had been taken down. During this period of time, these ancient saints had been in a constant state of panic, afraid that they would be found. "What's there to be afraid of? With His Majesty around, we don't have to worry," another ancient saint said. Chapter 836, Legend of the Crimson Dragon Emperor, Praise the Emperor. 4. The vast Sea King didn't say anything. In any case, if he couldn't beat the other party, he could just hide under the sea. At the bottom of the sea, his strength could be fully displayed, and his opponent's strength would also be suppressed. The ancient saint army could not come to the sea to attack them. That was why he was so fearless. Not long after, the vast Sea King saw the two figures on the sea. "Two people dare to come to our Mosasaurus Empire? Looks like the two of you are very confident in your strength." Before the vast Sea King could finish reciting his appearance, he saw the fire lizard ancient saint slash out with its sword. The crimson dragon roared, and the grayish-white sword she wrapped in flames roasted the sea until white smoke rose. Boom! The surface of the sea exploded. The vast Sea King was sent flying. One of his arms was even cut off. He endured the pain and realized that his bloody arm had already appeared in the hand of the fire lizard ancient saint. The sword in his hand had also been taken down. Are you really the initial ancient saint?" The vast Sea King couldn't help but ask. Since ancient times, in this world, it was possible that only the initial ancient saint could defeat him so easily. Be it ancient saint Skybreaking or the Golden Feathers King, they were all on par with him. In the sea, he was superior. However, the vast Sea King knew that hiding in the sea would be useless against the lizardman in front of him. "That's right. I'm the initial ancient saint. The Southern Sea has been an inseparable part of the ancient saint empire since ancient times. This time, I'm here to recover the lost land," Levi said. In any case, the initial ancient saint was dead, and there was no evidence. If he said that he was the initial ancient saint, he was. He was not afraid that the initial ancient saint would jump out and beat him up. "Vast Sea King, don't take any chances. The entire world is the territory of the ancient saint empire. Return to the embrace of the ancient saint empire. Only then can we restore the glory of the crawlers." Ancient Saint Skybreaking also persuaded. Levi burned the vast Sea King's arm and held the pitch-black and ancient sword in his hand to examine it carefully. "Mobius, is this Excalibur Earlness?" Levi asked in his heart. "Yes, that's him." Mobius' voice sounded in Levi's head. "After searching high and low for it, I found it without much effort. No wonder the Golden Feathers King couldn't find it even after searching the entire continent's relics. It turns out that it was brought to the sea." Levi sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he had come to look for the vast Sea King. Otherwise, Golden Feathers and the others might not have been able to find Excalibur even after 10 years. "The sword in your hand is one of the 4 national treasures that I lost back then. Now that I've taken it, it can be considered as returning it to its rightful owner," Levi said calmly. "If you say so," the vast Sea King thought furiously, but he didn't dare to say anything. Regardless of whether this person was an initial ancient saint or not, one thing was certain: his strength far exceeded his own. From now on, this is the Southern Sea Province, under the jurisdiction of the ancient saint empire. Continue to be your king in the sea. I only need you to do 3 things. Firstly, from now on, don't attack the land. Secondly, pay enough rare ferocious beasts, plants, and mineral resources in the sea every year as taxes. Thirdly, mobilize the power of the Mosasaurus province to find another national treasure for me. That treasure is in the style of the Holy Grail and might be able to speak. As long as you can do these few things, your life will be safe. Otherwise. Levi released his 5 dragons' might without reservation, suppressing the entire place. The threat was self-evident. I will do as you say, I will never step foot on land again, the vast sea king covered his wound and said humiliatingly. You can't swear like this. Swear on this sword that is Excalibur. Anyone who violates this oath will be punished by the heavens and the earth, Levi said. That's right. A voice suddenly sounded from the pitch-black sword, emitting a king's might that made the vast sea king instinctively afraid. The vast sea king was shocked and in disbelief. He looked at the pitch-black sword and asked in surprise, You can speak? Aren't you a sword? I am Excalibur Earlness. Then why didn't you say anything before? You've been with me for 200 years. You're not worthy of me speaking. I've followed you like a pearl covered in dust. Now that I've followed a wise lord, you don't have to talk to me anymore, Excalibur said seriously. After saying that, he didn't say a word. The scene was silent, and the vast sea king was speechless. This sword was obtained by killing an ancient saint in his early years. There was nothing special about it, but the material was extremely hard and suitable to be used as a weapon. How could he have expected that this huge sword could actually speak human language? Furthermore, it had been with him for 200 years and had not said a word. Now that he had just been obtained by the enemy, he had abandoned him. Was this world so realistic? Wasn't this also a form of betrayal? Left with no choice, he could only follow Levi's request and swear an oath to Excalibur. After the oath was made, a shadow rose from the sword. It was a dark blue dragon with a mountain-like back and wings that covered the blue sky. It was the sea dragon Huang, Earlness. Sea dragon Huang turned into an ancient sword phantom and entered vast sea king's body. The vast sea king's face was pale. He knew that this oath was definitely not an ordinary oath. If he broke it, he would really die. Go back and fulfill your oath. Levi waved his hand and dismissed the vast sea king. After the vast sea king made the oath, Levi had a feeling that as the sword master of Excalibur, he had a vague sense of control over the vast sea king. Chapter 837, Legend of the Crimson Dragon Emperor, Praise the Emperor. 5. Anyone who swore an oath in front of Excalibur would indirectly acknowledge Levi as their master. Of course, to succeed, this kind of oath had to be sworn by the person who took the oath and recited the corresponding oath, supplemented by a specific sword acceptance ritual. Therefore, it had to be an intelligent race that could speak. In addition, just like many contracts, the person swearing the oath could not be much stronger than the sword master. Otherwise, the oath might lose its effectiveness and backfire on the sword master. After the Truth Magic Mirror, Tea Time Round Table, and Excalibur, only the Holy Grail of Immortality is left. The Holy Grail of Immortality, Deuxis, was refined by the immortal Banyan Dragon. I wonder what it does. The Truth Magic Mirror is for knowledge management, the Tea Time Round Table is for organizational communication, and Excalibur is for the loyal management of the members. It was obvious that Sauron had created this series of special treasures to establish a transcendent organization. Initially, the ancient saint was the experimental subject of Sauron's grand plan to use the plane as an experimental field. These treasures should have been left behind for the former initial ancient saint. If the initial ancient saint's development went smoothly, he might have already established a bloodline path completely different from that of a wizard and established a powerful transcendent organization. However, he still failed, and these treasures became ownerless. It wasn't until this plane convergence that I accidentally discovered the entrance to the human world. These treasures are all mine. No, it should be said that these 4 treasures are fated with me. They should belong to me. Of course, I won't take Sauron's treasures for free. I have the proficiency panel. My research on the transcendent path of the bloodline that is different from that of wizards is above this world. I'll fulfill the dying wish of the initial ancient saint. To a certain extent, my goal of establishing the Dusk Holy Temple and the Twilight Knights is the same as Sauron's. After taking down the Mosasaurus Empire, Levi left the southern sea. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1105, Month of Flowers. Year 74 of the Great Expedition. Time passed quickly. Another 3 years passed. 3 years was a long time for the ancient Saint Plain. Especially for the crawlers. They had personally witnessed a brand new unified ancient Saint Empire ending the city-state secession and the situation of vassals standing tall on this continent in a supreme manner. The new country was called the Ancient Dragon Empire. Be it the feathered people who soared in the sky, the sea crawlers at the bottom of the sea, or the lizardmen on the continent, everyone was an ancient dragon descendant. They were one family. Including the feathered people and sea crawlers, there were a total of 24 ancient saint experts in the ancient Saint Empire. Among them, 20 ancient saint experts established the Empire Senior State Assembly. The Senior State Assembly was the highest authority in the ancient Dragon Empire. They jointly managed all the large and small city-states in this country. The city lords of all the city-states had to be responsible for the Senior State Assembly and would regularly go to the capital to report their duties and undergo assessments. The seats in the Senior State Assembly were not unchanged. If a new ancient saint was born, he could also join. However, he needed to head to the initial square and swear a divine sword oath under the statue of the initial ancient saint to declare his absolute loyalty to the initial ancient saint and the ancient dragon empire. The absolute ruler of the Senior State Assembly, the great dictator, was the initial ancient saint. He was also called Crimson Dragon Emperor by the Senior State Assembly and their subjects, Inferno Divine Emperor, Immortal, Master of the Ancient Saint, Messenger of the Holy Snake, Protector of the Inferno Throne. It was rumored that all the ancient saints of the Senior State Assembly were created by the initial ancient saint. They were the strongest warriors that he had used his powerful bloodline power to create. Currently, the Holy Snake was in a deep sleep, and no one knew when it would wake up. Therefore, they had absolute loyalty to the first ancient saint since the creation of the Holy Snake. Outside of the Senior State Assembly, the 4 Dragon Kings were independent of all the political structures of the ancient Dragon Empire and were only responsible for the initial ancient saints. They were like loyal angels of the Emperor, monitoring everything in the world. Whether it was the ancient saints of the Senior State Assembly or ordinary subjects, no evil could escape the Dragon King's eyes and would be brought to justice. The 4 Dragon Kings were the Feather Dragon King of the Yuntus Mountain Range, the Mosasaurus Dragon King of the Southern Sea Abyss, and the Winged Dragon King of the Ancient Dragon Continent. The last one was the human incarnation of the initial ancient saint. He had no name and called himself Nameless Ancient Saint. He walked alone on the ground and silently protected the citizens of the ancient Dragon Empire. It was rumored that the initial ancient saint treated every ancient saint and citizen equally. He was silent, had a stern appearance, was kind-hearted, hated evil, and was like a master and father. For thousands of years, the reason why he had never appeared from the legendary era until now was because he had inherited the will of the Holy Snake. To prevent the subjects of the ancient Dragon Empire from being troubled by the evil gods from beyond the heavens, he sat alone on his Inferno throne. With his powerful strength, he protected the fragile ancient Dragon Empire and fought against the evil gods. Only at a critical moment that concerned the life and death of the ancient Dragon Empire would the initial ancient saint rise from the Inferno throne and use the flaming sword in his hand, which was enough to destroy this world and turn his enemies into ashes. How selfless is this? How loyal is this? Praise the initial ancient saint, praise the Crimson Dragon Emperor. In Black Stripe City, Old Cain held a copy of the legend of the Crimson Dragon Emperor in his teary hand and told the little lizardmen below the stage the story of the initial ancient saint. I knew it. Initially, Ancient Saint Lord did not abandon us. Chapter 838, Legend of the Crimson Dragon Emperor, Praise the Emperor. 6. Praise the Emperor, praise the Lord of the Crawlers. It's our duty to revive the glory of the ancient saint. The young lizardmen spoke one after another, their hearts burning with passion. Old Cain's thoughts returned to the moment he first met Lord Nameless, the ancient saint, more than 10 years ago. Ever since the ancient Dragon Empire was established, Old Cain had never seen the incarnation of the initial ancient saint again. He knew that the Lord Initial Ancient Saint wanted to go to the Inferno throne again and use his powerful strength to resist the demons who were trying to invade the ancient Dragon Empire. Now, in the entire ancient Dragon Empire, ancient Saint Deist sanctums were established one after another, imparting the 8th version of the ancient saint Dharmic formulation that the initial ancient saint had modified. Apart from that, there was also a Chinook Academy established in the Indus area. Lizardmen with the Chinook talent had a chance to be chosen to go to the academy to cultivate the secret technique of spiritual power and master powerful Chinook spells. It was said that apart from being the strongest ancient saint, the initial ancient saint was also the strongest psionites in the world. In the entire ancient dragon empire, everything was developing in a good direction. It was thriving, and civilization was filled with vitality. And the mastermind behind all of this had already headed north, passing through the Indus mountain range that no one had ever crossed to explore the borders of this world. I didn't expect that to the north of the Indus mountain range was an endless desert. With the speed of the crimson netherworld sparrow, it flew for an entire day without flying out. On the back of a huge black bird with a wingspan of 100 feet, Levi sat cross-legged and looked at the monotonous scenery below. In the desert, not a single blade of grass grew, let alone rare medicinal herbs and plants. Occasionally, he would find some medicinal herbs with earth elemental power. However, the medicinal herbs here were far inferior to those in the ancient dragon continent. To Levi, they had no development value. Let's continue forward. I don't believe that this plain is endless. Even the endless sea has an end, Levi muttered to himself. After 3 years of intensive construction, the ancient dragon empire had successfully established a country and began to operate independently. He did not need to worry about anything else. Whether it was the 3 dragon kings or the ancient saints of the senior state assembly, they had all voluntarily sworn an oath of loyalty under Levi's Excalibur. All in all, with Excalibur's control, the chances of them betraying Levi were almost zero. Of course, Excalibur could only make them loyal. As for how well the country would be governed, that would depend on their ability. Levi was pessimistic about this. However, to him, the ancient dragon empire was also an experimental country. The most important reason why the ancient dragon empire was established was to gather the power of a country to help Levi develop and manage this plane. The ancient Saint Deist Sanctum and the Chinook Academy that he had established were partly to better collect medicinal herbs, mineral resources, and so on from this plane. On the other hand, it was also to nurture a transcendent power that belonged to him. At that time, everyone in the ancient dragon empire would be soldiers. If an enemy dared to invade this place, they would have to consider it carefully. He only needed to come back every once in a while to harvest some chives. At the same time, the population of the empire would be artificially controlled to prevent self-defeating actions that would deplete the resources of this dimension. The path of sustainable development was the foundation. A few days ago, Levi left the ancient dragon empire. After giving instructions, he headed north of the Indus mountain range, planning to make a groundbreaking geographical discovery. This desert can be called the Yellow Sand Sea. It will be incorporated into the textbooks of the ancient Saint Empire in the future. Levi muttered to himself. Suddenly, he looked down. In the sea of sand below, the earth churned and yellow sand filled the sky. An earthworm-like creature that stretched for 100 meters jumped out and bit at Levi. An unknown ancient beast. I can use you to test my current spell skills. Ancient beasts were slightly stronger than ancient saints. This ancient beast was covered in yellowish yellow scales, similar to burrowing worms. It opened its aberration-like mouth and spat out green poisonous breath. Levi did not dodge. The heavy water barrier surrounded his entire body. At the same time, blue electric arcs danced on his fingertips. Dense electric arcs instantly condensed into a lightning snake about 10 meters long. The third circle spell, Thunder Snake Technique. After 3 years of cultivation, thanks to the relatively rich elemental power in this ancient saint plane, Levi had already cultivated all the third circle spells that he had mastered other than innate spells to the maximum. Crackle, crackle. Electric currents exploded in the sky. Levi was protected by the heavy water barrier and the poisonous breath was blocked outside. Just as the worm monster bit Levi and the barrier, an electric current spread throughout its body, and a burnt smell filled the air. Its sharp teeth tried to bite the heavy water barrier into pieces, and creaking sounds could be heard. After enduring for 10 breaths, Levi's heavy water barrier force field finally shattered. Very good. Levi put away his experimental mentality. His golden scales spread out like a golden light protecting his body. He opened the mouth of the worm, and then his body expanded, forcefully cracking it. Seeing that Levi was not easy to deal with, the worm tried to escape, but Levi grabbed its tail. The indomitable giant dragon warrior grabbed the worm's tail and swung it up with a bang, throwing it to the ground. Yellow sand flew and sand dunes collapsed. After 10 times, the worm was on the verge of death. Levi's 5 dragons might poured out, and the worm finally submitted. He tested the bloodline and it was similar to what he had expected. This worm had the bloodline of the immortal Banyan dragon. It should be a ferocious beast that had mutated after Sauron killed the god and absorbed the blood of the forest king, Deuxis, who represented the earth. Its bloodline essence could refine a higher-grade golden snake secret medicine for Levi. In that case, I'll call you ground-drilling earthworm. In the future, go to Alice's ring to loosen the soil and fertilize it. Levi placed the ground-drilling earthworm into the ring and entered it with his consciousness. He realized that the current space in the ring seemed to be a little crowded. The transcendent creatures were too dense, and the elemental power inside was clearly not enough. Levi had to invest 1,000 ether stones every year to maintain the size of the space. However, as he collected more and more transcendent creatures and grew larger, this problem was still exposed. If I can restore the level of its 5th circle wizard tool, the space should be about the same. Levi shook his head. He couldn't do that at the moment. He continued forward for another day. The scenery in front of Levi finally changed. He smelled the sea and heard the surf. He followed the ocean and continued forward. 7 days later, Levi returned to the southern sea. It seems that this small plane is also a sphere similar to the planets in my previous life. The so-called land of darkness and crypts are similar to the universe and the planets inside. However, there is often a layer of crystal wall protecting these inhabited planets to prevent them from being corroded by the unknown strength of the land of darkness. Combined with the information Levi had learned from Mobius and the others, this plane was just a piece of territory under the Chaos Ancient Serpent. Whether it was the Ancient Serpent or the 4 ancient dragons, they were not natives of this plane. The natives of this world were actually those reptilian ferocious beasts that were similar to dinosaurs. After the Holy Snake's divine power descended, faith was gradually born. Levi guessed that after Sauron killed the gods, the corpses of the ancient dragons were devoured by these dinosaurs, and the ancient beasts were born. As for the crawlers, under Sauron's catalysis, they gradually gave birth to intelligent races. The initial ancient saint was born here. He obtained the treasure left behind by Sauron and obtained the ancient saint dharmic formulation. He imparted it to other crawlers, and the ancient saints were gradually born. After that, it was the current ancient saint empire. All of this was just an experiment of Sauron's plane civilization. Of the 4 treasures, there's only the most mysterious holy grail of immortality left. I'll leave it for the ancient dragon empire to slowly search for. Anyway, I've already left behind the emperor's decree. Anyone who finds the holy grail can become the 5th dragon king under the emperor. Perhaps in the future, there will be a few holy grail wars or holy grail voyages here, Levi complained in his heart. After solving his doubts, Levi returned to the temple altar. This place was covered by an array to prevent the lizardmen from entering by mistake. It was the same at the exit of the human world. The guard Bo gang was still sleeping. Levi woke him up and gave him some potions to assist in his cultivation as a reward. Then, he left in a hurry. After all these years of cultivation, his dream dragon breathing technique was about to reach its maximum. Next, he could fuse with the sky nightmare breathing technique. The embryonic form of the 6th perception dimension's breathing technique was about to be established. Chapter 839, Nightmare Dragon 1. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1105, Month of Winter. At the end of the new year, the human world also became more unstable. In the territory of the Gaia Kingdom, which was adjacent to the Peacock Kingdom, there was a city that had been abandoned because of the plague and war. A mysterious figure who called herself Madame Ghost established the kingdom of evil spirits in the human world here. The area within 1,000 miles turned into a restricted area. Ghosts and evil spirits grew inside, and even grand knights would die if they entered. After the Church of Earth sent the saints to crusade but to no avail, it was said that Saint Teresa personally went there. The outcome was unknown. In short, the Spectre Kingdom still existed. There were rumors that Madame Ghost had used countless ghosts and evil spirits to refine a terrifying evil spirit. Even saints could not defeat it and could only acquiesce to Madame Ghost's existence. This rumor was vehemently denied by the Church of Earth. There was no enemy that saints couldn't defeat. But what was the explanation for the kingdom of ghosts that existed in the human world? Of course, to ordinary people, if the church said no, then there was no. If there was no. The other countries were not much better than the Gaia kingdom. For example, in the Molten Kingdom's Skyfire City, someone saw an incomparably majestic god in the night sky. A flaming red bird with wings that blotted out the sky was battling an old man whose entire body seemed to be formed from inextinguishable flames. Under the illumination of the flames, the night was as bright as day. The entire Skyfire City was enveloped in a white barrier of light. Later on, someone insider revealed that the Firebird was the culprit who caused the Tuva Empire to experience the fire and drought some time ago. After he was defeated by the Storm Saint Groudon, he escaped without a trace and reappeared in the Molten Kingdom, trying to steal a sealing sacred object of the Church of Eternity in Skyfire City. It was rumored that there was an inextinguishable wisp of divine fire in the sealing sacred object. This was the most important sacred object of the Church of Eternity. After that battle, the Church of Eternity entered a state of martial law and searched the world for the Crimson Flame Firebird. Unfortunately, the Crimson Flame Firebird had vanished without a trace. There were countless things in the human world, and they were complicated. Every day, new changes were happening. Constellation Empire. The Church of the Stars, Falling Stars, Divine Mountain. The night here was filled with stars, fireflies dotted the wilderness, and insects chirped, making it even quieter. The color was like the starry sky of the Church of the Stars. At the highest point of the church, on the dome of the Gothic-style building in the center, a young girl who wore a starry gauze dress, had delicate features and looked very comfortable, was currently sitting lazily here. She hugged her knees and looked up at the starry sky. Cultivation is boring. The human world is getting more and more exciting. Estella absorbed the power of the stars. I wonder how strong that old man Groudon is now. Could he have broken through again? I can't be left too far behind by others. Also, I don't know where that strange person from before went. Could it be that he's hiding in the wizard world and doesn't dare to come back? What happened to working together? Previously, Estella had also gone to the island where she had seen the strange person. However, other than some nights, she did not see the strange person, so she left. Judging from the night organization established by the strange man, he was ambitious and had such strength. This made Estella look forward to working with him even more. After all, it was better to cooperate with a secret organization established by a mortal than with those competitive peers with ulterior motives. Among the 7 gods, the Lord of the Stars was the most unique. He had no faction, no allies, and was mysterious. Unlike the Heavenly Father and the Mother of Earth, who were always on the same side and could be said to be an adulterous couple from the astral world. I wonder how long the mortal barrier can last. Sigh, why are there so many troublesome things in this world? Estella murmured. Unknowingly, she was lying on her side on the dome, asleep under the starry night. On Dusk Island, in the Extreme Path Palace. Inside Levi's body, the sky nightmare that looked like a black fog was mutating and fusing with a 7-colored fog-like dragon. This fog-like dragon was Levi's dream dragon seed. Seconds ticked by. When the final fusion was completed, the original sky nightmare and dream dragon had already disappeared. In their place was a black dragon that was as black as ink. Its dragon wings were shattered and it emitted a terrifying aura. The dragon's eyes were indifferent, as if they contained a strange world of red and black. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Nightmare Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 12, 1/400,000. Special Effect, Nightmare Perception, Level 4, Danger Perception, Nightmare Traveler, Heavenly Wind Heart. Other than Danger Perception and Heavenly Wind Heart that did not change, Levi's original Level 3 Intuition had advanced to Level 4 Nightmare Perception, while Nightmare Walker had advanced to Nightmare Traveler. Compared to Intuition, Nightmare Perception added the 6th sense, the heart sense, to his original 5 senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Heart sense could see through illusions and nightmare spells. Unless one's realm was much higher than Levi's, ordinary illusions could not confuse them. If I had such a special effect when I entered the Dreamland Steeple secret realm, then no matter how strong the man-faced spider is, its illusion ability shouldn't be able to affect me. Chapter 840, Nightmare Dragon. 2. Levi recalled the last time he went to the secret realm and was played by that damned man-faced spider. As for the second Nightmare Traveler, it added another function to the original Nightmare Walker. Nightmare Traveler, the blood of the Nightmare Dragon in your body gives you the ability to enter the nightmare world. You can enter any main material plane by consuming the power of the Nightmare Dragon. You can also enter through the nightmare of others and use the power of the Nightmare Dragon to condense a nightmare incarnation. Use the power of the Nightmare Dragon to enter. You will be randomly sent to a certain place in the nightmare world. You will enter through someone else's nightmare and appear in a nightmare land related to their nightmare. The items you obtain in the nightmare world can be brought out by consuming the Nightmare Dragon's power. You can also find the nodes of the nightmare world in the main material plane and bring them out. As a nightmare traveler, your death in the nightmare world will not lead to death in the real world. After the Nightmare Dragon's power is exhausted, your consciousness will leave the nightmare world and return to the main material plane. Looking at the introduction of the special effect, Levi's expression was solemn. Nightmare world. This world was the most dangerous and terrifying world Levi had ever come into contact with. Even if the proficiency panel told him that it was not dangerous, Levi did not want to try it easily. The Dreamland Steeple had entered the Dreamland Steeple through the hallucinatory potion that he had developed and then disappeared into thin air. Perhaps once or twice wouldn't be a problem, but walking on the edge of the nightmare world and the real world for a long time would sooner or later lead him into a nightmare forever. The man-faced spider is in the nightmare world. It should be an overlord of that world. However, at the level of the man-faced spider, it's definitely not the true top level of the nightmare world. There are existences even more terrifying than the man-faced spider, such as the Sky Demon and the Dream Dragon. According to the Dreamland Steeple's research, the nightmare world was the main spiritual plane on par with the astral world and the underworld. If the astral world was a world formed by the faith and spirit projection of all living beings, it was very likely that the nightmare world was a distorted world refracted by the nightmare and fear hidden in the hearts of all living beings. Over there, everything was chaotic and unreasonable. Many laws of the main material plane might not be adapted to it, and even spells might not be able to be used. The monsters hidden in the living nightmares also appeared in the nightmare world to absorb the power of fear to strengthen themselves. After experiencing the last secret realm, Levi was certain that the Ashen world should be a world corroded by the nightmare world. In this world, there were some similarities with the nightmare world, such as frenzied death and distorted map of reality. It was as if this world was being assimilated by the nightmare world. Levi sighed. Although there might be some opportunities, resources, treasures, and so on in the nightmare world, he was not ready to enter yet. No matter what, ordinary illusions will be useless to me in the future. This is also a good thing. However, it seems that other than the School of Dreams, the other schools rarely use illusion attacks. He did not want to think about the nightmare. Levi walked out of the Extreme Path Palace. Today was the Oath Conference. When the Vice Commander, the Blood Knight, saw Levi coming out of seclusion, he said seriously, "Commander, all the official members of the Dusk Knights and the apprentice members of the Dusk Holy Temple are here." In front of Levi, on the square of the Dusk Holy Temple, there were many curious and expectant figures. They were all staring at the tall middle-aged knight in golden armor in front of them. His face was resolute, and his bearing was extraordinary. His strong muscles were like the body of a god in a statue. "This is a supreme knight." "That's right. This is the master of the Dusk Holy Temple, the leader of the Twilight Knights. It's said that he's already more than 100 years old. What a powerful aura. In front of him, I feel like a grand knight is just an ant." Levi looked at these young faces and remembered that he used to be one of them. Without another word, he took out Excalibur and stabbed it into the floor in front of him. At this moment, the entire island seemed to tremble a little. Many trainee members exclaimed. Then, Levi's powerful aura swept across Dusk Island. His eyes were like torches, and his voice was deafening. "Everyone, a storm is brewing in the mortal world. Our Dusk Holy Temple can't just sit and wait for death. To strengthen our cohesion, I hope that everyone will swear with me in front of this sword today. This oath concerns your future. From now on, your fate will be firmly tied to our Dusk Holy Temple. We will be bound together for good or ill. The following path will be extremely difficult and winding. If you want to give up, you can leave now. We will wash away all the memories of your life and cultivation in the Dusk Holy Temple. You will be sent back to the human world and return to your mortal life day after day. You will continue to be that ignorant little noble." After saying that, Levi looked at the trainee members. Some people seemed to feel that this oath would be extraordinary, and their hearts moved slightly. "Commander, I want to quit. Me too. One after another, some people began to raise their hands and withdraw. The Blood Knight selected these people and looked disappointed. Chapter 841, Nightmare Dragon. 3. Levi was as calm as an ancient well. When there were too many people, there would be a mix of good and bad. This was all within his expectations. Therefore, the core of his future would always be the 18 Twilight Cavalry, which focused on the Twilight Round Table. These trainee members were mainly prepared to nurture the 18 Twilight Cavalry. Their willpower, loyalty, perseverance, and goals were all uneven, so it was very normal for someone to withdraw. In the end, out of the 240 members, only 200 remained. Levi asked the Blood Knight to bring the 40 people away. After that, he would use the memory spell to erase all their memories of the Twilight Knights. Very good. The people standing here will become companions of the knights. Are you ready? Levi asked loudly. I'm ready. Kelvin Silver Mountain, who was already a peak Grand Knight and only one step away from becoming a legendary knight, shouted excitedly in the crowd. After that, more and more knights let out deafening sounds. We're ready. Then, these knights stabbed their knights' swords into the ground. Levi nodded. His expression was resolute as he placed his hand on the sword in front of him and swore, "Eternal Night is coming." The Knight's Oath contained many loyalty obligations that the members of the Knights had to fulfill to the organization. These were all adapted by Levi into an Oath of the Night's Watch in a fantasy movie in his previous life. With such an oath as a constraint, these members who stayed in the Dusk Holy Temple basically wouldn't have any traitors. Unless one of them had a cultivation level that surpassed Levi, but that definitely wouldn't appear. Even Levi himself had made an oath. However, this organization belonged to him. To him, it was naturally not difficult to abide by the oath. After swearing, the shadow of Excalibur stood in the sky above the Dusk Holy Temple. Then, it entered the bodies of all the members. At this moment, the close connection between them and the Dusk Holy Temple was finally established. Levi didn't need these people to worship him. He only needed them to be loyal to the Dusk Holy Temple and never betray him. On that point, the humans were not as easy to fool as the crawlers of the ancient Dragon Empire. After all, these knights had different cultures and beliefs. As for the crawlers, they basically believed in the initial ancient saint and the holy snake. With this natural faith, it was very convenient for Levi to control them. In the following period of time, Levi personally taught some knight apprentices in the Dusk Holy Temple to cultivate. He came from the group and went deep into the group. While maintaining his supreme dignity, he also left behind a good image of being close to the people. Under the combination of grace and power, the operations of the Twilight Knights gradually embarked on the path of standardization, and integration. After that, with the Truth Magic Mirror as the core, the knowledge management system was gradually perfected. The Dawn Holy Temple, which could be issued missions and exchanged for resources, was also established one after another. In the Dawn Holy Temple, members could exchange cultivation resources and secret medicine materials with each other. They could also exchange them directly at the Dawn Holy Temple at the corresponding price, or accept the mission reward of the Holy Temple and exchange them with labor. After that, Levi handed over the entrance to the ancient Saint Plane and the way to enter the array to the official members of the Knights. Next, these official members would bring the trainee members into the ancient Saint Plane in batches to train and search for resources. Of course, Levi had also informed the Senior State Assembly of the ancient Dragon Empire in advance. It was said that in the future, a group of believers of the initial ancient saint would come to the ancient Dragon Empire to train. The two sides were brothers. If they met, there must be no friction. As for the ferocious beasts, Levi was helpless. This was also the reason why he did not dare to throw all his team members into the ancient Saint Plane. Other than the official members, most of the ordinary members were only ordinary knights. With the cultivation of a Grand Knight, they could not fight back against the powerful ferocious beasts on the ancient Saint Plane. If they did not adapt to it, they would be thrown into it directly. It would be good if 1/10 of them survived. He was a member of a training organization, not a PUBG player. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1106, Month of Beginning. Storm City. Shining Tavern. Levi was alone, savoring the snow beer. He listened to the bard on the stage recount the legendary story of the Snowflake Knight. At the end of the story, Levi the drummer applauded. May everyone have the same courage as the snowflake knights. The bard said happily. After being nostalgic at the Shining Tavern, he asked around for more information. Just as Levi was about to leave, a fat noble in luxurious clothes suddenly came to Levi's side. What can I do for you? Levi didn't know this fatty. He must be the owner of Shining Tavern. Sir, our boss wants to see you. It's not me. I'm referring to the big bosses of all the Shining Taverns, the fatty said softly. Initially, he thought that Levi was just an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, the big boss who happened to be working here could tell at a glance that Levi was not an ordinary person. The big boss wanted to see it for himself, so he asked the fat noble to invite Levi. Levi smiled and said, "Sure, lead the way." He also wanted to know who was the mastermind behind Shining Tavern, which had such deep roots in the mortal world and was comparable to the church. Chapter 842, Nightmare Dragon. 4. Led by the fat nobleman, Levi went all the way to the backstage of the tavern. In an ordinary-looking makeup room, a beautiful noblewoman was combing her hair in front of the mirror. She was wearing an aristocratic dress that was as hot as fire. There were hand-embroidered roses on it, making her look gorgeous. Levi used perception and realized that the other party should be an ordinary person. There was nothing special about her. "Please wait a moment, Your Excellency." The noblewoman raised her corset in front of the mirror and propped up her breasts, revealing an enchanting sight. Levi was deep in thought. He stood there and waited quietly. "You're a wizard, right?" The noblewoman smiled like a flower and looked straight at Levi. "Interesting, how could you tell?" "You're just an ordinary person," Levi said. Upon hearing that, the noblewoman burst out laughing. "Sir, do you really think that ordinary people can become the masters of so many Shining Taverns?" The noblewoman smiled and said, "When I was in charge of this tavern, even 100 Flowers wasn't born yet." Hearing this, Levi's heart changed slightly. "You're a wizard." The noblewoman released a trace of spiritual force fluctuation. After sensing this vast spiritual force, Levi was shocked. The person in front of him should be at least a 5th circle wizard. Levi had also come into contact with 4th circle wizards before, and Levi felt that he was far inferior to this one. The boss of Shining Tavern was actually a 5th circle wizard. No wonder she could stand tall in the human world for so long. "Senior, please forgive me. I'm too weak to tell that you're a wizard," Levi said. In front of a 5th circle wizard, he should show some respect. Although from danger perception, this person had no ill intentions towards him. "It's not your fault. The elemental power in the human world is thin. Most of the time, I use a secret technique to seal the cultivation of a wizard to prevent it from decreasing. As time passes, I feel like an ordinary person," she said. Levi thought to himself that he was indeed inexperienced. There was such a secret technique in the wizard world. From the looks of it, there were probably many wizards hiding in the human world. These old things were all hiding in the city and watching the changes in the world from an outsider's perspective. He remembered that the Madam Ghost who appeared in the Gaia Kingdom some time ago should also be a powerful wizard. With the sharpness of wizards, they had probably long sensed that the convergence of the heavenly spheres and the dark wave revival were about to happen. Perhaps some wizard organizations had already secretly started plotting in the human world. It was just that he was too weak previously and could not come into contact with the world of these big shots. "You don't have to worry. I don't have any ill intentions. It's just that I passed by this Shining Tavern today and realized that you're a little special, so I specially called you over for a chat," the noblewoman said with a smile. "I'm just a wild wizard forced to stay in the human world because of the war. What's so special about me?" Levi smiled bitterly. "Because you're not only a wizard, you're also a legendary knight. I've been running the Shining Tavern for 500 years. Other than the Lionheart Knight who's been around for a long time, I've seen a Golden Knight among the 7 Shining Knights. I've also come into contact with the Thousand-Faced Knight, but I don't like him. I even personally sent the Flower Knight to the wizard world and witnessed her as a little girl rise like a comet and become a primordial soul wizard." The noblewoman drank her wine and casually told stories that were enough to be a legend to outsiders. Levi could understand her state of mind. He was only 100 years old, but he had witnessed so many changes in the human world, let alone an old monster who was 500 years old. "After saying so much, I still don't know your name," Levi asked. "Me? In the human world, my employees like to call me Lady Rosa. In the wizard world, I'm Rosa Witch. Rosa Witch. If I remember correctly, this is one of the 24 flowers under the Flower Witch, right? That's right. I'm considered the guide of the Flower Knight. After she reached the primordial soul realm, I took the initiative to join the 24 flowers. I've been running this shining tavern. It's interesting to witness the rise and fall of the family and the destruction of the dynasty in the human world, said the Rose Witch. Speaking of which, I've met the Whitewater Witch, the Violet Witch, and the Rose Witch once. Our relationship is quite good. Now that I've met you two, it's wonderful, Levi said with a smile. Whitewater died some time ago. I have her soul token here. It's broken. The Rose Witch took out a token engraved with the image of White Narcissus and said in a low voice. Levi's expression changed as he asked, Senior, do you know the reason? He already had an answer in his heart. There was a high chance that it had something to do with the nightmare world. I'm not sure either. I've been in the human world for a long time. Coupled with the effects of the war, the passage was closed, and my connection with the other witches was cut off, said the Rosa Witch. Senior, you didn't look for me just to chat, right? Levi asked. I want to know your legendary name. I've heard of all the new legends in the world, but I know nothing about you. That's why I'm curious, said the Rosa Witch. Chapter 843, Nightmare Dragon. 5. I don't have a legendary title, compared to being praised by others, I prefer a quiet life. Then you have quite a personality. I thought that knights were a bunch of people who liked to be in the limelight and wanted to make a name for themselves. However, a great era is about to arrive, and everyone will be forced to make changes. I'm looking for you today to find some allies. I don't think you're old, but you already are in the third circle realm and are a legendary knight. Your future achievements might not be any less than 100 blossoms. It's good to get to know you in advance. Ha ha ha. You are quite direct. Levi smiled. Also, there's something else I'm looking for you for. Senior, please speak. I wonder if you've heard of the flame divine bird attacking the Church of Eternity. I've heard of it. Levi's heart skipped a beat. That flame divine bird was obviously the fire elemental spirit, and Levi had accidentally brought it here. The Church of Eternity is currently searching for traces of the flame divine bird. I've relied on the information from the Shining Tavern to roughly know where it went, but we're still short of manpower. It's too difficult to find a wild wizard with good cultivation in the human world. A third circle wizard like you is rare, so I've invited a few wizards to meet the flame divine bird together. Senior, I am only a third circle wizard. My strength is low. That flame divine bird can defeat a saint. Its strength is probably far greater than ours. Don't worry. According to my estimation, the flame divine bird should only be at the 5th circle, about the same as me. The elemental power in the human world is thin, so neither it nor I can unleash 100% of our strength. Therefore, I found a 4th circle body refining wizard who is less affected by elemental power and is cultivating in seclusion in the human world. There is also an array wizard. The three of us can trap it for a moment. As for you and your cultivation, it's relatively low, so it's difficult to fight the flame divine bird head-on. Therefore, your mission is to lure it into the array that we've set up. I'll give you a one-time spell scroll so that you won't be caught by the flame divine bird and will be safe. Moreover, my goal is not the flame divine bird, but the sealing sacred object that it stole. After the matter is done, I can give you a corresponding reward according to your contribution. I have been in the wizard world and the human world for hundreds of years, and I have accumulated some good things. As a third circle wizard, you should not have prepared the breakthrough potion to advance to the 4th circle, right? I have a potion formula here. If you help me, I don't mind giving you this formula. When the time comes, whether you sell it for money or find someone to help you refine it, it will be very good. If you don't need the formula, I have some idle third circle magic tools here. These should be a rare treasure for wild wizards who cultivate in the human world. After Rosa Witch finished speaking, she waved her hand, and streaks of light appeared in front of Levi. There were 5 wizard tools of different shapes and sizes, and it was obvious that they were extraordinary. It seemed that there were defensive and offensive ones, and there were all kinds of them. Levi glanced at these wizard tools and felt that they were all average, not even comparable to the great black sky curtain. I want to ask, what's the name of the formula? He asked after some thought. His current spiritual force was 160 points. He was only 40 points away from reaching the upper limit of a third circle wizard. He indeed needed to prepare a breakthrough potion. Succubus blush murmur, said Rosa Witch. Levi nodded. He had indeed heard of this potion in a book, but it was a pity that the recipe and refining method were not recorded in it. Judging from the name, there was a high chance that the main ingredient was a succubus. He did not know anything else. It seemed that Rosa Witch was not lying to him. In fact, there were some breakthrough potion formulas in the Truth Magic Mirror. Unfortunately, they were all outdated knowledge. Many of the ancient herbs recorded in it had long gone extinct after hundreds of thousands of consumption. They were quite useless. If he wanted to find the corresponding substitute through experiments and research, the difficulty would be similar to the purification elixir. Therefore, modern potions like the succubus potion were what Levi needed. Senior, let me think about it, Levi said. Yes, it's best if you give me an answer within 7 days. If you delay, things will change. If the flame divine bird is found by the saint of the Church of Eternity, our plan will be ruined, said Rosa Witch. Before Rosa Witch left, she gave Levi a keepsake made of rose petals. Levi could use this to communicate with the Rose Witch. As expected of a fifth circle wizard. Their methods are indeed different. Most low-level wizards still have to rely on traditional messengers to contact them. Levi sighed. The formula for the succubus potion is indeed what I need. Rosa Witch has already known I would give in. No one can resist such a temptation. 7 days later, in the Shining Tavern in Storm City. Rosa Witch smiled when she saw Levi's figure. You came after all, she said. Levi nodded. He noticed that there were 2 wizards beside Rosa Witch. One of them looked old and had white hair. He looked like an ordinary mortal old man with a kind expression. The other was standing straight and wearing knight armor. He must be the 4-circle body refining wizard. He looked at Levi with a cold expression. Chapter 844, Nightmare Dragon. 6. These were all old things hidden in the human world. This is Wizard Levi, a wild wizard in the human world with a 3rd circle cultivation level. He's in charge of completing the mission to lure the flame divine bird, the Rosa Witch said. Levi, this armored wizard is Barzan. Even in the wizard world, he's a rather rare 4th circle body refining wizard. The other one is Master Erlove, an array wizard that I admire. He's very knowledgeable. Senior Rosa, you flatter me. I only have a superficial understanding of arrays, Master Erlove explained with a bitter smile. Although Rosa Witch was a 5th circle wizard, she had lived in the human world for a long time and interacted with some mortals all day long, so she did not put on airs. Greetings, seniors. Since his realm was inferior, Levi naturally had to be polite. Senior Rosa, 3rd circle cultivation level, is a little low, the wizard Barzan said in a low voice. It can't be helped. Time is limited. This is the human world, not the wizard world. 3rd circle cultivators are already rare, said the Rosa Witch. I don't think it's a big deal. Anyway, this little guy only needs to lure the flame divine bird, Wizard Erlove said. Alright, I'm just being kind. After all, we have to face a 5th circle. I feel that Madame Ghost is more suitable, Barzan said. Madame Ghost. She has a strange personality. I don't like to deal with her. It's said that the force behind her is a high-level wizard organization in the realm of hell. I'm afraid she came prepared this time, said the Rosa Witch. Levi listened to the conversation about these old things. It seemed that they had known each other for a long time. He could not help but be even more vigilant and pay attention to the changes in his sense of danger. After completing the luring mission, there will be nothing for me to do, right? Levi asked. Well, you can just find a safe place when the time comes. The 3 of us have to preside over a 4th circle array, Wizard Erlove said. After talking about some things to take note of, the 4 of them left the tavern and found a deserted place. Everyone used their flying skills and headed towards their destination. The flame divine bird is overseas. I found it in an underwater volcano, said the Rosa Witch. Levi wondered if the spatial passageway to the wizard world had been discovered. After all, other than him, the fire elemental spirit also knew about this entrance. However, after the fire element left, Levi used an array to hide the island. If it was not a wizard, Levi felt that it might not be able to find the entrance. 5 days later, they arrived at an outer sea region that was extremely far away from the Seven Kingdoms continent. This was not the sub-dimensional portal node. This made him heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that the array had worked. He could sense that the elemental power here seemed to be much richer than on the continent. It was almost half of the wizard world's outer sea region. This meant that the level of the dark wave revival had deepened. Then, they landed on a small island. On the island, there was a natural cave with a complicated hidden array outside. This is also an overseas stronghold of Shining Tavern. However, the ones guarding this place are some apprentices I took in from the human world. A month ago, they saw a flame divine bird descend from the sky and land in the sea in front of them. It never came out again, said the Rosa Witch. Not long after, a few wizards who were only apprentices hurriedly came out. Is the flame divine bird still around? Yes, 2 days ago, I saw white pillars of smoke rising from the distant sea, and the wails of the divine birds. Rosa Witch nodded. Leave this island first. We need to set up an array here to trap the flame divine bird, said the Rosa Witch. Will do. After these people left, Erlov flew into the sky and observed the island's terrain, magnetic field, elemental power, and so on. This was also Levi's first time seeing a fourth circle array wizard cast a spell, so he watched attentively from the side. I'll need 3 days to set up the array. Please help me, Senior Rosa and Sir Barzan, Erlov said. I'll listen to you, Master. The Rosa Witch smiled. A 5th circle wizard and 2 4th circle wizards began to get busy. Levi saw some longsword-like array items flying out in front of Erlov. He chanted, and the longswords shone with white light and entered the island. 2 days later, Erlov's face was a little pale. He quickly took a potion to recover his spiritual force and spell power. Damn it, we're almost there, Erlov said as he looked at Rosa Witch and Barzan, who had already set up arrays in their respective directions. Erlov? What's wrong? The Rosa Witch asked anxiously. The magnetic field here is a little difficult to control. It's different from the place where we practiced previously. I still need a wizard to help me complete the array. Erlov, why didn't you say something so important earlier? Barzan's expression turned cold. He wondered why this old thing had dropped the ball at such a critical moment. Other than the 3 of them, Levi was the only one present. Hence, they all turned to look at Levi. Seniors, I'm weak. Please don't blame me if anything goes wrong because of me. Levi's expression changed and he hurriedly said. Stop talking and come quickly. Barzan urged. Chapter 845, Nightmare Dragon. 7. Levi, give it a try. If it really doesn't work, we'll try again another day. The Rosa Witch was worried, apparently worried that the flame divine bird would fly away. Levi seemed to have braced himself to go on stage. Erlov explained the key points and precautions to him. Do you understand me? He asked. Understood. I guess, Levi said without much confidence. Sigh, go ahead. Just do your best, Erlov said helplessly. It was obvious that he did not have high expectations for Levi. Thank you, Senior. I'll do my best. Levi joined in. Although his cultivation level was low, he was a 2nd circle array wizard after all. Therefore, during these few days of observation, he had already discovered some problems. However, he did not want to be too high profile, so he did not take the initiative to mention it. He frowned and sweat seeped out. He looked nervous as he carefully set up his array module. Erlov and the Rosa Witch's hearts were in their throats. 3 days later, Erlov wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and looked at Levi with an approving smile after the array was set up. This little fellow seems to know some knowledge about arrays, right? I only know a little. I can't say that I understand anything in front of you. Levi drank some potions and smiled. I'm impressed. The Rosa Witch was also sweating profusely. She looked at Levi. This little guy had given her too many surprises. Let's take a break and start quickly. Things might change if we delay, Barzan said. Half a day later, everyone's condition reached its peak. The Rosa Witch handed a one-time spell scroll with flowers engraved on it to Levi. This is the flower withering scroll. There is a 5th circle spell that is solidified. After tearing it open, you will temporarily obtain the speed of a 5th circle wizard. At that time, you can just fly over here. With your vigilance, you will definitely be fine, said the Rosa Witch. Will do. After obtaining the scroll, Levi did not waste any time and immediately flew towards the distant sea. Even without this scroll, he could still rely on Scarlet Escape to save his life. However, there was no need to expose his trump card. After a while, Levi arrived at a boiling sea. White gas formed a thick layer of clouds in the sky. He noticed that below the sea, there was a huge flaming bird. At this moment, it was crawling among the volcanoes below. It seemed to be in pain. In its translucent body, there was an ancient oil lamp. At the wick of the lamp, there was a wisp of golden flames burning. It's trying to refine the flames in the ceiling sacred object. It seems to have reached a critical moment, so much so that it ignored me when I approached it. Levi was shocked. I can finally take revenge. You've harmed me. He hurriedly activated his spells and attacked the flaming bird. The huge bird that usually chased after him ignored him. Looks like it wasn't hurt enough. My third circle spells are just tickling in front of it. Levi's most powerful spell was Fire Dragon Tribulation. Unfortunately, the fire element resistance of this big bird was stronger than Levi's. Levi took out the Crimson Dragon Slash and slashed. Wrapped in flames, the grayish-white sword energy that could annihilate everything swept over. The flaming bird let out a wail. The sword finally made the flaming bird move. At the critical moment of refining, it originally didn't want to care about this ant in front of it, but this guy refused to let it go. It was furious. The next moment, the seawater exploded, and terrifying flames rushed into the sky. The fire element looked at Levi angrily and let out a clear cry like a young phoenix. Good boy, let's go. Levi sensed this terrifying aura and immediately tore open the scroll. Countless flower petals appeared around his body. They were colorful and competing with each other. The fragrance assaulted his nose. In the next moment, he flew towards the island in front of him under the protection of the petals. Before long, he arrived at the island at the speed of a fifth circle cultivator. The flaming bird behind him also caught up. After the huge bird entered the sky above the array range, countless longswords connected heaven and earth around the island, forming a prison that emitted a dense sword aura. The fourth circle array sword prison. Take your formula. You have nothing to do from now on. I have to focus on dealing with the flame divine bird and have no time to care about you. The Rosa Witch came and a slate fell into Levi's hands. Thank you, Senior. Levi took a look and saw that it was indeed the succubus potion formula. He was overjoyed and quickly left. He found a place to hide and watched the battle from afar. Once he got the formula, he would make a profit. After that, everything would have nothing to do with him. However, he still wanted to take this opportunity to witness the battle of the fifth circle and see what happened to the flame divine bird. If the other party escaped with serious injuries, he could still take advantage of it and subdue it with the Scarlet Contract. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a level 5 fire elemental spirit? The contract slot that was previously used on the Golden Feathers King had been removed by Levi and replaced by Excalibur. The terrifying battle and the power of the fourth circle array were displayed without reservation. There was no need to mention the Rosa Witch. Every move she made was a powerful ocean faction spell that countered the fire element. That's because the elemental power is so thin that it can't exert its full power. Thunder Spear of the Thunder Dragon family is only stronger than the Rosa Witch. As for Barzan, his entire body was flickering with golden runes, as if his body was made of metal. He was invulnerable to fire and water, invulnerable to swords and spears, and was equally extraordinary. It feels like a rare body refining wizard from the Bronze School, emitting rich metal elemental power. Barzan is not simple either. Wizard Erlove, on the other hand, was working on the array with all his might. His longsword kept piercing through the body of the fire element, making it wail. Everyone, do your best. This guy is about to die, said the Rosa Witch. However, in the next moment, her expression changed drastically. Under all kinds of attacks, the fire elemental spirit turned into an egg-shaped ball. The surface of the ball was filled with cracks, and terrifying flames emerged. Bang! The sphere exploded. Shockwaves swept out. The fourth circle array was destroyed on the spot. Erlove spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked dispirited. Self-destruct. Barzan's golden body was also shattered. Blood flowed out, and his spells dimmed. Only the Rosa Witch was slightly better, but she looked terrible. The moment the array shattered, a smaller mini-flame divine bird turned into a streak of light and fled with the ceiling sacred object. What's going on? We can't beat them 3 against 1. Why is this fire element so strong? Levi muttered, ready to retreat at any time. He saw Rosa Witch and the others quickly chasing in the direction of the fire element, obviously not wanting to give up so easily. Forget it, I won't watch the show. I just need to get the formula. I can't be too greedy. Levi immediately chose to leave. At the same time, on the distant sea surface, a pillar of flames suddenly rushed up. The golden flames seemed to have ignited the sky. Levi turned around and saw a shocking scene. The golden flames seemed to cling to an invisible curtain, burning continuously. They grew larger and larger, and a huge gap began to appear in the curtain. Through this pitch-black gap, Levi saw a deep and dark world. The sky there was in tatters and the ground there was devastated like scorched earth. Levi hurriedly turned around and flew in the direction of the continent. Although he did not know what was going on, danger perception told him that it might be dangerous to continue staying here. In the distant Seven Kingdoms continent, Tuva Empire. On the peak of a divine mountain that stood tall in the sea, surrounded by lightning and hurricanes. This was the holy land of the Church of Storms, Storm Mountain. A middle-aged man wearing a purple royal robe and a storm crown stood at the top of the storm church, looking into the depths of the outer sea region. The mortal barrier broke. It's much faster than I expected. Chapter 846, Emperor's Wrath. 1. The moment Storm Saint Groudon sensed that the mortal barrier was about to shatter. In the Seven Kingdoms continent, Estella, the black-veiled girl in the Church of Stars, Dragon, the dignified young man in the Dragon King Mountain, and the saints relying on their special strength, all of them perceived and felt this. In Heavenly Mountain, Yelin frowned. The saint had never seen the saint in this state. He asked, "Saint, what's the matter?" "The mortal barrier has been broken. You should immediately go to the Church of Earth and inform Mother Terry to prepare to join forces. The Seven Kingdoms continent will be in great turmoil soon. According to my calculations, it shouldn't be broken so quickly. This dark turmoil is too sudden," said Yelin. The saint's expression changed, and 6 wings of light spread out behind him. "I'll go now." Looking at the saint's disappearing figure, Yelin closed his eyes. From the appearance of the giant flaming bird to the sudden shattering of the mortal barrier, all of this had happened so suddenly that it did not conform to the development pattern of the Dark Wave revival. Could it be that there is a mastermind behind all of this? No matter what, we have to prepare for the worst. Yelin sighed inwardly. The worst-case scenario he mentioned was that the foundation of the Church of Holy Light's faith in Nora would be completely gone. From then on, the Heavenly Father would lack an important place of faith. In the outer sea region, the Rose Witch hovered in front of the invisible curtain, looking at the burning golden flames with a solemn expression. Balzan and Erlov also had ugly expressions. That flaming divine bird flew to the other side. "Damn it!" Barzan cursed. "That flaming divine bird is no longer important. It knows that we want to take the divine fire from its body, so after it hit the barrier and was bounced back, it chose to burn the divine fire and try to escape." Unexpectedly, when the divine fire encountered the barrier, it was as if it had encountered fuel and quickly burned. "Speaking of which, we seem to have caused a big mess," Erlov said slowly. "This is not an ordinary barrier. This is the mortal barrier." Back then, the gods and the wizard civilization led by Sauron had an earth-shattering divine war. In that battle, the gods had used up the divine power source they had accumulated over countless years to forcefully project their strength from the astral world onto Nola. That was the true god's incarnation, and you could understand it as the god of the earth. It was not something that the current saint's incarnation could compare to. In addition, the angels under the gods also relied on the astral world opened by the gods to descend on Nora. That was the first bloody battle that the wizard civilization had experienced. After that battle, the ancient continental plates shattered, and as the oceans drifted, the crystal walls of the Nora plains were riddled with holes. More than half of the creatures were extinct, and it could be said to be the largest extinction event in the history of Nora. Some wizards called it the first life catastrophe or the ancient cataclysm. In the end, the gods' incarnations and angels that descended were all killed, but the wizard civilization also suffered heavy losses and was unable to deal with a new round of divine wars. After that battle, the gods seemed to have reached some agreement with Sauron. The wizards chose to avoid the world, and the gods would not interfere with the wizards' practice. However, the current Nora was already riddled with holes. Elemental power had spread to the land of darkness and the sub-dimensional portal outside the crystal wall. Nora, the place where wizards would die. Therefore, the wizards entered the sub-dimensional portal to cultivate, and the gods and Sauron used the divine power of the gods as the foundation and Sauron's supreme legendary forbidden technique as the structure. They chose a relatively complete continent from the broken Nora plain and circled it as the place where the gods preached, and also the cradle of the wizards. Doesn't that mean that from now on, the vast land outside the mortal barrier will be eroded by the strength of the land of darkness outside the plane? Erlov asked. Yes. Now that the planes are converging, the Nora plane is being affected by the gravitational force of the converging planes. Under this turbulence, the mortal barrier is already in danger. And this damn divine bird used the divine fire in the sealed sacred object to ignite the divine power contained in it. You can imagine the consequences. The Rose Witch looked at the devastated world behind the barrier and blamed herself. So what if it's broken? Anyway, the Seven Kingdoms continent is intact. Moreover, the plane itself has the ability to heal itself. One day in the future, it will heal. Barzan said, clearly unconcerned. The time taken for the plane to heal itself is too long. Moreover, the world outside the barrier is not without life. After the mass extinction, there must have been some living beings that survived and reproduced until now. These living beings had been exposed to the corrosive power of the land of darkness for a long time, and they either died or those who survived must have mutated to become extremely powerful. The other side of the barrier is full of unknowns. It's best if we don't rashly step in. You can come to the Shining Tavern to settle your payment later. After the Rose Witch finished speaking, she cast a flying spell and flew toward the mainland. Erlov and Balzan looked at each other and began to turn back. In the dark land outside the barrier, the fifth-grade fire elemental spirit's body was smaller than before, and its aura was extremely weak. It looked at the retreating wizards with eyes full of hatred. Chapter 847, Emperor's Wrath. 2. Not only did these guys obstruct its advancement, but they also forced it to a dead end and almost killed it. If it wasn't for their interference, it would have been possible for it to advance further with that trace of divine fire. At that time, it might even become a level 6 fire element lord. But now, it had failed to advance into a fire elemental lord and its strength had even deteriorated to the peak of the 4th level fire element. Among them, the most abominable one was that little bug that only knew how to run away from him. If it wasn't for chasing after him, he wouldn't have come to this unknown world. It wouldn't have gotten lost here and couldn't find its way home. It wouldn't have been running around like a headless fly. It's all the little bug's fault. The fire elemental spirit roared angrily towards the sky. Suddenly, it felt a weak but holy strength burning in its body. It looked over and saw that the ceiling sacred objects that it had detonated to burn the mortal barrier still had a fragment lying dormant in its body. There was also a trace of divine flame that contained the original divine power. At this moment, its eyes revealed hope again. Although only a trace was left, as long as it was nurtured and refined in its fire element body. One day, it would be able to recover its strength. This divine fire was just a little primer. In the future, its advancement will be smoother than other fire element. In the fire element, Anveda meant the flames of vengeance, burning everything. This fire elemental spirit named itself Anveda. It would search for underground fire in this land of darkness without sunlight and cultivate quietly to become stronger. It would never come out before it became a fire element lord. When it came out of seclusion, it would be the time for the fire of revenge to sweep through the world. Even if it had to turn the human world upside down, it had to find that little bug and use the strength of the fire element lord to subdue that little bug. Then, that bug would suffer its flames every day until it died. 300 years to the east, 300 years to the west. I, Anveda, will never yield to fate. The fire elements sang loudly, their voices piercing the clouds and cracking the rocks. The flames lit up the dark world. At this moment, it felt like a god. There's actually a wild level 4 fire element here. I'll keep it, he. Suddenly, a huge hand that seemed to be formed by endless black gas descended from the sky and grabbed Anveda. Feeling the terrifying sealing power, Anveda was shocked. This strength was stronger than the female wizard who had surrounded him. In addition, its strength had just regressed. Now, it was actually sealed in place and could not move. The next moment, there was a thud. Anveda was pressed to the ground by the black hand. I just happen to be lacking a fire element for refining weapons. It's really like someone is giving me a pillow when I'm sleepy. A bald old man with pale skin and clear purplish-purple blood vessels appeared in the sky above Anveda. He wore a tattered black robe that seemed to have been made in ancient times. His face had no eyes, only a narrow eye socket that seemed to have degenerated. His teeth were yellow and withered. He stuck out his black tongue and licked his lips. It's been 300,000 years. Ever since our ancestors started, we have been forgotten here for 300,000 years. Those who abandoned us and banished us here should be dead as well. The barrier that blocks the blade of vengeance has already begun to collapse. Nora, your king is back. The strange bald old man cackled as he grabbed the extremely unwilling Anveda and left the place. He found a crack in the ground and disappeared into the darkness. Anveda looked at the blue sky and roared in his heart, "Just you wait, little bugs. I'll be back. The king will take revenge. 1,000 years is not too late. You better not die of old age." On the other side, Levi was currently hurrying on the sea. "Sigh, I feel like I've accidentally caused trouble again." There was actually such a barrier like an air wall in the outer sea region. No wonder the adventurers' attempts to explore Nora's great voyage had failed. That's because the game map of Nora hasn't been fully opened yet, Levi cursed inwardly. He knew that these barriers were most likely related to the war between the gods and the wizards in ancient times. Moreover, this barrier should also be used to protect the Seven Kingdoms continent. But now, it shattered. It's not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame that damned fire element. After I attain the fifth circle, I must go and subdue that fellow. As Levi flew, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed a golden light rapidly approaching from behind. He gradually increased his speed, but the golden light still caught up to him. "Little guy, why are you running?" A wizard walked beside Levi and said with a smile. It was Wizard Barzan. "Senior, I've completed my mission, so I'll leave after getting permission from the Rose Witch," Levi said truthfully. "I didn't expect you to be so good at hiding your skills. I wonder where you learned your knowledge about arrays. I only have a rough understanding of it." "It's just some common knowledge of arrays." Leeway quietly felt the hairs on his body stand up as the strength in his body accumulated. "Don't be nervous. I'm a body refining wizard. I'm not interested in your array inheritance. However, I'm quite interested in your powerful body tempering technique." Chapter 848, Emperor's Wrath. 3. Boom. Golden light spread out from Barzan's body as golden runes flickered. In the next moment, a golden palm that was shining with runic light grabbed at Levi at an extremely terrifying speed. The heavy water barrier around Levi lit up. Below the barrier were layers of golden scales that were also shining with golden light. "Senior, what do you mean by this? Do you think that you can bully me just because no one is around?" Levi's expression was ugly as he barely dodged the attack. In the next moment, Barzan shot towards Levi like a cannonball and slammed his palm onto Levi's barrier. The barrier lasted for a moment before it was shattered by a terrifying force. The golden scales clashed with the golden palm. As the scales shattered, Levi grunted and was thrown into the sea. The golden palm didn't lose its momentum. It slapped on the surface of the sea and caused huge waves. "As a body refining wizard, I can tell at a glance that you must have cultivated some kind of powerful technique to strengthen your body. I have no ill intentions. Hand over the technique, and I will naturally leave. I can even sign an agreement with you," Barzan said with a cold smile. In his heart, he was thinking that this kid was actually a dual cultivator of body tempering and spells. It seemed that he had many secrets. In addition to that precious array inheritance, he could not help but be tempted. Naturally, he would not sign an agreement with Levi. That was just a tactic to make him lower his guard. Since he was going to make a move, he would definitely kill Levi to silence him. How could he give the enemy a chance to take revenge in the future? Barzan had been cultivating in seclusion in the mortal world for a long time and had long since perfected the luminant gold body refining technique he cultivated. With the enhancement of the body refining runes, his body seemed to be made of pure luminant gold and was extremely powerful. However, this technique had already reached its maximum. He needed more body tempering techniques to reference and comprehend by analogy. Therefore, even if he was bullying the weak, he would not let Levi off. Barzan, what are you doing? Erlov, who had caught up, frowned and asked. Erlov, mind your own business. You should know about my relationship with Madame Ghost, right? Barzan completely ignored Erlov's question. With a sneer, he sent another palm strike toward Levi, who was hiding under the sea. Erlov's expression flickered, but he finally sighed and left. Do you think you'll be safe hiding in the sea? When Barzan saw that there was no one around, his ferocity was completely unleashed. A dense barrage of attacks flew toward Levi. Under the sea. Levi's nightmare perception noticed that Erlov was gradually getting further and further away. Not only was he not disappointed, but he was also delighted. I know what you're thinking. You want to wait for Erlov or Rosa Witch to come and save you. Unfortunately, your idea is destined to fail. No one will meddle in other people's business. Barzan rushed into the sea and chased after Levi. There's no one else, right? If there's no one, I won't pretend anymore. Levi's expression was ferocious. Fire Dragon True Form. Boom. It was as if a volcano had erupted beneath the surface of the sea. In an instant, the seawater around Levi boiled, and smoke pillars soared into the sky and filled the sky. Crimson flames burned under the sea, and the dark golden scales emitted the sound of metal clashing. Behind Levi, the bloodline Dharma body, which had all 6 arms on the crimson dragon slash, broke through the surface of the sea and rose like the sun. When Levi had displayed his knowledge array, Barzan had already started to feel hostility towards him. After all, even if it was a low-level array inheritance, it could still be exchanged for a good price on the market. Therefore, Levi had always revealed his identity as a pharmacist and rarely revealed his identity as an array wizard. He was worried that he would be targeted. Levi would never allow anyone hostile to him to exist, even if it was just a trace of hostility. Thus, Levi decided to bait him. As expected, Barzan took the bait and directly attacked Levi. If the other party was a normal 4th circle wizard, Levi might have thought twice. After all, he was strong in close combat, so he would naturally feel a little guilty when facing a high-level wizard. However, Barzan was only a body-refining wizard. In front of Levi's current path of knights, he was still not afraid. The flame dragon Levi and the luminant gold Barzan collided. The sea was swept up by the shock wave, and the waves surged in all directions. You! What kind of body tempering technique is this? You can actually fight against me. Barzan's figure retreated into the sea before finally stopping and standing on the waves. Levi did not say a word. The bloodline Dharma body wielded the crimson dragon slash and swung it out. The grey-white airflow was unstoppable and cut through the thorns. Barzan smiled instead and said, very good. I'm getting more and more interested in your technique. With it, there's hope for me to become a 5th circle body refining wizard. Boom! He clashed with Levi again. The 2 wizards who were good at body refinement exchanged blows on the surface of the sea. The wind caused by the fists destroyed the reefs, and the sword chi swept across the surface of the sea. A 4th circle body refining wizard isn't that big of a deal. I didn't even use my special form. I only used my bloodline Dharma body. Levi murmured inwardly. Damn it, this kid is so strong. If I hadn't been injured by the explosion of the divine bird, I wouldn't have been at a disadvantage. The more Barzan fought, the more shocked he became. However, at this moment, he was still harboring illusions. He felt that Levi was definitely using some kind of secret technique that would explode his seed. It would definitely have a duration and powerful side effects. As long as he relied on his endurance and stamina to endure this peak state, he should be able to easily deal with it. After that, half an hour passed. Barzan panted. The luminant gold body refining runes on his body dimmed. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Chapter 849, Emperor's Wrath. 4. On the other hand, although Levi was also riddled with injuries, he would always recover soon after. This terrifying self-healing ability and endurance made Barzan feel that something was wrong. Forget it. I'll retreat first. When I recover from my injuries and reach my peak condition, I'll go and settle the score with this kid. Barzan planned to retreat. However, he realized that a demon dweller as black as ink had already pounced on him from behind. It was extremely ferocious. It was Levi's maximum level 7 mixed venom true form, which was comparable to a peak third circle body refining wizard. This clone formed by the poison was also quite powerful. This seems to be the Black Water Witch's mixed venom true form. You killed the Black Water Witch. As a body refining wizard, Barzan had a little understanding of the Black Water Witch's mixed venom true form. Die! Levi completely ignored him and used all kinds of vicious methods. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Barzan. Nightfall, nightmares. The terrifying dragon roar shook Barzan's mind. In this dark night created by the nightmare dragon, the nightmare and fear in the depths of his heart seemed to be triggered. He felt that the terrifying Levi was everywhere. Fortunately, he was a fourth circle wizard, and his mental strength was strong. He was able to escape from the illusion in an instant. However, Levi, who was wielding the Crimson Dragon Slash, had already slashed over. Boom! In front of Barzan, a shield-shaped magic tool was released. Bang! Cracks actually appeared on the third circle wizard tool. Barzan was scared out of his wits. Even he would find it difficult to break a third circle magic weapon. This meant that brat's attack just now could heavily injure or even kill him. Retreat! He was a body refining wizard and rarely used any wizard tools. He only had one third circle tool, and it was broken. It was simply a double loss. It's too late to leave now. Where's your imposing manner of bullying the weak? Levi sneered and attacked Barzan together with the mixed venom true form. The mixed venom true form began to pour into Barzan's wound, infusing it. Under the luminant gold skin, there was a black asphalt substance permeating it. Barzan used his powerful physique to resist and charged out of the night. Stop, there's no point in us continuing to fight. No one can kill each other. Before Barzan could finish speaking, Levi attacked with his sword again, causing Barzan to retreat. Barzan, stop! You want to be a dark wizard, don't you? At this moment, Rosa Witch suddenly appeared. Barzan was overjoyed and quickly said, Senior Rose, I was just excited to see the prey. I sparred with the little fellow, and I kept giving in to him. I didn't expect him to be so angry. Sigh. Levi remained silent, his expression firm as he swung his sword at Barzan. Of course, it was blocked by Rosa Witch. Levi, stop. There's a power supporting Barzan. You're just a wild wizard. Even if you kill him, you won't be able to stop the power behind him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stopped you, said Rosa Witch. Then, she looked at Barzan and said coldly, compensate Levi with some sincerity and sign a contract. You are not allowed to find trouble with him again, and you are not allowed to use the power behind you. Don't think that I don't know the truth. Erlov has already told me. Otherwise, why would I have returned? I invited Levi, and he is also a good friend of my sisters and the Flower Witch. If you really kill him, how can I face my sisters? Barzan's expression was unsightly as he cursed that meddlesome old man Erlov in his heart. He would kill him one day and destroy his array of inheritance. However, the situation was stronger than the person. He knew that he could not fool them, so he smiled and said, all right, I'll give you 50,000 ether stones. Are you satisfied? You're a third circle wild wizard. 50,000 ether stones as compensation is enough for you to use for a long time. Levi resisted the urge to throw the hundreds of thousands of ether stones in his storage bag at his face. He calmed himself down and took a deep breath. He put away the Crimson Dragon Slash and slowly said, 100,000. 100,000 then. You're a fourth circle wizard. You can't bear to spend 100,000 ether stones. Rosa Witch looked at Barzan with a cold expression. Barzan was also suppressing his anger. He had been cultivating in seclusion in the human world for so long, and because of the war, he could not return to the wizard world. He did not have many ether stones on him. 100,000 was almost half of his entire fortune. The problem was that he still needed to use the ether stones to maintain the operation of the elemental convergence circle for his own cultivation. After the war was over, he would return to the wizard world. Looks like Sir Barzan really can't take out 100,000 ether stones. How about 80,000? I won't force you. I didn't expect a dignified fourth circle wizard to be so down and out. Levi shook his head and said in a murderous tone. This is the way things work. Barzan, I am truly disappointed in you. Rosa Witch looked at Levi, who had taken the initiative to lower the compensation for Balzun, with appreciation. How magnanimous of Levi! Come, sign the agreement. Barzun calmed down and signed the compensation agreement drafted by Rosa Witch. Levi looked at the contents of the agreement. One of the terms that bound him was that Levi could no longer take revenge on Barzun, but it did not mention the power behind him. Perhaps it was because he was a wild wizard, so Rosa Witch assumed that Levi had no power. On Barzun's side, he did not refute this clause because there was a clause stating that if Levi took revenge on Barzun again, he could retaliate. Chapter 850, Emperor's Wrath. 5. Levi thought for a moment and signed it. After signing the agreement, under Rosa Witch's witness, Barzun handed Levi a storage bag that contained exactly 80,000 ether stones. Levi accepted it happily. He then ignored Barzun's deep hostility and revealed a warm smile. I've heard of a saying before. It's called when we meet, we can forget all grudges with a smile. Senior Barzun, we're even now. Don't find trouble with this junior anymore. Seeing this mocking smile, Barzun almost died from anger. However, he still smiled and replied, no, I originally wanted to spar with you. Erlov misunderstood me. It's all that damn bird's fault. My strength isn't even half of what it was at my peak. Seeing Levi's fearless smile, Barzun felt that this kid seemed to have known from the start that he was going to deal with him. Strange. With the matter settled, Barzun snorted coldly and flew away without looking back. It could be said that he had thrown away his helmet and armor. Rosa Witch looked at the obviously indignant Barzun as he left and could not help but smile bitterly. She said, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect Barzun to be such a person. This war between the dark and righteous wizards has caused many people to abandon law and order. It's fine. Thank you for helping me out, senior. I am extremely grateful, said Levi. You little fellow, you really know how to hide. You were able to endure Barzun's attack for so long and even made him suffer. Why didn't you say so earlier? Rosa Witch sighed. This kid, as a legendary knight. However, he did not have a legendary title and had strength close to the fourth circle realm. However, he was very low profile in the human world, which really surprised Rosa Witch. I only have an explosive secret technique. If senior hadn't come, I would have been exposed. After Levi finished speaking, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he said weakly, I'm sorry. The secret technique backfired on me. Senior, wait for me to take some healing medicine. Alright, since the matter has been resolved, let's go. The mortal barrier has been broken, and the human world will be even more turbulent. If you don't have a good place to protect yourself, you can look for me. We can help each other and overcome the difficulties together. Senior? What is the mortal barrier? Levi asked after his expression recovered a little. Then, Rosa Witch told Levi about the mortal barrier. This is indeed troublesome. If I can't hold on any longer, I'll go and seek refuge with you, senior. I hope senior will take me in, said Levi. Rosa Witch puffed out her rich and generous chest. She smiled and said, I love raising little guys. It's fun to watch you monsters become stronger. Levi's face turned red as he looked at the fifth circle witch. He did not dare to stare at her. Oh right, senior, you said that there is a power behind Wizard Barzun. What is it exactly? Is it convenient for you to tell me? Asked Levi. You've heard of Madame Ghost, right? The School of Death wizard who caused the Holy Mother of the Church of Earth to return empty-handed. I've heard of it. Madame Ghost is a high-ranking member of the Spirit Catcher Steeple of the School of Death. She should be a fifth circle wizard. She was sent by the Spirit Catcher Steeple to the human world to take charge of the overall situation. As for Barzun, although he grew up in the Endless Sea, his mother is a fifth circle wizard of the Spirit Catcher Steeple. He has a good relationship with Madame Ghost. You also know that the wizards of the School of Death are quite difficult to deal with. The crime rate of the Dark Wizards is ranked in the top 3 among the major sects. If you kill Barzun, they definitely won't let this matter rest. When the time comes, will you be able to withstand the troubles Madame Ghost will cause for you? Rosa Witch said earnestly. The moment Levi heard her explanation, he quickly thanked her, Thank you senior. I understand. On the way, Levi bid farewell to Rosa Witch. Rosa Witch left in a hurry, leaving Levi behind. The mixed venom true form emerged from Levi's body and stood in front of him. The human world is only so big. With the mixed venom true form and the residual mixed venom in Barzan's body, I'll let you hide for a few days. Levi did not return to the Dusk Holy Temple. He had arrived at the Ancient Saint Plain. Ancient Saint Plain. It could be said that there was a positive momentum now. The High and Mighty Senior State Assembly managed this place, while the Crimson Dragon Emperor's 4 Dragon Kings monitored everything. On this day, in the center of the ancient Dragon Continent, in a huge stone hall that was classified as a forbidden area. On the lofty Inferno throne, the Crimson Dragon Emperor opened his eyes. He stood up, and the ancient dragon's might swept across. Not long after, Golden Feather's king flew in and knelt in front of the Emperor. Emperor, you're awake. Yes, I can sense the hostility from the alien demons. Inform King Yi, King Kang, and the 20 ancient saints of the Senior State Assembly to gather in front of the throne. Levi said in a low voice. Golden Feather's king was overjoyed. It seemed like there was a mission. He immediately flew out, then, Feathered People Messenger that belonged to the Emperor brought the Emperor's orders and flew towards the Senior State Assembly and the other kings. Senior State Assembly. The ancient saints were in the middle of discussing political affairs when a messenger of the Emperor in blazing armor suddenly descended from the sky. This is the Emperor's personal messenger. The Emperor has woken up from his Inferno throne. In the Southern Sea, King Kang was messing with a lizard woman under his command again. A bunch of female lizards cried out. Suddenly, a messenger came to the surface of the sea, and his voice was like thunder. Where is King Kang? The Emperor's decree. Chapter 851, Emperor's Wrath. 6. Not long after, King Kang hurriedly stopped his needlework. He climbed up from the lizard woman's body, put on his armor, and held a luminant gold greatsword in his hand. He then came to the messenger's side. King Kang present. On the other side, the Indus Mountain Range. King Yi, the sky-breaking ancient saint, had also received the imperial edict. The ancient saint's blood in his body, which had been immersed for a long time, began to boil again. A few days later, Levi sat on his throne. He looked down at the 23 ancient saints who had already arrived. 3 kings and 20 members of the Senior State Assembly. They might not be a match for a 4th circle wizard if they fought alone, but if 23 of them joined forces, each of them could drown a 4th circle wizard. Moreover, the strength of the 3 kings was not weaker than the 4th circle. Follow it and find the traces of the evil spirit. Be careful and don't be too ostentatious. After completing the mission, return immediately. I want to guard this place and fight against an even greater evil, said Levi. Understood. The 3 kings and the members of the Senior State Assembly accepted the order. In the human world, in the outer sea region, on an inconspicuous island. On the island, there was a small mortal town. In the middle of the town, there was a luxurious mansion. That was the castle of Lord Bar, who was known to everyone on the island. This island was Lord Bar's fief. The mortals here provided resources for Lord Bar, and Lord Bar sheltered them. In an underground secret room in Bar Castle, there was a huge pool of underground fire. On top of it was a large crucible that had been burned red. The pot was filled with thick golden soup. This wasn't water, but molten iron from the luminant gold. Luminant gold body refining runes flickered on Barzan's body. These runes allowed him to lie in the molten iron unscathed. Not only that, but traces of the metal element power of the luminant gold continuously flowed into his body, patching up his wounds. His luminant gold's wizard body could only be cultivated by bathing in luminant gold molten iron. I don't know what kind of cultivation technique that brat cultivated, but he was able to shatter my luminant gold's wizard body, Barzan muttered to himself. According to that brat's character, even if there is a contract, he will definitely not let it go. When I find an opportunity, I will deliberately appear in front of him and force him to attack me. Then, I will retaliate in self-defense and kill him. Then, I will be able to avoid the influence of the contract. Or I can ask my mother to ask the high-level primordial soul wizard of the Spirit Catcher Steeple to take action and tear up the contract. What can a wild wizard do to fight me? There was an oil painting on the wall in front of Barzan. In the oil painting was a peaceful girl with her eyes closed. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. Her face was distorted, and she seemed to have come to life. She walked down from the painting and turned into a swaying human skin. A cold and lonely female voice came from the human skin. Barzan, where are you now? I heard that the mortal barrier has been broken. Is that true? Lord Spectre, it's true. It's indeed true. Barzan said respectfully. What's wrong with you? Why are you so heavily injured? The human skin asked. I was hunting that flaming divine bird and was injured by its self-detonation. Then, I was ambushed by a third circle wild wizard. However, it's not a big deal. I'm about to recover, but there's still some poison that needs to be removed, said Barzan. Your mother asked me to pass a message to you. Try not to cause trouble outside and wait for her to come to the mortal world. I understand. As soon as Barzan finished speaking, his expression changed. He could sense auras approaching Bar Castle. Outside Bar Castle, around the island, a black cloud lingered in the sky. This black cloud was like a wriggling asphalt that circled in the sky. Look, what's that above Lord Bar's castle? Is it raining? I don't know. What a terrifying feeling. In the next moment, figures wearing black robes and black hoods walked out of the black poisonous fog. A total of 23 powerful auras surrounded the castle. This is the residence of the alien demons. Feather King looked down coldly as a terrifying attack was brewing. King Kang and King Yi also accumulated their strength. The 20 ancient saints of the Senior State Assembly had even formed some sort of formation. At this moment, the sky above the castle was like an apocalyptic disaster. Who are you? Just as Barzan walked out of the secret room, he discovered figures charging into the castle from midair. Boom! The castle collapsed instantly, and rocks flew everywhere. Barzan's luminant gold's wizard body, which had yet to be fully repaired, shattered once again under this terrifying joint attack. The entire island was shaking. An earthquake. Heavens, what is that? Angels or demons? Run, let's go to the sea. The citizens rushed to the sea. Boom! Immediately after, an even more violent attack erupted. The castle was reduced to dust. In the large pit in the center, there were only some pieces of Barzan's flesh and blood. There was also a shattered head that died with grievances. The fierce attack caused the underground fire below the island to erupt, and the luminant gold's liquid splashed in all directions. Along with the lava, it swallowed Barzan's flesh and castle. The mortals who escaped to the surface of the sea looked at everything in shock. Amidst the dark clouds and volcanoes, the demons disappeared before their very eyes. Only the castle that had been razed to the ground witnessed everything that had happened. Previously, I heard from the maidservant of Bar Castle that Lord Bar seemed to have secretly signed a contract with the demons of hell. Now it seems that, it is true. Those who sign a contract with the demons will not have a good ending. Everyone in Bar Castle is dead. A blind, crazed old man muttered to himself in the crowd. There's a demon. Let's run. The mortals boarded the ships and left. No one cared about the crazy old man in the crowd. When there was no one left in the sky, the old man looked at the castle with a lifeless gaze and a strange smile appeared on his lips. His face began to change, and his figure began to grow taller and taller, finally turning into Levi's appearance. The black demon picked up the storage bags and treasures he had picked up in the castle and came to Levi's side. After Levi filtered through the items, he threw them into the lava and destroyed them. Then, he left the place without looking back. In the Gaia Kingdom, within the Spirit Kingdom, a lady with skin as smooth as jade and dressed in a black palace dress was deep in thought in a hall full of ghosts and monsters. Barzan is dead. Who are those mysterious people? Are they dark wizards? Chapter 852, How to Transcend the Bloodline Path. 1. The Ancient Saint Plain. Levi was already waiting on the throne as he watched the Ancient Saints return. Lord, we've already killed the otherworldly demon, Ancient Saint Skybreaking said. All of you can go back. Skybreaking will stay, Levi said calmly. All right, Lord Ancient Saint. The other Ancient Saints retreated. There's still a demonic mark in your body. Stand there and don't move. Levi's arm turned into a blood fog with a bang and fused into Ancient Saint Skybreaking's body. The next moment, a mini-spectre was pulled out by Levi. Leon, it's time for some snacks, Levi said. Leon appeared from the shadows and devoured the mini-spectre in Levi's hand. At the same time, in the Gaia Kingdom. In the Spectre Kingdom, Madame Ghost's expression changed as she tried to use a secret technique to find the culprit on the throne of bones. It can actually discover and destroy the ghost mark I left behind? Damn it, the clues and traces are all gone now. Madame Ghost cursed silently. She remembered that Barzan had previously said that he had accepted the request of the old woman Rosa Witch. That old woman must have known the cause of Barzan's death. No matter what, she had to investigate so that the person from the spirit catcher steeple wouldn't nag. With this thought in mind, a spectre crawled out of her body and blended into the shadows, disappearing into the night. A few days later, a carriage was leisurely moving along a small road in the countryside. In the carriage, Lady Rosa, who was wearing a gorgeous palace dress, was staring blankly at the scenery outside the window. Suddenly, she frowned and turned to look at a corner of the carriage. There was nothing there. "Since you're here, stop hiding. I've heard of your methods," Lady Rosa said coldly. "Ha, old woman, you're quite leisurely. Aren't you over 400 years old? Let me ask you, how did Barzan die?" Madame Ghost asked. "Barzan is dead," the Rosa Witch asked, obviously surprised. "Stop pretending. This matter has something to do with you," Madame Ghost said. "I really don't know," the Rosa Witch said without changing her expression. "As long as you tell me the murderer, the spirit catcher steeple won't pursue this matter." Madame Ghost was certain that the Rosa Witch knew. "I don't know. How can I tell you?" "Then you don't want to talk about it? You didn't do it, did you?" "Think whatever you want," Lady Rosa said coldly. She was also angry. "I understand. Rosa, you might have been in the human world for too long and thought that you could fight the spirit catcher steeple with just a flower witch. You get lost!" The Rosa Witch shouted angrily, her eyes shining. Under such an attack, the ghost that Madame Ghost used to pass on the message instantly turned into ashes. Sure enough, being weak will only make others push their luck. He's just a fifth circle wizard, yet he's using the organization to threaten me. The Rosa Witch had a complicated look in her eyes. She still had unrealistic fantasies about some people and organizations. She thought that if she didn't provoke them and tolerated them, she could avoid trouble. However, the reality was that in this world, there was no logic to speak of. Those who thought that they had strength could bully the weak without restraint. After the Wizard Council was established, the situation improved. However, under the law, darkness existed and was difficult to eliminate. Now that the flames of war were continuous, order only existed in name. For example, Barzan and Madame Ghost were people who had given up their bottom line. Without the constraints of the parliament, the chaotic situation of the strong preying on the weak would repeat itself. Barzan is dead. No way, does that kid also have a big organization behind him? But if there is a big organization, why is he so careful? Is it completely the doing of some wild wizards who are treading on thin ice, or is it someone else who killed Barzan? While Rosa Witch was deep in thought, the carriage disappeared into the wilderness. Meanwhile, in the Spectre Kingdom, Madame Ghost woke up from her throne with a gloomy expression. Countless ghosts surrounded her and she was trembling under her anger. Old woman! Time flew, and another 3 years passed in the human world in the blink of an eye. To the mortals in the mortal world, even if the mortal barrier was broken, it had little to do with them. They were still kept in the dark by the church. After the saints of the church went to the distant outer sea region to take a look, they also shook their heads. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. It was impossible to make up for it with the power of a saint. Besides, it was useless to make up for it. The convergence of the heavenly spheres this time had an unprecedented power of plane turbulence. Even if it didn't break now, it might break in a few decades or 100 years. What he should consider now was how to deal with those malicious existences in the forsaken land of the god. They had survived tenaciously in that devastated land of darkness until now. Because of the pollution of unknown forces, they were already different from ordinary living beings. They were even more tyrannical and treacherous. Perhaps some dark wizards could be considered kind compared to them. However, so far, there did not seem to be any people sneaking in through the gap. However, this was not enough to make people feel at ease. Instead, it felt like the silence before a storm. In the past 3 years, the Dusk Holy Temple had been developing as usual. Kelvin Silver Mountain had also become a legendary knight last year. His legendary title was Silver Dragon Knight. As such, there were already 7 official members of the Dusk Holy Temple, excluding Levi. In addition to Kelvin, there was also a seed that could be called half-legendary. Levi had high hopes for him, but when he broke through to become a legendary knight, he went crazed and suffered a bloodline backlash. Although he did not become a lunatic knight, it was difficult for him to advance to the legendary level again. Chapter 853, How to Transcend the Bloodline Path. 2. This made Levi realize that the method of knights might need to be changed and perfected. Success was due to the bloodline, but failure was due to the bloodline. In his opinion, if he could turn bloodline into something that was the icing on the cake and not necessary on the path of knights, that would be a better method. At that time, it might not be a knight technique anymore, but a brand new transcendent system. Unfortunately, with Levi's current realm and vision, it was obviously impossible for him to jump out of the framework of a knight to create a new transcendent path. The reason why Levi created the ancient Saint Dharmic formulation was also because he referenced the knight technique. In the end, he still could not walk out of the framework of his bloodline. It was naturally very difficult for Levi to jump out. Of course, to Sauron, perhaps he had only created the ancient Saint Dharmic formulation out of convenience and did not put much effort into it. His focus was still on wizards. Leaving behind the ancient Saint Dharmic formulation did not mean that he could only create the ancient Saint Dharmic formulation. If he advanced to a high-level primordial soul wizard in the future and could travel on planes and see more scenery and transcendent systems, he might be able to achieve his goal. After the Dusk Holy Temple was created, it had its own trajectory. Levi didn't have much to worry about. With the Blood Knights taking charge of the situation, he was quite assured. Therefore, most of the time, other than going to the Endless Sea to complete some missions from the Witch's family in exchange for some resources, Levi stayed in the ancient Saint Plane to cultivate quietly. Without that damned fire elemental spirit, he did not have to worry too much about entering and leaving the wizard world. On the other hand, Barzan had been dead for more than 3 years, and no one had come knocking on his door yet. There was no such thing as the Calabash brothers saving his grandfather. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. Over the years, with the combined efforts of the Lizardmen and Levi of the ancient Dragon Empire, Levi had finally gathered all the materials for the glory of the Four Kings array. Levi had saved a lot of resources by monopolizing a small plane. Therefore, he prepared the materials for 2 sets of arrays, each costing about 100,000 ether stones. After obtaining the materials, Levi began to refine non-stop. Levi's array had been stuck as a second circle peak level array wizard for a long time. His theoretical knowledge was very solid. The glory of the Four Kings was not very difficult. It was not as complicated as modern arrays, but it was extremely time-consuming and resource-intensive. Just like that, another year passed. Levi spent most of the year refining arrays. In the end, both sets of arrays were refined. Levi's array skill also naturally broke through to level 6, which was the level of a third circle array wizard. Just like wizards, the third circle was also an important threshold for array wizards. After the third circle, the types and power of arrays that wizards could refine became stronger. In the Truth Magic Mirror, there were also a few ancient combat arrays. Compared to the potion formula, the materials involved in the array blueprint did not change much. This was because most of the arrays were durable items and not consumables like potions. Therefore, the difference between the materials used to create arrays in modern times and ancient times was not obvious. Levi used his alchemy knowledge to exchange for a third circle array called the Purgatory Ghost Killing Array. This array could allow 24 or more wizards to form a battle formation. Only 4 wizards needed to carry array items and preside over the array in the 4 directions of earth, fire, wind, and water. The others could be enhanced by the array. Not only spell wizards, but also body-refining wizards and some warriors of foreign races. Therefore, Levi felt that it was not a problem to use it on an ancient saint. He planned to find some Shinnik Lizardmen wizards in the Shinnik Academy and form an array with the Senior State Assembly. The Purgatory Ghost Killing formation could greatly increase the mental strength of the people in the battle formation. Their physical potential and explosive power could cause them to be in an excited state, like hungry ghosts in purgatory. That was why it was called the Purgatory Ghost Killing Array. Levi estimated that if the combat array was successfully refined, the Purgatory Ghost Killing battle formation formed by 20 ancient saints would be enough to instantly kill a 4th circle wizard. Even a 5th circle wizard might not be able to withstand it. There was the glory of the Four Kings and the Purgatory Ghost Killing Array. The ancient dragon empire had two great arrays, one for offense and one for defense. It could be said to be perfect. After that, Levi set up two sets of the Glory of the Four Kings array and one set at the Dusk Holy Temple on Twilight Island. The other set was set up at the spatial entrance between the ancient Saint Plane and the human world, which was the island. When the time came, Bogang, the mountain giant, would be in charge of the King of Earth array, which could also increase the power of the array. This way, even if someone accidentally found this island and discovered the spatial entrance, they would have to go through the array to enter. Unless it was a fifth circle wizard or a fourth circle wizard, it should be very difficult to pass through this array. On the other side of the entrance of the sub-dimensional portal, there were 4 senior state assembly ancient saints guarding it all year round. This way, the only entrance to the entire ancient saint plane was firmly guarded by Levi. It should be considered impregnable. Levi felt more secure as he cultivated in this place. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1110, Month of Wheatfield. Year 79 of the Great Expedition. In the wizard world, there was news that Deep Blue Sage Luther had betrayed the wizard camp and brought Sky City and the wizard battle group that had returned to the abyss. It was said that this news came from a certain big shot, and it was basically true. Chapter 854, How to Transcend the Bloodline Path. 3. This undoubtedly caused a huge uproar in the wizard world. In addition, Deep Blue Sage of the Sky City, who was supposed to return, had yet to return. Many wizards were led astray and believed the rumors. The denouncement of the Deep Blue Sage continued. Under the pressure of everyone's words, the Endless Sea was under immense pressure. After all, the Deep Blue Sage was a giant of the ocean school of thought and had also started from the Endless Sea. As the hometown of the Deep Blue Sage, this place was naturally controversial. Most wizards in the Endless Sea, including many dark wizards, firmly supported Deep Blue Sage. They felt that with Deep Blue Sage's character, such a situation would not happen. The Deep Blue Sage's supporters and the detractors from other regions started a public debate. In the Giant Tree Secret Realm, old Marlene silently ground the potion powder and studied her potion as she listened to the rumors outside. "Teacher, you're too despicable. These people have completely forgotten that it was the Deep Blue Sage who defeated the evil god. If the Deep Blue Sage wanted to betray the wizard civilization, he could have submitted to the more powerful Lord of Chaos and asked the Lord of Chaos to hold a god-granting ceremony for him. From then on, he would have ignited his divine fire, occupied the astral world with his divine persona, and become an immortal god. Why did he submit to that unreliable Abyss Lord?" Winnie, who had just advanced to the second circle, said indignantly, "If they want to talk, let them. We can't control their mouths." "I believe in the Tower Master and the Deep Blue Sage," Marlene said expressionlessly. "Sigh, when will the Tower Master come back?" At the mention of the Tower Master, Winnie also became listless. Without the Tower Master's organization, she always felt that it was less fun. When Herman left the wizard world, he did not leave a soul token in the Grey Tower, so until now, no one knew if he was dead. This was also why he wanted Marlene and the others to have hope. Otherwise, when they saw the Tower Master's soul shatter one day, they would probably be sad. If they didn't see the soul token shatter, they wouldn't die. On an island in the Star Sea. This was once a nameless island, but it was now called Starfire Island. A faction that was like a spark stood here. Starfire Wizard Academy. The Academy's architectural style was simple and grand. There were no traditional wizard towers or fancy buildings. There were only various teaching buildings, laboratories, and other divisions. Wizard Xavier walked on the path of the Academy with a smile on his face. As an associate professor of the Academy's weapon-making department, he had a decent income. In addition, the Academy would provide him with a certain amount of financial support to study new wizard tools. A slim wizard in a blue windbreaker robe came up to them. When he saw Xavier, he said in fear, "Good morning, Sir Xavier." "Good morning, Sir Newt. Have you finished your appraisal class?" Yes. I'm going to see a friend." "What friend?" He, it's your wife, right? Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm leaving." On a training ground in the academy, Newt and the Rose Witch were leaning against each other, looking at the young apprentices training in front of them. "You seem to have something on your mind all these years? Although I'm not good with words, I can feel it," Newt suddenly asked. "My dear, if one day I disappear from this world, what will you do?" "I'll look for you." If you're alive, I want to see you. If you're dead, I want to see your corpse. Pfft, you really know how to talk. Rose looked into the distance. Ever since the Whitewater Witch died, she had been living in uneasiness. The nightmare followed her like a shadow. There were a few times when she almost couldn't wake up from her meditation. Therefore, she simply stopped meditating and sleeping. She relied on the potion to survive. However, she did not know how long she could last under such circumstances. My dear, I might be in trouble. After thinking for a while, Rose told Newt the truth. Upon hearing this, Newt fell into deep thought. Is it nightmares? Yes, the nightmare world does exist. Whitewater died there. But Master hasn't returned yet, and I don't know how to solve it. I've never been so helpless since I was young. When I was young, I was so naive that I thought that becoming an omnipotent wizard could solve all the difficulties in this world with magical spells. Rose told him everything that troubled her. She had only told Levi about these things, but Levi was also helpless. She knew that Newt definitely couldn't do anything, but she had to at least let him know these things. Just as the two of them were chatting, all of a sudden, the elemental power in the entire Starfire Wizard Academy began to go berserk. Then, the elemental power formed a vortex. The invisible power seemed to have a color and shape. An elemental tornado connected the Wizard Academy to the sky. This abnormality made the expressions of the teachers and students teaching or cultivating in the Wizard Academy change. The two vice principals, Wizard Sparrow and Wizard Verrill, walked out of the classroom and looked at the sky. This is the overflowing spiritual power stirring the elemental power of this island. Someone is breaking through the primordial soul. What? It can't be Lord Garcia, right? It's possible. Lord Garcia said that he was going into seclusion. I didn't expect that he was going to break through to the primordial soul. Oh my god! In an instant, groups of wizards looked at the center of the Starfire Wizard Academy. Suddenly, a huge pearl shell-like phantom crossed the sky above the Wizard Academy. What is this? Could it be that it's not Lord Garcia? Is it some kind of transcendent creature hiding in our academy to break through? Chapter 855, How to Transcend the Bloodline Path. 4. Why does it feel like a black pearl shell? Sparrow asked with a strange expression. The black pearl shell was a specialty of the Black Pearl Island. The Black Pearl Wizard Market was also formed because of this development. Interesting. Someone's primordial soul wizard form is actually the black pearl shell. At some point in time, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in a wizard robe had arrived above the Wizard Academy. Congratulations, Sir Garcia, for breaking through the shackles of crystallization and advancing to a primordial soul wizard. From now on, you will enjoy 2,000 years of lifespan and become famous in the endless sea. The moment they saw the middle-aged man, Sparrow and Verrill's expressions changed. Jacob. This middle-aged man was the solitary wizard Jacob, who used to live in the Black Pearl Wizard Market. If Levi was here, he would realize that this was the wizard who sold him the soul artifact fragment. His aura was as deep as the sea, and his spiritual force was so vast that it was enough to drown Sparrow and the others. This gap was far greater than the gap between any level of wizard before the high level. This was the greatest qualitative change before the path of legendary wizards. There was no other. Jacob was a primordial soul wizard? Seeing the extremely nervous Sparrow and Verrill, Jacob chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. I was just passing by and realized that an acquaintance had formed a primordial soul, so I came to observe and recall the past." At this moment, the phantom of the black pearl in the sky suddenly disappeared. Accompanied by the surging elemental power, it converged into the body of a kind-looking white-haired old man. His appearance instantly became young, and the aura of death dissipated. He was full of vitality. "Thank you for your help, Wizard Jacob. Some people really don't like to see others doing better." Wizard Garcia snorted coldly. His gaze instantly became sharp, and he casually clenched his fist in the air. In the next moment, a huge black pearl shell appeared on the surface of the sea 50 kilometers away from Starfire Island. A muffled groan came from the void. A figure was sealed by the black pearl shell in the next moment. Golden lightning spread on the surface of the pearl shell, but it could not be broken. "I'm a wizard from the Letney family. How dare you seal me?" A voice came from the black pearl shell. "According to the law, everything within 10,000 miles of Starfire Island belongs to the Wizard Academy. So what if it's the Letny family? Garcia asked. Law? Do you know that the ancestor of my Letny family was one of the authors of the law? We created this law. I didn't do anything. You have no right to attack me. A fearless voice came from the shell. Garcia looked conflicted. He sighed in his heart and said coldly, "Get lost." In the next moment, the black pearl shell rushed into the distance and exploded. A disheveled figure quickly escaped. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you," Garcia said. "Some big shots are looking down on the Congress more and more. Sigh, how disappointed would Lord Sauron be if he saw this scene today?" Jacob said helplessly. Not long after, a major event spread throughout the Star Sea. The Black Pearl Garcia, who was about to die, miraculously broke through and became a sixth circle wizard. With a primordial soul wizard in charge, the Starfire Wizard Academy's development was even better than before. More and more life strength converged into it. The apprentices of the Starfire Wizard Academy were almost everywhere in the Endless Sea. They had developed into a force that could not be ignored. Some of the more optimistic ones sent their blessings and congratulatory gifts. Some of the wizard families and organizations that had once looked down on and even suppressed the Starfire Wizard Academy fell silent. An ordinary wizard started by harvesting the black pearl shells and walked step by step. Time passed and things changed. He finally entered the primordial soul like a spark. He could set a prairie ablaze. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1111, the first day of the month of beginning. The 80th year of the Great Expedition. Levi celebrated his 121st birthday. After years of accumulation, Levi's cultivation of the Great Dao yielded significant results during this period of time. In terms of spells, the first innate spell, Fire Dragon Tribulation, was completely perfected. Its power was not inferior to a fourth circle spell at all. It could easily exceed 40 Ka. The most terrifying thing was that as an innate spell, the power of the Fire Dragon Tribulation would increase as Levi's wizard realm increased in the future. It would not be eliminated. This was equivalent to the innate ability of a wizard. It was an instinct that could be compared to the spell abilities of powerful transcendent creatures. Levi's second original spell was already in the process of being fused. Levi planned to use the Earth action to forge the strongest innate defensive spell. His idea was to fuse the spells of the Earth, Fire, Wind, Water, Thunder, Ice, Bronze, and other major factions into one with the most unique characteristics as his future innate spells. This way, there would be no elemental restraint. Regardless of which faction the enemy belonged to, Levi naturally had a way to deal with them. At the same time, Levi's spiritual power had reached 170 points. He was only 30 points away from the maximum of 200 points. If everything went smoothly, his spiritual force would reach perfection within 15 to 20 years. After learning all three innate spells, he planned to advance to the fourth circle and turn the gas spiritual force magic ring into a liquid spiritual water droplet. This way, it wouldn't be a problem to advance to the fourth circle before the age of 150. Chapter 856, How to Transcend the Bloodline Path. 5. This speed was even faster than ordinary children of the elements. Although there was still some time before the fourth circle, Levi was already preparing the succubus blush murmur potion in advance. With the resources of a small plane and the witch's family, gathering the materials was not a problem as long as he had money and time. The only thing relatively difficult to find was the succubus breast milk. This thing didn't have any ingredients at the witch's family because the milk had to be fresh and couldn't last for more than 24 hours. It was useless to preserve it in a special container. Levi did not know which pervert had come up with this formula, but he had broadened his horizons. Succubus were basically all middle-rank demons at level 3, and they were relatively rare in the abyss. Levi could only hope that there was a succubus among the demons that escaped from the abyss well a few years ago. In addition to the Path of Wizards, in terms of the rune language, the Strength rune was cultivating steadily. The Horned Bull constellation power had already broken through to level 6, and the increase in strength had reached 50%. The Chariot rune had also reached level 5, and its speed had increased by 40%. He felt that the rune language would become more and more terrifying as he progressed. This was a really advanced skill. This was because up until now, whether it was the Chariot rune or the Strength rune, there seemed to be no maximum. He suspected that with the proficiency panel in hand, he might be able to evolve the rune language into the language of stars like the big shots of the Starforger civilization. He could draw the power of stars from the sky to fight the enemy with just a raise of his hand. Perhaps this was already the realm of a legendary wizard? After I reach the 4th circle, I should be able to learn the Lover's Rune. I wonder if that mysterious luck will work, Levi muttered. Over the years, the changes in the path of knights had also been huge. The Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique had reached level 14. The Flame Dragon's true form special effect had advanced to level 2, and his strength had increased significantly. Although it was not a qualitative change to break through a major realm, with Levi's various enhancements, he believed that it would be easier to deal with Barzan if he encountered him again. The Dead Ember breathing technique had advanced to level 13, and the Ember Feathers special effect had advanced to level 1 inextinguishable Ember Body. Naturally, there was no need to mention his physique and self-healing ability. His bloodline Dharma body had also entered level 7, and the Azure of Phantom was even more condensed. Moreover, even if Levi did not move, this bloodline Dharma body could attack and protect its master within a kilometer. He naturally made up the 7th level of the introduction to bloodline Dharma body separation. In the hall, an owl flew in and transformed into the witch Eve. With Levi's help, Eve had also advanced to the 2nd circle. She had the 3rd circle defensive wizard tool that Levi had bestowed upon her, so she could barely enter and exit the wizard world. Hence, Levi let Eve continue her job as a messenger. He wanted her to deliver first-hand information about the wizard world to him. You've worked hard. It's what I should do. Without your help, I wouldn't be where I am today. Eve smiled and transformed into an owl before leaving. Levi looked at the news with a solemn expression. Deep Blue Sage betrayed us. Levi found it hard to understand. It's said that the source of the news came from a big shot at the level of a grand wizard. The news is reliable, but we still don't know who this big shot is. Is someone trying to create internal strife? Has the legendary wizards started to split? The Congress is really in a mess now. Levi was disappointed. A united wizard civilization was the strongest. Why didn't these people understand this simple principle? If the wizards were not united, and there was no Sauron, how could they fight against the gods? How could they fight against the abyss? Although the gods and the abyss were not united. However, this was equivalent to giving up the greatest advantage of a wizard. I didn't expect the Black Pearl Kid, Garcia, to advance to a primordial soul. This is unexpected. It seems that Garcia's talent is only triple affinity, and he's a nomadic wizard. He seems to be the son of Providence. Then I'm more confident in breaking through to a primordial soul wizard. Levi and Garcia did not know each other. After all, he was just a nobody. However, he had some impression of Sparrow and Veril. Forget it. Let's have a meeting first. To facilitate the meeting, during the 6th round table meeting of the Twilight Knights, Levi and the other official members unanimously agreed that the next meeting date would be the first day of the month of beginning in the Holy Brilliance calendar, which was January 1st. After the round table was set up, Levi sat in his seat and sent his consciousness into the castle that was surrounded by the Black Snake. He closed his eyes to rest and waited for the other members to arrive. Not long after, a member pushed open the door and entered. Good evening, Commander. The first to enter was the youngest and weakest Silver Dragon Knight, Kelvin. Good evening, Silver Dragon Knight, Levi said with a smile. He did not look arrogant at all. He was easygoing and exuded an oppressive aura. Kelvin had only participated in the round table meeting a few times, so he was rather reserved. He sat upright like a good child and looked at Levi. Not long after, the Blood Knight, Black Knight, Divine Light Knight, Grey Destruction Nighthawk, Saint Ape Knight, and Golden Lion Knight all came to the round table and sat there, waiting for Levi to speak. The 9th round table meeting of the Twilight Knights will begin. There will still be free interaction before the meeting. Everyone, you can tell me about your recent situation. If you have any questions, you can ask me, Levi said. Chapter 857, How to Transcend the Bloodline Path. 6. I'll go first. The Black Knight and I have been at the Dusk Holy Temple recently. Commander, I heard that after the mortal barrier is broken, a terrifying existence might come to the forsaken land of the god. How should we deal with it? The Blood Knight asked. Just follow the previous plan. There's no need to panic. Although the forsaken land of the god is terrifying and unknown, there might not be many experts. Otherwise, how can the mortal barrier stop them? Our Dusk Island is protected by an array. Unless a fifth circle expert takes action, generally speaking, it's enough to be safe and sound. Moreover, the church should be the one who's most worried, not us. This turmoil is also an opportunity for the members of the Dusk Holy Temple to sharpen themselves. If there's a critical moment, we can just move all the holy temples into the ancient Dragon Empire. Times are changing, and we can't be completely cowards. Hiding in the ancient Dragon Empire isn't a long-term plan. Sooner or later, we'll have to fight with the forces outside. The Holy Temple is our bridgehead in the human world. Understood. Those little guys do need some real training. Otherwise, even if they reach the threshold of Legendary smoothly, they won't be able to open the door to Legendary, the Black Knight side. He was referring to the knight who didn't have the chance to become a Legendary Knight and felt sorry for him. Commander, I've also broken through the Legendary barrier and advanced to Bloodthirst. I've also mastered Blood Chi Wings. The Divine Light Knight clenched her fists and said excitedly. Congratulations, Divine Light Knight. The strength of our knights has advanced further. Next, we will continue to temper our bloodline power and strive to step into the blood source realm as soon as possible to forge our own bloodline divine weapon. Levi began to flatter his team members. They had seen the power of the bloodline divine weapon with their own eyes. They were extremely envious. Commander, I have a body tempering technique here. The goddess knight gave it to me. She heard that you were collecting things in this area, so she asked me to project it for you. If you can't remember it, I'll give it to you when we meet in the future. In Emperor Mu's hand was a slate that was like ice. There were some complicated body tempering spell runes carved on it. After killing Barzan, other than obtaining 200,000 ether stones, the most precious thing was Barzan's fundamental technique. Luminant Gold Body Refining Technique. After mastering it, he could be comparable to a fourth circle wizard and cultivate the Luminant Gold Wizard body. In addition, Levi's previous mixed venom true form was also very useful, so he began to consciously collect high-quality body tempering techniques. He would accept anything that could help him understand the path of knights. Ice body tempering technique, not bad. It's a pity that the projection is useless. This is a special inheritance slate. I can't cultivate it just by memorizing the runes on the surface. Let's talk about it in the future, Levi said calmly. All right, it's indeed not that simple. Emperor Mu felt regretful. Levi said, but then again, there are a few low-level body tempering techniques for wizards in the Holy Hall. It's enough for you to cultivate to the second circle body refining wizard realm. If you have wizard talent and are interested, you can also try to cultivate it. Perhaps it can also help you understand the path of knights by analogy. I'll pass. Cultivating the night breathing technique has already exhausted all my energy. With my limited lifespan, I should devote myself to more important matters, the Silent Nighthawk said. By the way, Commander, there's one more thing. During this period of time, I learned from the Church of the Dragon God that the Dragon and Estella of the Church of Stars have joined forces. I reckon it's also to resist the Holy Brilliance and Earth Alliance formed by Yelin and Teresa. Oh? Estella, Levi's thoughts returned to the past, to the saint of the Church of the Stars whom he feared. Now, he was no longer the same as before. He had enough confidence and was not as afraid as before. Of course, if he could avoid conflict, he would not take the initiative to cause trouble. The Church spread their faith, and there was no conflict or competition with their night path. From the information that Hogg had sent from the front lines, it seemed that this saint was similar to Estella and was also more Buddhist. He was not like the kind father and the saint who would do anything to worship. Levi guessed that this might be related to the identity of the King of 10,000 Dragons as a dragon clan. Let's not take sides and not get involved in the Church's disputes. However, if the situation changes and we need to join forces with a portion of the saints, we can be flexible, Levi said. Perhaps it was because Levi grew up under the oppressive rule of the Church of Holy Light, that he had the least favorable impression of the Church of Holy Light. Speaking of which, the Van Helsing family's seal's inheritance seems to still be on Heavenly Mountain. Although the seals were useless to Levi now, he had already collected 2 large clans. If he could not gather the rest, Levi would feel a little awkward. He did not want to think about all this nonsense. The 10-year plan for the next stage of the construction of the Twilight Knights and their development was gradually discussed and formulated at the Round Table meeting. At the end of the meeting, the commander, Levi, gave a speech. Everyone ended the meeting perfectly. The 9th Round Table meeting ended smoothly. Levi quietly left his hall. There was no need for him to worry too much about the ancient Dragon Empire now. The 3 kings and the sages of the Senior State Assembly were enough to deal with most situations. All the lizardmen of the ancient Dragon Empire were tightly united beside the Crimson Dragon Emperor, who was fighting against the evil god from beyond the heavens on the blazing throne. Unfortunately, there has been no news of the Holy Grail of Immortality. Could it be that it's no longer on this ancient saint plane? All these years, Levi had never forgotten to search for the Holy Grail of Immortality. This might be the most powerful of the 4 treasures. After all, it involved the ageless level. It was inevitable that people would daydream. He arrived at the small island where the teleportation point was located in the human world. Master, some time ago, a strange wizard tried to enter the array but was killed by it, Bo Gang suddenly said. Huh? Why is it strange? Levi asked. It's just that their skin is very thin, and their blood vessels seem to be exposed. Their eyes are tiny, as if they don't have any. Although there are many strange wizards, there is not only one, but 3 of them. However, they were killed in a moment inside the array. Their strength might only be at the level of a second circle, Bo Gang said. It seems that the existence of the forsaken land of the god has begun to gradually explore the 7 kingdoms continent, Levi pondered. These 3 unlucky fellows must have accidentally discovered this island. However, this was not a good sign. Levi knew that unless he had a higher level concealment array to erase the entire island from the map, he would eventually be exposed. Of course, the outer sea was so big that the probability of this island being discovered was not high. As long as it was not a 5th circle wizard or many wizards who came, the others would only die in the array. Even if they were lucky enough to pass through the array, if they dared to invade the ancient Dragon Empire, they would be killed by the ancient saint of the Senior State Assembly. Hurry up and refine the Purgatory Ghost-killing array. At that time, it could even go against 5th circle wizards and ancient saints. This can also become my trump card. Levi's heart was calm, but he did not panic. After 5 years of hibernation, his strength had changed in all aspects, giving him enough confidence to deal with the upheavals of the future era. Chapter 858, 1,000 Paths, 10,000 Transcendence. 1. Peacock Kingdom. At Black Snake Castle in Flower City. The old Baron Reed, Andrew, was sitting alone on the roof of the castle, enjoying the night breeze and staring blankly at the full moon hanging high in the dark night. I'm getting old, he suddenly said. It wasn't to pretend to be old, but Andrew was really old. His life was coming to an end. The Blood Clan was a longevity species with a long lifespan. The primary Blood Clan relied on a method similar to the hibernation chamber in sci-fi works to achieve a certain kind of longevity. Although this kind of longevity was mostly in unconscious sleep, it was meaningless. However, Andrew was only a second-generation secondary Blood Clan member, not a first-generation secondary Blood Clan member like the Blood Knight. He had practiced the Blood Beast breathing technique, but he was stuck at the legendary level and couldn't make a breakthrough. Bloodline was one aspect of talent, but not everything. Andrew felt like he was about to die. His body started to age, and even his soul started to age. This was the most terrifying thing. Since I'm going to die anyway, why don't I take that damned marshal with me before I die? Andrew's expression hardened as he stood up, revealing his old Blood Clan's true form. Starting from the Holy Brilliance calendar in 1017 until 1111, he stayed in Flower City for his master for nearly 100 years. In the past 100 years, he had played many identities and witnessed many changes in the world. He felt that the last 100 years of his life were quite worth it. Compared to the primary Blood Clan that was hidden in the dark, a lower-level clan like him, who was looked down upon, was on the border between humans and Blood Clan. If he wanted to integrate into the Blood Clan, he would be regarded as a lowly clan. If he wanted to integrate into the human race, he would never be able to return. Marshal whom Andrew wanted to deal with was a mysterious primary Blood Clan. Previously, the Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple had come to hunt him many times, but he had dodged them all. Over the years, he had often spread the cult teachings of the Church of the Moon God in Flower City and created some bloody cases. Andrew had fought with him in the dark and had already grasped Marshall's main hiding place. The Church of the Moon God had gathered many believers in the Seven Kingdoms, and the Demonic Feast Alliance was behind all of this. The two main families of the Demonic Feast Alliance, the Lozenba family, had been completely destroyed by their master in the early stages of the Dark Wave revival. As for the Felmacity family, they had always been at large. After so many years of development, the Felmacity family had either killed or subdued all the Blood Clan of the Secret Alliance. Currently, the Blood Clan forces in the human world had already completed a large integration. They awakened the powerful primary Blood Clan that were sleeping deep in the mountains or in ancient castles and created more secondary Blood Clans to strengthen their forces. The Church of the Moon God had a lot of authority among the four giants of the Dark Coalition. The so-called Big Four were the Church of the Moon God, Werewolf Brotherhood, Death Society, and Ghoul Hut. The Ghoul Hut's movements were extremely secretive. However, it diligently spread the plague and accumulated strength, making the church helpless. On the other hand, the Blue Frost undead forces behind the Death Society had taken root in the Northern Territory and the extreme north. They would hide in the dangerous Blue Frost Plain at the slightest sign of trouble. Due to the strange corrosive power of the Blue Frost Plain, most knights, rangers, and even the saints of the church were unwilling to step into it. There was no need to mention the Werewolf Brotherhood. Compared to the Blood Clan, it was easier for them to disguise themselves in the human world. Now, they were doing well. In addition to the four great dark forces, old organizations like the Silent Monastery, the God of War Temple, the Bird of Death's Voice, and the Wilderness Brotherhood were also developing. It was said that the Bird of Death's Voice had produced a powerful ace assassin, Shadowhand Wood. He was a fanatical believer of the Shadow Lord. It was said that he had obtained the divine power of the gods and his strength had already surpassed the founder of this organization, the Thousand-Faced Knight. He had once escaped from the attack of a saint and left an illustrious reputation in the underground world. The Silent Monastery, a secret organization, also revealed the tip of the iceberg. A group of silent nuns formed entirely by women began to actively roam the continent. The God of War Temple was the exact opposite of the Silent Monastery. This group of fanatical war criminals were all men, trying to bring a new storm of war to the human world. The Wilderness Brotherhood, on the other hand, was always active in chaotic times. They were like weeds that could not be burned down and would grow again when the spring wind blew. Therefore, even the Seven Gods Church could feel the pressure from the various forces. They began to join forces and form alliances in an attempt to survive the upheaval in the future. But victory will definitely belong to the Twilight Knights. Andrew was very determined. This was because he had personally witnessed how a secret organization had grown up to be comparable to those old organizations. Under the night sky, Andrew felt the power of the full moon and quietly left the castle. "Andrew, where are you going?" A calm voice sounded in Andrew's ears. Andrew raised his head and looked up. On the moon, a figure seemed to descend from the sky and land in front of him. He was wearing an ancient luminant gold knight armor and a scarlet cloak. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked dignified. "Master, there are unworthy enemies causing trouble in the territory. I want to deal with them," Andrew said. "Why didn't you tell the Blood Knight?" Levi asked. "The other party is just an ordinary primary blood clan. I don't want to trouble them every time, and I don't want to trouble you, Master," Andrew lowered his head and said in an old voice. Chapter 859, 1,000 Paths, 10,000 Transcendence. 2. "Andrew, you're old," Levi suddenly said with a complicated tone. "Master. I can still fight," Andrew said hurriedly. In fact, Flower City was already dispensable to Levi. However, Andrew had been guarding this place for nearly 100 years. He had been guarding this place day after day. It had become a part of his life. Perhaps in the beginning, he had only relied on the contract to maintain all of this. But now, 100 years of protection had become a habit. Just like the procedure, it was rooted in his heart. Levi didn't say anything. His nightmare perception swept through the entire city. With his current realm, even if there was a church in Flower City, he could use his perception without any worries. Apart from the powerful figures in the headquarters of the Church of Holy Light, the priests and head priests stationed in these churches could not sense Levi at all. Before long, Levi found the enemy that Andrew mentioned. It was a primary blood clan hidden in the city. It was only a peak level 1 blood clan. Any pet of Levi's could beat him up. He stood at the top of the church, sat down leisurely, and took out Shining Tavern's blood wine. Andrew, come and drink. Have a good rest, Levi said softly. Andrew looked nervous. He trembled as he walked to Levi's side. He took the wine from Levi and drank it in one gulp. After finishing the wine, a black shadow appeared behind Levi in the night. Then, the black shadow fused into Levi's body. It was the mixed venom true form. A primary blood clan tied up by a rope formed by the toxic swarm appeared in front of Levi. This was Marshal Felmicity, the primary blood clan that Andrew planned to perish together with. He had once held a dark fairy tales tea party in the suburbs and invited a group of dark creatures to a silver party. Before the Blood Knights and Black Knights swept through the area, he had already fled. Now, he was still defeated by the commander of the Twilight Knights. With a thought, Levi's nightmare, which was deeper than the night, descended. Marshall looked terrified. He was struggling on the ground. His face was closed, and he had fallen asleep. Levi discovered that nightmare power seemed to be able to make enemies fall into illusions. Especially when this kind of spiritual force was far lower than his, he was hit immediately. He also understood why the man-faced spider could toy with him. Then, Levi pointed between Marshall's eyebrows. He used his maximum dream infiltration wind spell and began to search Marshall's subconscious. In the end, he found some useful memory fragments. He pieced together these memory fragments and obtained a lot of information that the Church of the Moon God didn't know about. This can also be considered a disguised soul-searching technique. Andrew quietly looked at his master's unfathomable abilities. He wasn't surprised because this was just the tip of the iceberg of his master's true strength. Currently, the Church of the Moon God is headquartered in an underground cave complex in the Constellation Empire. There are suspected level 4 primary blood clan members guarding it. My Scarlet Dragon breathing technique is also lacking secret medicine from the Blood Clan. Since this organization is so jumpy, it's a good opportunity to test my current strength. According to Levi's analysis, the secret medicine that was most suitable for the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique should be the Dragon Clan bloodline with negative energy. However, this thing did not exist in the wizard world or the ancient saint plane. All along, he had been cultivating with the bloodline of Skin, a peak level 2 blood clan. He did not know how long it would take Skin to advance to level 3, so he could not wait and planned to find a higher level blood clan member to contract. He came to look for Andrew to ask about the high-level blood clan in the human world. He didn't expect to encounter Marshall causing trouble in Flower City. In that case, there was no need to ask Andrew. He had finished his wine. Marshall also died in his nightmare, and a blood-red light gushed out. Levi stretched out his flaming hand and tried to grab it. The light passed through it and disappeared into the horizon. It was as if it had fused into the full moon. Levi looked at the blood-colored moon, his heart calm. Compared to the Blood River Will, I'm still an ant. I can't do anything if he wants to take this true soul away. Andrew, let's go. I'll bring you to see those noble primary blood clan. Don't worry, if it's possible, I won't let you die so easily. After saying that, he jumped into the sky with Andrew following closely behind. Constellation Empire. This country was located on a vast plateau on the continent. This was the closest place to the starry sky. The capital of the empire was Star Cloud City. In a small city thousands of miles away from Star Cloud City, it was quiet under the night sky. In the church's church in the small city, the corpses of priests were everywhere. An elegant middle-aged noble was bathed in blood. Behind him, on the dome of the church and the statues, were blood-colored monsters of various shapes and ugly faces. They were like monsters in religious murals, standing silently in the church. Let's begin. Transform more blood servants. Take action quickly before the Star Apostle arrives, said the middle-aged noble. His name was Claire, and he was a noble level 3 blood clan. He was one of the blood god protectors of the Church of the Moon God. Yes, Lord. The blood clan hiding in the darkness began to take action. They were active in various parts of the city, setting up strange blood-colored arrays, and carrying strange blood artifacts in their hands. Claire sat at the top of the church, watching out for his subordinates and dealing with the sudden attack from the Church of the Stars. Chapter 860, 1,000 Paths, 10,000 Transcendence. 3. When the Blood River and Nora completely intersect, the real show will begin. Before that, let's build an army of blood servants for Lord Blood God and Nora. There were not many primary blood clan, so if the Church of the Moon God wanted to compete with the Church, they had to create more blood clan servants. Most primary blood clans could only create one secondary blood clan. Although they could continue to create secondary blood clan, the number of secondary blood clan that could be born in the end was not many. If he wanted to have a true blood clan army, he had to find another way. Fortunately, the head priest of the Church of the Moon God, a level 4 blood clan who had been sleeping in the human world for a long time, received the blood god's decree and woke up. He also obtained a blood clan array called the Blood Earth Reincarnation Grand Array. Using a city as a sacrificial ground to activate the Blood Earth Reincarnation Grand Array had a chance of giving birth to the so-called blood servant among mortals. The blood servants were not as strong as the secondary blood clan, but they were still at the level of ordinary human knights. Some of the stronger ones were even at the level of grand knights. The blood servants had the advantage in numbers. They were cannon fodder, just like the undead calamity. Don't underestimate these cannon fodder. To any faction, conquering a piece of land was indispensable. This small city was far away from the Church's headquarters. They had been very secretive about this operation. When the other party found out, the ritual here had already been completed. In the small city, as the Blood Earth Reincarnation Grand Array was set up, blood fog pervaded the air, and the earth started to turn dark red. The pitch-black sky also turned dark red. Blood of the human world. Claire opened his arms and embraced the bloody scarlet world. Suddenly, a sharp and domineering sword light tore through the night sky, dispersing the blood fog. Boom! Claire let out a puff as the sword light split him in half. His blood splattered on the spot. The church beneath him disintegrated and collapsed. The earth trembled and dust flew. Two halves of Claire rose from the dust. His intestines and internal organs were all over the ground. Blood gushed from the wound. It didn't take long for Claire's body to heal. His face was pale as he looked solemnly at the void in front of him. A man wearing golden armor and holding a flaming greatsword stood in the air. Beside him was an old secondary blood clan. You actually dare to attack the noble primary blood clan? Claire did not finish his sentence. Another slash split him in half. He fell to the ground and stood up again like a paper doll. This self-healing ability is really not bad. Levi sighed softly. Fool, the blood clan is immortal and invincible. Claire didn't care who it was anymore. Blood Fang true form. With a loud shout, his body began to expand, and sharp shark-like spikes grew out of his skin. It didn't take long for Claire to become a terrifying beast covered in hideous blood spikes. She was 10 meters tall and her speed was still like a ghost. Bang! In the next moment, Claire collided with a pitch-black demon. Claire retreated explosively, and the demon exploded, turning into countless black poisonous fog. Defeat it first, Levi said calmly. You're not from the church? Who are you? You're courting death by becoming enemies with the blood clan, Claire said. He was forced back by Levi's mixed venom true form. His blood clan strength was extremely powerful, but his mixed venom true form was not bad either. He was undying and indestructible, and so was his mixed venom true form. Livy was finding it more and more useful. It's a pity that the peak of the third circle is already the limit of this mixed venom true form, Levi sighed in his heart. The Crimson Netherworld Sparrow and the Wind Thunder Winged Dragon, these two huge flying beasts that blotted out the sky, also used flames and lightning to send those low-level primary blood clan back to the Blood River. Claire, who was incomparably humiliated, was completely suppressed by the mixed venom true form. The powerful blood clan's true form always hits the air when fighting the demons. The blood clan's blood spells were basically useless against the demons. Levi used the Scarlet Contract to subdue Claire. Claire crawled in front of Levi. How do we stop the Grand Array? Levi asked. Master, the Blood Earth Reincarnation Grand Array has already begun to operate. There's no way to stop it. Next, the mortals in this city will either die in the Blood Earth or be reincarnated into low-level blood servants in the Blood Earth, Claire said. Levi frowned as he looked at the mortals struggling in the blood fog and turned to leave silently. He originally wanted to go to the Blood Clan's base camp, but he met a level 3 Blood Clan member on the way. He changed his plan at the last minute. A level 3 Blood Clan member was enough. There was still some risk in the Blood Clan's base camp. As for these mortals, there was nothing he could do. This world was just so cruel. Early in the morning at daybreak. However, this small city was still filled with blood fog and could not see the sun. Several figures tore through the air and descended. The person in the lead was Estella, who was wearing a starry dress. Her every move exuded a mysterious aura that was breathtaking. She frowned and looked at the hellish scene on earth. Everything in the city was turned into blood mud in the blood fog. Some blood-colored monsters with exposed blood vessels roared in pain. She saw a little girl crying with her own eyes. Suddenly, she fell to the ground and was swallowed by the blood earth. When she appeared again, she was already a blood monster that looked like a ferocious and terrifying child. Blood Clan. Estella's heart sank. She had underestimated the savagery of the Blood Clan. Chapter 861, 8,000 Paths, 10,000 Transcendents. 4. Beside Estella, the Star Apostle said to her in a low voice, "Lord Saint, it seems like someone else has been here before." "I can see that." Estella looked at the church and earth that had been torn apart by the sword aura. This power was not much weaker than the saints of the church. Of course, it could not be counted as Groudon. Among saints, some people used swords as weapons, such as dragons. However, the sword chi emitted by saints usually carried a trace of divine aura. That was because of the characteristics brought about by their unique agent attributes. However, this sword chi that caused a ravine to appear on earth did not have such an aura. This sword chi was extremely overbearing. It was hard to imagine that such an existence existed in the human world. Could it be him? Estella suddenly thought of the strange person she had not seen for a long time. In an instant, Estella had a rough guess. Judging from that person's behavior, he seemed to have a grudge against the Blood Clan. The last time they met, he was also hunting them. From the looks of it, he might have been the one who dealt with these Blood Clan this time. In the human world, there were often some knights and rangers who were chivalrous and slayed demons. However, they only dealt with some kittens and puppies. It was rare for Estella to see someone like that strange person who could split the ground with a single strike. The next day, on the peak of a mountain in the Dragon Empire, two figures stood proudly on the precipice. One was as beautiful as a fairy with a graceful figure, while the other had a firm gaze and was fit and well proportioned. "I didn't expect the Blood Clan to be so arrogant." "Next, it's time to fight back," the dragon said. "Yes, this can be considered our first operation after the alliance." "Happy cooperation," Estella said. "Pleasure working with you," Dragon said with a smile, confident and calm. "Previously, I knew a human in the human world who might not be weaker than you and me. He was suspected to be a knight and had mastered a powerful transcendent sword skill. However, it's also possible that he's a dragon descendant. I can sense an aura similar to yours from him. He's also hunting Blood Clan. If possible, come with me to meet him another day and give him some benefits. Bring him to our camp so that he can better deal with the tumultuous years," Estella said. "Oh? A human can make you value him so much?" In the multidimensional plane below the astral world, there are indeed some dragon clans and humans who have left behind their bloodlines. If it's a dragon descendant, a powerful swordsman can be born. When the dragon said this, there was a hint of smugness in its tone. As the king of 10,000 dragons, he was once a pure-blooded dragon clan and was one of the best among them, although there were also conflicts between the dragon clan. However, in front of outsiders, he was still proud to be a member of the dragon clan. "Sure, let's go see him in a few days and teach those blood clans a lesson first. My 10,000 dragon empire has been constantly harassed recently. These unkillable bugs are indeed difficult to deal with. The blood river is getting stronger and stronger. Even if he hasn't become a god, his strength is about the same." Estella revealed a faint look of worry. "Of course, this is the descendant of that person from the underworld. He was born with a portion of the divine power of death and reincarnation. He even comprehended the absolute blood divine power on his own," the dragon said without much fear. There was also a difference between gods. In the astral world, the 7 orthodox gods of Nora, such as the king of 10,000 dragons, were naturally not unknown. Speaking of which, at the end of the ancient era, some people were worried that the rise of wizards would endanger their fundamental god's authority. They were afraid that legendary wizards would steal the authority of the gods and start the war of gods. In the end, they suffered a huge loss because of Sauron. It was also because of Sauron that those guys knew that the wizards did not care about God's authority at all. To grasp God's authority, one has to condense a divine persona in the astral world. If one succeeds, it would be the astral world. If one fails, it would be the astral world. The astral world is a hotbed for the gods, and it is also the shackles of the gods. What a joke! Some fellows in the astral world racked their brains to get out, but those fellows outside tried their best to come in. Looking at the Blood River's stance, he wants to become a god in this era. This turmoil will definitely pull down some old fellows from the astral world and make them fall into the mortal world. At best, they will lose their divine persona and become saints. At worst, they will die. The dragon said with some emotion. Ha ha ha, that's why Sauron said that the astral world is a siege, Estella said with a smile. Indeed, Sauron's description is extremely appropriate. As expected of a wizard, a cultured person, Dragon joked. It's too late to say anything now. Since I've chosen a path, I'll bury my head and walk until the end. Be it the path of God's authority and faith, the path of truth and knowledge, or any other path. There are 1,000 paths and 10,000 transcendents in the multidimensional plane. Who could try them one by one? Everyone's understanding of the path is different. Some people feel that those who can obtain eternal life are the great Deo. Therefore, the gods took the shortcut to the astral world at the cost of being trapped in the astral world and unable to transcend. Some people pursued the truth that could never be touched, and the group of wizards was born. Along the way, it was extremely difficult. They were trapped by their short lifespan and lamented the vastness of knowledge, the distance of truth, and the moment of my life. To the vast universe, all living beings were fighting to cross. As for saints of the gods like you and me, we are just insignificant tools of the gods from the moment we were born. Estella seemed to have seen through it long ago. It was no wonder she was so zen about it. Chapter 862, 1,000 Paths, 10,000 Transcendents. 5. 7 days later. The two saints, Dragon and Estella, led their respective Dragon King Apostles and Star Apostles, as well as the Church's knights, and destroyed many Blood Clan strongholds. Finally, they found the location of the Blood Clan headquarters. The mighty Church army charged in, and most of the Blood Clan in the base camp were killed or injured. Hundreds of primary Blood Clans were wiped out, and their true souls returned to the Blood River to be rebuilt in the city. However, the head priest of the Church of the Moon God, a level 4 Blood Clan, had relied on his blood artifacts, blood arrays, and protectors to desperately stop him. He had escaped the Church's blockade and was nowhere to be found. No matter what, the main force of the Church of the Moon God had been completely wiped out. If he wanted to recover, he would probably have to wait for the Dark Wave to recover further. This news shocked the world. The Church had always been at a disadvantage. For a moment, the outside world was saying that the Church could not take it anymore and was in danger. Now that he had made his move, it was like a thunderbolt. The other 3 of the 4 giants of darkness and the other secret organizations began to reduce the frequency of their appearance. From the looks of it, he was still his uncle. The strength of the Church was still not something that could be easily shaken. In Flower City, Levi, who was playing chess with Andrew, heard the news. I was originally worried that the Blood Clan would take revenge on me, but from the looks of it, they can't even take care of themselves. They probably won't come looking for me. Levi muttered to himself. The day, Skin, Claire, and Levi's Blood Clan stood in front of Levi. I currently have 3 positions in the Scarlet Contract. I can't touch the Sea Clan Baron Baghdad. I still need the Sea Clan to gather resources for me in the wizard world and transmit information. If I need to interact with the Sea Clan in the future, this is also a trump card. Skin's position can be released now. A level 2 Blood Clan is no longer of much use to me. I should keep it to contract stronger transcendent creatures. For example, that damn fire element. With a thought, the mark of the Scarlet Dragon began to appear in Skin's body, turning into a blood fog that dissipated without a trace. Without the Scarlet Contract, Skin was confused at first. Then, he looked at Levi with a ferocious expression. The next moment, Skin, who had rushed over, was pressed to the ground by Claire and became his blood slave. In this way, Skin was still Levi's servant. It was a perfect connection. It's a pity that these Blood Clan can't form a contract with Excalibur. This is because Excalibur uses the fear of death to make an oath. These blood clans are not afraid of death at all. From what they know, they will be reborn in the blood river if they die. It has to be the strongest contract, like the Scarlet Contract, which is so domineering that servants can't even think of committing suicide. After settling the contract, Levi asked Claire, "Do the secondary blood clan have a way to extend their lifespan? Or a way to completely become a primary blood clan?" Claire shook his head. "No. The primary blood clan are the children of the blood river. They are either a combination of two primary blood clans or they were born in the blood river. There's no other way." He sighed and looked at Andrew. Andrew was very calm in the face of the imminent death. "Master, you don't have to force it. You can find anyone to protect this territory better than me. I've lived for hundreds of years. To be honest, I'm a little tired of it. If Master is willing to let me go, I won't have any complaints," Andrew said. "If you can accept it, I will respect your decision," Levi said calmly. Even he couldn't let Andrew live for a few more years. Over the past few days, he had tried transplanting the primary blood clan bloodline to Andrew, but there was no change. It was not that Levi's transplant failed, but that the core of the primary blood clan bloodline was related to the profoundness of the longevity species, which could not be obtained through a rough transplant. All along, he had been wondering why he had been unable to obtain a special effect similar to the longevity species after consuming so many secret medicines of the blood clan and cultivating the scarlet dragon breathing technique that was fused with the blood beast breathing technique. Over the past few days, after interacting with Claire, who knew more about the middle-rank blood clan, he came to a realization. On the path of the blood clan, the blood river at the end of the path firmly controlled certain key authorities in his hands. Perhaps this is the power of God. Only through that person's approval, such as changing the form of the secondary blood clan, could this authority be partially transferred to others. Levi's simple and crude transplant was useless. If Levi wanted to try more, he could find more longevity species bloodlines and transplant them for Andrew to try. However, he felt that the outcome might not be good. First of all, there were many requirements for a bloodline transplant. There were many dangers, especially for Andrew, who had a bloodline to begin with. The probability of conflict was especially high. Secondly, if one could obtain the lifespan of a longevity species through transplantation, then the wizard world would now be half blood clan, half elf, and half dragon. Since Andrew wanted to rest, Levi did not bother him anymore. Time passed like a white steed passing through a crack. In the blink of an eye. A year had passed. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1112, month of the furnace. Flower City was hot. Over the past year, Levi had stayed in Flower City and returned to the life of a young lord. He felt the impact of the Dark Wave revival on the mortals. These poor people lived in the lie of the Church of Holy Light all day long. The Church of Holy Light blamed the appearance of those dark creatures and the hardships of the mortals on the fact that the mortals were not pious and hard-working enough. Not only the mortals, but the clergymen of the Holy Brilliance Church were also afraid. These guys were afraid that their power, status, wealth, and glory would be affected in this new era. Levi watched all of this coldly. He could only try his best to prevent the residents in his territory from being attacked by dark creatures so that they could basically eat their fill. He did not expose all the lies of the church. It was a futile effort. Even if the Church of Holy Light was uprooted, without the church, there would still be all kinds of rulers pressing down on ordinary people and deceiving the world with another lie. Being weak was the greatest sin. In the past year, the 10th round table meeting of the Twilight Knights was successfully held. Emperor Mu was still fighting in the realm of ice with the goddess Night, making contributions and killing enemies bravely. In such a battle, Emperor Mu's strength kept getting stronger and stronger, and he even created hundreds of moves with different names. Saint Ape Fist, Dragon Strike, Sea Sweeping Eagle. Levi did not dare to praise those names. In Levi's opinion, these moves were only slightly different in terms of the use of blood chi. However, Emperor Mu seemed to want all his ordinary attacks to be named so that others would feel that they were all big moves. Levi's Sky Dragon breathing technique had also advanced to level 14 this year. Sky Dragon Pillar's special effect had advanced to level 2, and its endurance had increased by another level. As such, among all of Levi's breathing techniques, the Golden Snake, Scarlet Dragon, Crimson Emperor Dragon, and Sky Dragon represented defense, speed, strength, and endurance. They had all reached level 14, which was the second transformation of the blood source realm. The death ember breathing technique that represented one's physique was level 13, first transformation of the blood source, and finally, it was still a perception type nightmare dragon. It was still level 12. In addition to these breathing techniques, he also cultivated all the excellent and legendary breathing techniques he had, including the peacock breathing technique from the divine light knight, the golden lion breathing technique from the golden lion knight, and the aurora breathing technique projected by the goddess knight. The golden lion was a strength breathing technique that was mainly used to break restrictions. As for the peacock and aurora bird, one was physique and the other was speed. The crimson emperor dragon has been perfected. After all, it has integrated the breathing techniques of red lotus, the dragon demon, and the others that are beyond legendary. In comparison, the golden snake, the death ember, the scarlet dragon, and the sky dragon still need to be perfected. Otherwise, I feel that they are not on the same level as the Crimson Emperor Dragon. These were the insights Levi had gained over the years. As for the Nightmare Dragon breathing technique, there were no more perception-type breathing techniques in this world. Hence, Levi did not have any materials to continue fusing with the perception dimension. In the future, he might need to rely on his own strength to advance the perception breathing technique. Somehow, Levi had a feeling that the opportunity to improve his perception breathing technique was in the nightmare world that he was extremely afraid of. One day, he had to be prepared to step into that world and face the man-faced spider and the nightmare. On this day, Levi was cultivating. Andrew closed his eyes in the castle with a peaceful expression. Rest in peace, Andrew. He personally buried Andrew and sent Skin here before leaving Flower City. Chapter 863, Sauron and his Fellows, 1. Panda Empire, Southern Province. Over the years, a female swordswoman named 100 Flowers started to become famous. She had fought Bai Fengjiang and Nanshan Jian, but she had never lost. After that, various southern experts came to challenge him, gradually making 100 Flowers swordsmen famous. Of course, although Bai Fengjiang and Nanshan Jian were famous, they were still not considered true experts of the Panda Empire. It was said that above these first-rate experts, there was also the mysterious hidden energy sect. What was the energy sect? The energy sect could enter the Dao with their bodies and become one with heaven and earth. They could become one with nature and mobilize the power of the four elements, earth, fire, wind, and water. This was the energy sect. The energy sect had lived in seclusion and had always been mysterious. Occasionally, he would leave behind some legends that would only appear when a calamity threatened the Panda Empire. Wizards paid particular attention to systematic knowledge learning and theoretical learning. Only then could they gradually master spells and touch the truth. But these adorable fur clan-like bearmen focused on cultivating the heart, focusing on comprehending the world and the existence of Qi. In the eyes of 100 Flowers, this was too illusory and idealistic. However, since Lord Sauron had left a legend here and did not treat this place as a wizard colony, it meant that there should be something special in this world. She wanted to meet the current Holy Emperor and dig out the information behind the legend left behind by Sauron. Therefore, as 100 Flowers traveled, she headed towards the capital of the Panda Empire in the central region, Four Symbol City. Along the way, she realized that most bearmen in this world were especially friendly to outsiders. This was something that 100 Flowers could not imagine in the wizard world. Bamboo Cloud City. Bamboo leaf cake. A good bamboo leaf cake. Want some? Thank you, I'll have one. 100 Flowers bought a small piece of bamboo leaf cake from an old bearman and swallowed it. It's so bitter. 100 Flowers smiled and shook her head. Much of the food in this world was related to plants like bamboo. Experiencing different exotic sceneries was also the joy of plane travel. In this small southern city, all sorts of peddlers were hawking and selling, and it was extremely lively. Halt! Leave the spirit's energy sex inheritance behind. In your dreams. Suddenly, two figures flitted across the eaves, leaving no sound behind. 100 Flowers looked over and saw a tall and thin bearman wearing a straw hat and a raincoat chasing after another short and fat bearman. The short and fat bearman looked chubby, but he was extremely agile. 100 Flowers smiled slightly and had no intention of fighting for the energy sex inheritance. After years of research, she realized that the transcendent system in this world might not be suitable for her. There was no need to talk about wizards. This was a mature and perfect transcendent system. The current upper limit was the existence of Akan gods like legendary wizards. It was impossible for her to give up on the path of wizards and neglect the essentials. As for the path of knights, it was also challenging to obtain any reference from this world's techniques. At least with Flower Knight's understanding of the path of knights, these were two completely different systems. A knight had to go all the way down the path of bloodline. And she had reached the end of the path. Ahead of her, however, was a mist, invisible and untouchable. Experts from all walks of life gathered. For a time, Bamboo Cloud City was in turmoil again. A group of people was fighting over a crimson wine gourd. It was unknown who punched, but the wine gourd suddenly shot out. Then, it arrived at 100 Flowers' feet and turned around. The mouth of the wine gourd pointed at 100 Flowers. 100 Flowers was speechless. She stopped and picked up the wine gourd. When she raised her head, she was already surrounded by first-rate experts who were no weaker than Bai Fengjiang and Nanshan Jian. Hello. 100 Flowers smiled confidently and put away the wine gourd. Since this thing had arrived at her feet, it would be rude if she did not take it. She thought that she might as well see what this inheritance was before returning it to these bearmen. Foreigner, hand it over. The energy sex inheritance is not something you can comprehend, said the tall and thin bearman. That's right. I was the one who found this item. It should belong to me. No, it's mine. A group of burly bearmen pounced towards 100 Flowers. She smiled prettily and did not panic. She held the wine gourd in her left hand and leaned back to dodge the attack. Then, she pressed her right hand on the sword and poured the power of a peak legendary knight into the sword. 100 Flowers full moon. Boom. Her sword spun, and sword light swept out like a full moon. The experts were forced to defend and dodge. The houses on both sides of the street were swept by the terrifying sword wind and were about to collapse. 100 Flowers willed. Relying on the power of spells, these houses that were about to collapse suddenly returned to normal. Her sword forced back those experts, but she did not injure anyone. Such powerful sorcery! An expert said in shock. Thank you for holding back, foreigner. This is indeed not something you can obtain. You should leave it behind. The bearman did not dare to move forward and said uneasily. I'll borrow it to have a look then return it to you. 100 Flowers smiled slightly. Brilliant flowers bloomed all over her entire body, head, chest, and legs. Flower petals swept up with the breeze and flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace. There was no one there. Only the experts were left dumbfounded. Perhaps, even if the spirit's energy sect was still alive, they would not be able to compare to this foreigner in front of them. Chapter 864, Sauron and his fellows, 2. 100 Flowers heaved a sigh of relief on a small village road 100 miles away. The corners of her mouth curled up. Although this world's spells are limited, it's not a problem to deal with you little fellows. Let me see what this technique of the hidden energy sect is. 100 Flowers opened the crimson gourd. In an instant, a scene that looked like a wizard's image appeared before her. She seemed to have passed through a beautiful river and mountain, a dense and towering bamboo forest, and at the top of a cliff waterfall hanging upside down, there was an ordinary-looking straw hut. A bearman swordsman was practicing his swordplay on the cliff. His every move was natural, as if it matched the principle of the integration of heaven and man in this world. As he danced with his sword, the red elemental power that represented fire began to gather around his body and gradually fuse into his body and his sword. His upper body was bare, and behind him, the image of an inferno firebird that looked like the undying bird in myths and legends appeared. At the same time, a loud voice sounded in 100 Flowers' mind. When the world was first created, all things were chaotic. The Holy Emperor ruled the world and discussed the Dao with extraordinary people. The origin chi could be divided into 4 elements to stabilize the energy sect's wondrous techniques. Those who were as scorching as wine were the fire energy sect, those who were as steady as mountains were the earth energy sect, those who were as good as clear springs were the water energy sect, and those who became like flowing clouds were the wind energy sect. The 4 elements gave birth to all things. They shook like spring lightning, were as dark as ice, were as green as wood, and were as firm as metal. No matter how many changes there were, they would not leave the sect. The 4 elements led to the energy sect in the world. With the fall of the Holy Emperor, the 4 elements collapsed and the origin chi split into 4 and fell into the mortal world. The 4 symbols sect was formed from spirit, green mountains, clear springs, and flowing clouds. I am Chen, the last disciple of the Spirit's energy sect. Since the fall of the Holy Emperor, the energy sect has declined. Fortunately, the treasures left behind by the Holy Emperor and the Outer Heaven Extraordinaire were able to protect the world from the Outer Realm calamity. However, the Extraordinaire's prophecy predicts that there will be calamities for the Panda Empire. The path to salvation lies with the energy sect. The strong have a stronger fist. I hope that the inheritor will take care of himself. After this slightly awkward voice, 100 Flowers looked at the scene on the waterfall. Black gas filled the sky. Then, an 8-armed snake demon that was dozens of meters tall and covered in scales descended from the sky. Behind it was a pitch-black abyssal well that led to an unknown place. In the huge well, an aura that even a primordial soul wizard like 100 Flowers was afraid of vaguely leaked out. This is the Spirit's energy sect's demon subduing technique Vermilion Bird Burning Heaven Sword. Boom! The Inferno Firebird pattern that resembled the undying bird on the back of the bearman revived. It let out a clear cry that resounded through the world. This sword move mobilized the power of heaven and earth. The flames were like a song, instantly setting the prairie ablaze. The 8-armed snake demon, which was comparable to a 5th circle wizard, was devoured by the Vermilion Bird Burning Heaven Sword. It screamed and turned into nothingness. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I didn't expect that there would be someone in this unknown plane who could kill the 8-armed general. An abyss lord with the aura of a primordial soul wizard opened up the sky and landed on the cliff. In front of him, Chen was so small. He looked at the otherworldly demon in despair. Killing the 8-armed snake demon had already made him use the strongest demon subduing technique of the Spirit's energy sect. He no longer had the strength to defeat an even stronger demon king. Sage of the Spirit's energy sect, it's my fault for being incompetent. My cultivation is still shallow and I can't protect this land, he said sadly. At this moment, in the distant central plains, a light that could pierce through the heavens and earth lit up in 4 Symbols City. The entire Panda Empire could see it. The 2 phantoms seemed to have arrived at the bottom of the abyssal well in an instant. One of them was a bearman, but he had the temperament of an otherworldly immortal, returning to his original state. The other one made 100 Flowers' expression change slightly. Sauron. This figure was wearing a white wizard robe. He was handsome and confident. The Bearman Elder, who was the first Holy Emperor, looked at the abyss well. Around him were the phantoms of 4 giant beasts, including the Inferno Firebird. 4 symbols heaven splitting. Boom! Spirit's Chi, steady mountain Chi, clear springs Chi, and flowing cloud Chi. The combination of the 4 elements was the heaven-splitting origin Chi. 4 giant beast phantoms blasted into the abyss well. The Abyss Lord disintegrated in shock and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Terrifying fluctuations entered the abyss well, and demons died amidst screams. Until an even more terrifying Abyss Demon Lord that made 100 Flowers tremble across time and space used its majestic body to block the attacks of the 4 Symbols Beasts and protect the abyss well. Thousands of black chains wrapped around its body, and on each chain were tens of thousands of dead abyss demons. The Lord of Chains, Flick, who killed tens of millions of demons in the abyss, the supreme one among the chain demons. The top demon lord after the 600th level of the abyss, comparable to a peak 9th circle grand wizard, once killed a ruler of the multidimensional plane, and ate an angel alive during the millennium battle with the gods of the astral world. 100 Flowers was shocked. This terrifying existence had actually once invaded this seemingly incomparably weak world. The 4 symbols heaven-splitting strike finally disappeared. The old bearman looked at Sauron. Sauron's expression was calm and his gaze was distant. He looked at the Lord of Chains and did not say anything. Even if you're a power projection left behind by a legendary wizard, I'm the Lord of Chains, the Abyss. Before the Lord of Chains could finish his sentence, his body began to disintegrate inch by inch, shattering like glass. The entire sky began to fill with cracks. The abyss well also began to collapse and completely disappear from the world. Chapter 865, Sauron and his Fellows, 3. The sky returned to normal, as if the invasion of the abyss had never happened. What is this move called? Lord Sauron. The Bearman Elder asked. Sauron's great disintegration technique is usually prepared for high and mighty figures. It's a little overkill to use it here. The strength of this world is declining, the Bearman Elder suddenly sighed. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1113, the first day of the month of beginning. The 82nd year of the Great Expedition. In the Wizard Tower of Nether Capital. Levi had just finished the 11th round table meeting of the Twilight Knights. When the meeting adjourned, Levi sat alone in his seat, staring at the empty tabletop. Suddenly, Mobius sighed. Sigh. Time flies. Why do you lament, Sir Mobius? Levi asked. Back then, Sauron and his 18 fellows were the ones who held the meeting here. Now, seeing your hopeful faces, I can't help but feel a little emotional. His fellows? Levi asked. That's right. The 18 of them came from different planes and had different strengths and paths. However, those who were recognized by Lord Sauron were called fellows by him. Who are the fellows? Would you mind telling me? I'm quite interested. Of course. Let me think, there's the Machine Sage, the Arcane Emperor, and the Origin Holy Emperor. Levi listened quietly. The Arcane Emperor. He seemed to have heard of him. In the ancient book The Tomb of Fireflies, the Bug Luminist's Ether Plane had once given birth to a prosperous spellcaster civilization. Later on, it died under the terror bugs and evolved into a Bug Luminist civilization. As for existences like the Origin Holy Emperor and the Machine Sage, they involved Levi's knowledge blind spot. The Machine Sage should be an existence similar to an alchemy wizard. He sounds quite powerful. As for the Origin Holy Emperor? I can't guess anything from his name. Levi shook his head. These big shots were too far away from him. Moreover, after such a long time, there was a high chance that they had died. Master, the Rose Witch is here. Algerta's voice sounded. Let her in. Will do. Not long after, the Rose Witch brought a skinny male wizard to Levi's living room. Sir Newt, long time no see. Levi smiled. Sir Levi, forgive me for being too busy with my classes. I know that you've settled down in Nether Capital, but I haven't had the time to visit you, Newt said. How do you feel at the Starfire Wizard Academy? Levi asked. He got Algerta to serve tea to the two guests. It's quite good. The atmosphere in the academy is different from the organization I've been in before. I wasn't used to it at first, but I got used to it. By the way, I chatted with Sir Xavier before and mentioned you by chance. I was surprised to find that Sir Xavier knows you too. Haha, I do know him. He's also a good friend of mine. Levi smiled. Sir Newt, why are you here this time? Levi asked. Newt nodded and said, the first thing is to invite you to Principal Garcia's primordial soul ceremony. Xavier asked me to do this. He misses you very much. The second thing is to ask if Alice's ring is okay. No problem. I'll definitely participate when the time comes. I also want to see a true primordial soul powerhouse. Alice's ring is very good at the moment. I'll repair it in the future. Don't worry, Sir Newt, Levi said. Newt nodded. Actually, there's one more thing. It's about the Rose incident. Sir Levi, do you have a solution? Newt asked in embarrassment. Levi shook his head and said helplessly, there's no solution to that. The nightmare world is too unknown and terrifying for us. Let's wait for the arrival of the Flower Witch. All right. Newt held the Rose Witch's hand, feeling a little uncomfortable. Levi watched the couple leave. There was nothing he could do. He could use the nightmare of the Rose Witch as an entrance to enter the nightmare world. There was a high chance that he could also see the culprit who had given her a nightmare, the man-faced spider. The problem was, how could he defeat the man-faced spider? He was only a third circle wizard. He could only pretend in a novice village like the human world. Going directly to a difficult dungeon like the nightmare world was courting death. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1113, month of winter. In Levi's wizard tower, there was a huge crucible. Inside the crucible was boiling luminant gold. Levi was happily soaking in the pot of luminant gold molten iron as he chanted a complicated incantation. Golden runes began to appear on Levi's bronze body, shining brightly. After 6 years, the luminant gold wizard body is completed. This luminant gold body refining technique is really expensive. However, the person who created this technique is also very powerful. He directly turned the power of luminant gold into runes and imprinted them on the wizard's body, allowing the wizard to have a body of steel comparable to luminant gold. After perfection, it's even harder than luminant gold itself. Levi. Luminant Gold Body Tempering Technique, Level 5, 126/30,000. Special Effect, Luminant Gold Wizard Body, Level 5. Levi felt the changes in his body. The body tempering technique of a wizard was similar to passive defensive spells like the King Kong Rock Body, but it was more complicated and systematic. Chapter 866, Sauron and His Fellows, 4. Generally speaking, the body refining of a wizard was still inseparable from the support of spiritual force and spell power. Body refining wizards and ordinary wizards were just different on the outside. Ordinary wizards used powerful spells to attack, while body refining wizards used spell-enhanced bodies to attack. One was good at long-range combat, and the other was good at close combat. Both had their advantages and disadvantages. However, the mainstream was still ordinary wizards. Body refining could only be said to be an unorthodox method. Levi came out of the crucible. The luminant gold molten iron in the crucible was one layer less than when he entered. The molten iron had already turned into the power of luminant gold runes and fused into Levi's body. By the time I finish absorbing this pot of molten iron, I should have mastered the luminant gold body tempering technique. Speaking of which, the luminant gold body tempering technique and the mixed venom true form are both wizard body tempering techniques. I wonder if they can be fused. If they can, my mixed venom true form might be able to break through. In the beginning, Levi only practiced the mixed venom true form for fun. However, after reaching maximum, Levi realized that this thing was really useful and far exceeded his expectations. To a certain extent, the mixed venom true form could be used as Levi's puppet clone. It could be used both to fight and to mark enemies. Moreover, it was almost immortal. As long as the toxic swarm was not wiped out, it could always rely on its powerful splitting and regeneration ability to recover. It was a standard demonic big boss cultivation technique. There was still some time before Garcia's primordial soul ceremony. Levi came out of seclusion this time mainly to participate in the annual large-scale auction in Nether Capital, the Nether King's Night. He returned to the wizard world so that he could purchase more knowledge, resources, materials, and so on. According to the information he had heard from the witch's family, there would be many really good things appearing on this Nether King's Night. It was said that they even sold breakthrough potions to advance to the fourth circle. Levi had been refining breakthrough potions all along. However, he had no choice but to submit to the cruel reality now. It would take a lot of time to refine the potion himself and collect the materials alone. At the same time, there was a possibility of failure. As the quality of the potion became higher and higher, the rarity of the ingredients soared. Most of the time, it was already not bad to be able to collect a set of pharmacy ingredients. If he failed, who knew how long it would take to collect them all again? Therefore, if he encountered it in the future, he would still have to buy it. As long as it was bought through formal channels, the probability of fake medicine was not high. It's mainly the succubus breast milk. I don't have any connections. Levi felt helpless. It had been 6 years since he had obtained the formula for the succubus potion, but he had not encountered a single succubus. He did not know where the demons that had escaped from the abyss well were hiding. Some time ago, he even went to the wizard brothel that was often advertised in the Nether Capital to take a look and see if there were any succubus prostitutes there. If there was, he would book himself a succubus and bring some fresh milk back to alchemy. It turned out that he was thinking too much. There were fur clans, low-level elves, sea clan, and all kinds of strange human-like women in the brothel, but there were no demons. Nether King's auction house. Levi had already booked a private room. The private room could block detection and prevent others from coveting. However, the price was a little expensive and he had to pay an additional 1,000 ether stones. I have 700,000 ether stones on me now. If I have a fourth circle breakthrough potion that doesn't exceed 400,000, I'll take it. I have to save 300,000 for backup. After all, I still have to buy the materials for the purgatory ghost killing array here and leave some money for the meditation supplementary potion materials. There are places to spend money everywhere. Recently, there haven't been any weak dark wizards robbing me. What a pity. Dark wizards were very interesting. When he took the initiative to look for them, he could not see a single one. Soon, the auction house was filled with wizards. Levi was participating in a high-level auction. Only wizards above the middle level were qualified to participate. He looked around. Judging from the seats, about 100 intermediate wizards in Nether Capital came to participate in the auction. So this is the Star Sea. Of course, most of these people were third circle wizards. Fourth circle wizards were rare, and fifth circle wizards were even rarer. Not long after, the auction which came to the front of the stage. The first item was a third circle wizard tool. Levi was not interested at all. He could destroy a third circle wizard tool with a single strike. The next item is a fourth circle wizard tool, Mini Meow Meow House. This wizard tool was obtained by a friend from a dark wizard. It's a spatial wizard tool that can be used to raise zergs and transcendent creatures. It has a lot of living space, and the elemental power is relatively rich. Transcendent creatures can also grow inside. The starting price of this wizard tool is 100,000 ether stones. Every increment must not be less than 100 ether stones. Levi's expression changed. Mini Meow Meow House? Forget it, I don't need it just now. I'll save the money to buy potions. Levi sighed in his heart. He recalled the time when he was in Riptide City and fought hard for Mini Meow Meow House. In the end, he found out that it had been snatched away by a dark wizard. In short, spatial wizard tools were not very valuable. Although they could store living creatures, they could not directly increase the strength of wizards. However, Mini Meow Meow House was still bought by a wizard for 150,000 ether stones. Goodbye, Mini Meow Meow House. Goodbye, my youth. After waiting for a while, the auctioneer brought over a potion in a transparent bottle. Chapter 867, Sauron and his Fellows, 5. This is Madame Yes Heart, a breakthrough potion that can help spiritual force liquefaction. It can increase the success rate of a third circle breaking through to the fourth circle by 30%. After our auction house's verification, it's a genuine potion. I'm sure most people sitting here tonight are here for this potion, right? I won't say much. The starting price is 200,000 ether stones, and each increment must be at least 500 ether stones. With the appearance of this potion, the atmosphere of the entire auction instantly reached a climax. 250,000 ether stones. A person in a golden lightning robe walked out of the private room. It's someone from the Letney family. Yes, I think it's Geoffrey Leo Letney. Golden Thrower, Godfrey Letney's grandson. Are all big families so short of potions? Why are they fighting with ordinary wizards like us in the city? The people below the stage sighed. This wizard Geoffrey Leo deliberately came out of the private room and revealed his identity as a member of the Letney family. His intentions were obvious. Levi frowned slightly and was not in a hurry to bid. The Letney family might be able to scare off some of the competitors by revealing their identities, but there were so many people. There were bound to be some who were bold. Forget it, it's fine as long as I can get 500,000 ether stones. If I die, my Lake Fairy potion will only be sold for 100,000. It looks like Madame Yes Heart potion will increase by several times. As expected. After a while, the price of Madame Yes Heart reached 400,000 ether stones. Looks like there are quite a number of rich wizards in Nether Capital. Levi felt that something was amiss. 450,000. Geoffrey Leo's expression was gloomy. He had underestimated the temptation of this potion to the wizards in Nether Capital. In the corner, a fifth circle wizard wearing white bone wizard robes with a gloomy expression walked out of the private room and said, "Kid, don't fight with me. Your Letney family is so big. Do you still lack this potion?" Geoffrey Leo looked at him and his expression changed slightly. "Greetings, Senior Wildbone. However, I'm determined to obtain this potion. I hope you can fulfill my wish." Although the Letney family had a lot of resources, not every third circle wizard disciple could obtain something like a breakthrough potion. One had to be the most outstanding among their peers to have a chance to obtain it. The competition in the family was quite intense. In the previous family competition, Geoffrey Leo had lost to the fallen genius, Lager Leo. After that guy obtained the breakthrough potion, he died mysteriously. Until now, they had not found any clues. Unable to wait for the next family competition, Geoffrey Leo could only search for potions outside. The fifth circle wizard in front of him was called Wildbone. He was a wizard from the School of Death and was quite famous in the Star Sea. Even if Geoffrey Leo was from a big family, he did not want to offend such an expert easily. "Then it's up to our capabilities," Wildbone said calmly. He was buying it for one of his blood relatives. If it was too expensive, it would not be worth it. That was why he had revealed his identity and tried to persuade Jeffrey Leo to leave. Levi quietly watched as they raised the price to 530,000 ether stones. Crazy. I'd better continue waiting for the succubus. There were too many things he needed to spend his money on. Anyway, he was still 10 to 20 years away from spiritual force liquefaction. There was no hurry. In the end, it was still the wizard Wildbone who won and took the potion. Jeffrey Leo's expression was ugly. He had left before the auction ended. Levi was slightly disappointed that he did not get the potion. He wished he could shout now, "Who the heck has the succubus breast milk?" The last item is the inheritance book of an alchemy wizard called LeMay's Secret Workshop. According to our investigation, this is the most famous alchemy wizard in the Endless Sea 10,000 years ago, Nick LeMay's inheritance book. Because it was destroyed in the flames of war, part of the content of this inheritance book was missing. However, there are still more than 50 low-level alchemy blueprints, 10 third circle alchemy blueprints, and 3/4 circle alchemy blueprints recorded on it. If there are alchemy wizards present, they must not miss this inheritance. The starting price is 200,000 ether stones, and every increase in price must not be less than 500 ether stones. Levi, who was about to leave, sat back down. There's no such good thing in the intelligence. That's true. Most wizards are most concerned about the breakthrough potion. No matter what, we have to get this inheritance book. Levi did not reject any knowledge, especially such a systematic inheritance book. He already had books like the Book of Cipher, the Book of Starforge Runes, and the Tomb of Fireflies. He was still short of an alchemy inheritance book. The alchemy faction was very small. According to the Tower Master, the strongest people in this faction were only a few primordial soul wizards. Therefore, very few wizards would choose to become alchemy wizards. They had no future and were wasting money. Nick LeMay was one of the most famous existences in the history of alchemy wizards. He was in existence at the level of a primordial soul wizard when he was alive and had proposed many alchemy theories. The Tower Master admired him very much. There were a few alchemy wizards or rich people who were interested in alchemy at the scene. They all began to bid. Levi was not in a hurry. He would wait for them to raise the price to 370,000. He made the final decision. 400,000. In an instant, many gazes turned to Levi's private room. Not many people in Nether Capital could fork out 400,000 ether stones. Anyone else? After a while, no one else bid. Chapter 868, Sauron and his Fellows, 6. Levi successfully obtained the inheritance book. Not to mention those low-level blueprints, just 10 third circle blueprints, and 3/4 circle blueprints are worth it. Levi consoled himself. After all, another 400,000 ether stones were gone. The auction ended. Levi left in a hurry after obtaining the inheritance book from the backstage. He didn't like auctions as there were too many people around. After circling a few times, he went to a few crowded places and changed his appearance a few times. He returned to the wizard tower and closed the array. Levi felt the hairs on his arms stand up. Or is someone targeting me? He felt that he had hidden himself very well. However, this sense of danger was not very strong. It seemed that the enemy was not very strong, or their hostility was not very strong, so he did not pay much attention to it. In the crowd on the street, a grey-robed wizard looked at Levi's wizard tower expressionlessly. This person is very similar to Levi in the memories of the rookie wizard named Grimm that I killed a long time ago. He seems to be a very cautious person. Unfortunately, he's still full of loopholes in front of the great mind flayer. This grey-robed wizard was the one who had killed Grimm and Tommen. To be precise, he was a demon. Mind flayers were the most infamous race in the abyss. They were born spellcasters. Every mind flayer was a mind master. They sucked the brains and memories of other creatures. It was as easy as taking something out of their pockets. They were also good at disguising themselves and were cunning. They were one of the abyss demons that the wizards were most unwilling to face. Levi's body is not bad. It's much better than my current body. It's more convenient for me to move around in the wizard world and find an opportunity to take him in. But for now, I should attend the Black Feather Demon King Victor's demon banquet first. The demon banquet was a gathering of the Abyss demons hosted by the former Abyss Lord Victor. The attendees of the banquet were all demons hidden in the endless sea. A few days later, the starry sky shone brightly over the endless sea. The Mind Flayer left Nether Capital and arrived at Area 7 in the Inner Sea region. This was the Thunder Dragon family's territory, and it was also the most suitable place for the demons to hide. That was because the Black Feather Demon King Victor was now hosting the Thunder Dragon family's clan leader, Thunder Spear Sorit. The Thunder Dragon family was at its peak. Thunder Spear could break through the fifth circle at any time and enter the realm of a primordial soul wizard. The venue of the demon banquet was in a private mystic realm of the Thunder Spear. At the entrance of the secret realm, on a deserted island, a Mind Flayer chanted an incantation. In the next moment, a pitch-black vortex appeared above the island and sucked him in. When he reappeared, he was already in an abandoned mine. "Guillermo, you're late," a voice said. "I was delayed by some matters in Nether Capital." The Mind Flayer smiled. In the middle of the mine, there was a stone throne. On the throne, Thunder Spear, who was in a purple lightning robe, was looking at the Mind Flayer. In Sorit's arms sat a female demon with light purple skin. She had goat horns and bat wings on her back. Her legs were long and slender, and her 2 honeydew melons were ripe, emitting a strong milky fragrance. Her goat-like feet swayed casually, and she was looking at the Mind Flayer with a seductive gaze. "Maria, that damn bitch!" She tried to use a bewitching spell on the great Mind Flayer. Mind Flayer Guillermo cursed inwardly. Although he was dissatisfied, he couldn't say it out loud. After all, that succubus was Sorit's lover. Well, she could also be considered Victor's lover. After all, the two of them shared the same body. Apart from the Mind Flayer and succubus, more than 10 demons were hiding in the mine and laughing strangely. These were all demon forces gathered by Demon King Victor. Most of them were level 4 demons and were powerful. Victor has something on recently. I'll host this demon banquet. You can tell me the latest information. Sorit touched the succubus' long legs, which were very smooth. You? A mere human. A level 4 bog flame demon with flames all over his body said with a disdainful smile. Oh? You're not convinced? Sorit said indifferently. Terrifying purple lightning was brewing at his fingertips. No. I just want you to know that we're gathered here because of the Black Feather Demon King. The Bog Flame Demon was terrified. I'll go first. According to the information I received in Nether Capital, the City Lord of Nether Capital has been in seclusion recently. The other primordial soul wizards guarding Nether Capital have also been secretly transferred away. In other words, there are no primordial soul wizards guarding Nether Capital anymore, said the Mind Flayer. This is good news, Sorit pondered. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, Sorit's expression changed. The succubus in his arms was rubbing little Sorit during a meeting. Stop fooling around. Don't forget that you're just my tool, Sorit said unhappily. He was not a rookie wizard who would be tempted by a succubus. The final price those fellows paid was basically to turn into dried corpses or become the slaves of the succubus queen. When these demons held a banquet in the Nether Capital, Levi studied LeMay's secret workshop in the Wizard Tower. Over the past few days, that hostility was faintly discernible, and Levi was used to it. In any case, if he didn't go into seclusion, that guy obviously wouldn't dare to attack him. After he was done with his work and was ready, he deliberately left Nether Capital to lure out the mastermind and kill him to prevent future troubles. Tyrant 2 needs to iterate. In the Third Circle alchemy blueprint recorded in this book, there's a war weapon called Wanderer. It's not bad. This is it. Levi finalized Tyrant II's modification advancement plan. Apart from cultivating, he modified Tyrant in the alchemy room. Time passed quickly, leaving no traces. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1116, month of flowing fire. The 85th year of the Great Expedition. In the past 3 years, Levi had successfully refined Wanderer and upgraded his weapon refinement skill to the 3rd circle level. He named the Wanderer Tyrant 3. Tyrant 3 was about 5 meters tall at the shoulder. It was made of luminant gold and was equipped with Levi's alchemy chainsword, alchemy fire divine cannon, and so on. In fact, ordinary 3rd circle wizards were not his match. Of course, Levi was even more envious of the 4th circle alchemy blueprint in the inheritance book. On it was an alchemy creature that could match a fourth circle wizard, Skywalker. It was known as the alchemy divine sword beneath heavens. A fourth circle would die with a single strike. However, refining Skywalker required higher level materials. The limit of luminant gold was third circle alchemical creatures like Wanderer. Of course, alchemy was only one aspect. After all these years of cultivation, Levi's spiritual power had also reached 180 points. He was getting closer and closer to the maximum. However, the greatest achievement in the past 3 years was Levi successfully cultivating the luminant gold body refining technique to level 7. He realized that the wizard body tempering technique could indeed be fused. He fused with the mixed venom true form and obtained a brand new body tempering technique. Levi. Metal poison body tempering technique, level 7, 1/50,000. Special effect, metal voodoo body, level 7. Chapter 869, Primordial Soul Ceremony, 1. Metal poison body tempering technique. It combined with the indestructible and extremely poisonous characteristics of the mixed venom true form. At the same time, because the toxic swarm had devoured all the luminant gold elemental power that Levi had absorbed during the fusion process, the defense strength of the toxic swarm had increased several times. This caused the toxic swarm to change in essence. Levi sat in front of the mirror in the wizard tower. The surface of his skin emitted a golden luster. The flickering luminant gold runes covered all the golden scales on Levi's body. Every inch of his flesh and bones emitted a faint golden light. "It's a little like the indestructible diamond divine skill from my previous life," Levi said with a smile. With a thought, countless luminant gold runes swam around his body, and golden liquid surged in his limbs and bones. Then the golden liquid magically left Levi's body and swirled around him, circling and tumbling. The golden liquid gathered in front of Levi and condensed into a golden faceless man made of liquid. If Barzan saw this scene, he would be extremely surprised. This luminant gold wizard body was completely fused with his physical body and bones. How could it be extracted? I have to say, the toxic swarm is really magical. Levi sighed. The reason why he could do this was because of the toxic swarm. Although the mixed venom true form created by the Black Water Wizard was not of a high level, its intention was far superior to other body refining wizards. This was because he had combined the knowledge of the bug luminist civilization and created a special rule bug toxic swarm with very strong growth potential. The foundation of his mixed venom true form was also on this toxic swarm. It could be said that the toxic swarm itself was the mixed venom true form. The toxic swarm was essentially a group of parasitic creatures that was constantly splitting and dying. It could not only merge into Levi's body to strengthen his physical fitness, but it could also come out of his body and form a group of life forms similar to clones. After fusing with the luminant gold wizard body, the once black toxic swarm evolved into the luminant gold toxic swarm. While retaining its original characteristics, its defense was greatly enhanced. The final result was the golden faceless man in front of Levi. The faceless man was like a fluid that could transform at will. With a thought, it turned into a golden river that flowed around the wizard tower. Then, with a thought, it turned into a golden shield, a great sword, and armor. Isn't this better than a wizard tool? This reminds Levi of the liquid robot T-1000 in the Terminator movie in his previous life. Bang! The golden faceless man exploded into a cloud of golden mist that covered the walls of the wizard tower. Come back! After having enough fun, he put the golden faceless man back into his body. His body shone with golden light again. If this body refining technique can continuously evolve and fuse, it can create a body refining wizard clone of the same level as me. At the same time, it can also be an offensive and defensive wizard tool. It's killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, it can also be used to disguise my night techniques and completely disguise me as a body refining wizard. At most, I can add the identity of a dragon descendant wizard. The metal voodoo clone is completely controlled by my consciousness. It only had a low-level collective consciousness and did not have any self-awareness, so there is no possibility of it backfiring on its master. Just this metal voodoo clone alone is enough for me to look down on third circle wizards. I should even be able to resist ordinary fourth circle wizards. When I break through to the fourth circle and my spiritual force becomes stronger, I can break through to level 8 of the metal poison body tempering technique. This way, I will have a body tempering clone with the strength of the fourth circle. However, although the wizard body tempering technique seemed to be cultivated quickly, it was actually because Levi had a powerful night foundation in the wizard realm, as well as bugs like the proficiency panel. What really limited the cultivation speed of body tempering techniques was ultimately the cultivation of spiritual force. Therefore, this path did not have the framework of a wizard. It was completely different from the path of a knight. With Levi's current realm, it was impossible to fuse the wizard body tempering technique and the night breathing technique. After experiencing the metal voodoo, Levi felt a faint hostility. It's been 3 years. It's been 3 years. I've just attended an auction. Why is someone still thinking about me? Could it be that damned fire elemental spirit? Levi suddenly remembered that if the fire elemental spirit was alive, he might be the person it hated the most. Therefore, it was so resentful that Levi could feel it even through the sub-dimensional portal. I don't think so. I didn't feel this kind of hostility before I participated in the auction. This was after I participated in the auction. Forget it, I'm going out of the city to attend the primordial soul ceremony at the Starfire Wizard Academy. I want to see who wants to harm me all day long. Levi cultivated in the wizard tower for a few more days to consolidate his metal voodoo. The so-called primordial soul ceremony. It should be the grandest ceremony for every high-level wizard organization in the wizard world. Only Grand Wizard or Legendary Wizard ceremonies could be more grand than Primordial Soul Wizard ceremonies. Grand Wizards and Legendary Wizards were so rare that they might not even be held once in 100 years in the entire wizard world. Comparatively speaking, the easiest ones to hold were Primordial Soul Wizards. This ceremony should be an established rule of the wizard world. Every wizard would hold such a ceremony when they broke through to the Primordial Soul, be it for their own cultivation or organization. Chapter 870, Primordial Soul Ceremony, 2. Even some low-key and cautious wizards would hold a ceremony after breaking through the Primordial Soul realm and announce it to the public. Even criminals like dark wizards would take the risk of being hunted down by the officials and hold a ceremony to invite some bad friends to participate. It was for no other reason than to receive gifts. It was similar to the money from the wedding in his previous life. After all, whether it was to befriend a primordial soul wizard or to save face, those who participated in the ceremony would bring some gifts. Some people who liked to compare and show off would even deliberately give some expensive gifts to show off their strength and status during the primordial soul ceremony. Of course, those who dared to do this were confident in themselves or had the support of a large organization's wizard. This seemingly vulgar atmosphere also existed in the wizard world. As long as there were people, there would always be ways of dealing with the world. In the past few years, many organizations and wizards in the Star Sea had received invitations to Garcia's primordial soul ceremony. For Garcia, this was also an opportunity. It was not easy for him, a Black Pearl kid, to reach his current position. If he could make more friends during the ceremony and support each other on the path of wizardry, his future would be smoother. I don't seem to have any treasures on hand. They're all stolen goods. Forget it, I'll just pay. Levi smiled helplessly. Algerta, stay here and guard the house. I'm going out. Levi stroked the white wolf girl's head. It was so comfortable. Yes, master. Algerta said obediently. She was quite strong now, almost equivalent to a senior first circle wizard. Tiga, who was once stronger than her, could only fight to a draw now. As for the leopard and the lion brothers, unfortunately, they failed to break through to legendary. They were already a little old and couldn't do much, so Levi let them retire in Alice's ring. Levi strolled along Nether Capital. Along the way, he saw many people selling their properties. He came to the witch's family on the way, but Kelly was sleeping soundly on her books. When Celia saw Levi, she could not help but smile happily. Mr. Levi, you look happy. I've made a small breakthrough in my cultivation. It's not worth mentioning. I'm still far from reaching the 4th circle, Levi said with a smile. Sigh, me too. It's so difficult to get a 4th circle. My talent is average, and I can't afford potions. It's even more impossible for me to have a truth oddity. It's really troublesome, Celia said. Does Madame Triss have a mission for me recently? Levi asked. Not for the time being. Madame Triss has gone to the Central Realm for a meeting and has been gone for a while. I see. By the way, Miss Celia, why are there so many wizard towers and mansions being sold in Nether Capital recently? Levi asked curiously. It's just that some people heard rumors that Nether Capital doesn't have a primordial soul guarding it now, so it's not as safe as other wizard cities. Therefore, they sold their residences here and moved to other wizard cities, Celia said with a smile, clearly unconcerned with these rumors. Levi exchanged pleasantries with Celia for a while before leaving. There's no primordial soul wizard guarding it. As far as Levi knew, the city lord of Nether Capital was a primordial soul wizard. Other than that, there must be other primordial souls cultivating here. Moreover, Nether Capital could lead directly to the witches' family's base camp, where primordial soul wizards were guarding. If anything happened in the Nether Capital, there would be big shots there to save the situation. It's not a big problem. Levi left Nether Capital and took out his flying shark. He sat inside and let Kulam pilot it. The flying shark turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. He seemed to be meditating with his eyes closed, but he was deep in thought. Not long after Levi left, another figure appeared in the sky outside Nether Capital. It was the grey-robed wizard. This human is boring. It's been 3 years. He's finally willing to leave Nether Capital. However, no one can compare to Mind Flayers when it comes to patience, Mind Flayer Guillermo said with a contemptuous smile. I can feel that he seems to have become stronger. This is a good thing. If I can snatch his body, I can unleash my strength better. Mind Flayers were a race that was good at spiritual force and mental cultivation. Their bodies could be said to be at the bottom among demons. This was the shortcoming of Mind Flayers. However, they could use their innate possession ability to occupy a powerful body for their own use. They were the hermit crabs of the wizard world, always looking for stronger shells. Thinking of this, the Mind Flayer quickly followed. The flying shark sailed quietly on the surface of the sea. The Mind Flayer relied on his powerful innate ability to hide his aura and gradually followed. This place was desolate and uninhabited. It was the perfect place to attack. Most fourth circle wizards can't compare to my spiritual force. He's just a third circle wizard, so it's most suitable to use mental illusion to deal with him. This is also the safest way. With his spiritual force level, my illusion will definitely be able to trap him. Before the Mind Flayer attacked, he liked to rely on his calm mind to analyze and choose the most suitable move. This was different from many other demons who acted according to their instincts. Of course, deep down, the Mind Flayer was still violent and murderous. It was the same for all abyss demons. I wonder how this body-refining wizard's brain tastes. Chapter 871, Primordial Soul Ceremony, 3. The grey-robed wizard was expressionless. Vaguely, transparent tentacles extended from his face and waved in the air. These tentacles were shining with purple light spots. Mind Spell, Deep Purple Dream. As a powerful Mind Flayer, mind spells were all his innate abilities, so there was no need to chant or cast spells. In the next moment, those purple spots of light flew out and silently disappeared into the sky. A purple light instantly flickered between heaven and earth, and the clouds turned purple. The purple light lasted for a moment before disappearing. I've been hit. After careful consideration, the Mind Flayer did not rush over. Instead, he waited for a moment. As he cast the spell, the creatures within the spell range were forced into the illusion created by the Mind Flayer. In front of an ordinary fish in the sea, a terrifying sea beast suddenly attacked. It swam with all its might. In fact, it was only pacing back and forth on the seabed. There were no sea beasts around. Inside the flying shark, Kulam stared blankly ahead. In front of him, the extreme fire ancestral wizard stood. Kulam, you betrayed me. Die. Teacher, I didn't, Kulam shouted, wanting to escape the terrifying spell attack of the ancestral wizard, but he was rolling on the spot. In the cabin, Levi also fell to the ground, as if he had fallen into a nightmare and could not extricate himself. I don't want to take this job anymore. He kept pounding the ground. Unknowingly, a figure had already passed through the array restriction of the flying shark and landed on the deck, looking at the struggling Levi and Kulam. What does work mean? It doesn't sound like a good thing. It made this wizard in front of me so afraid. Come, let me free you. At this moment, the grey-robed wizard's robe had completely shattered. A purple-green humanoid monster crawled out of the decayed and dried corpse. It was dripping with blood, like a baby bird that had just hatched from an eggshell. Its purple tentacles waved around its head, containing powerful mental energy. Come, let me suck your brain dry. It used a spell to imprison Levi. Its tentacles extended and surged towards Levi's head. Bang! At the next moment, blood fog filled the cabin of Flying Shark. The Mind Flayer realized that he seemed to have missed. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's the famous Mind Flayer. Levi's laughter came from the blood fog. At the next moment, the blood fog condensed, and a golden flash flew out. There was a thud. The weak body of the Mind Flayer was pounced on by the golden light and crashed into the cabin of the Flying Shark. You didn't fall into an illusion? How is that possible? With your spiritual force, my illusion is 100% accurate. The Mind Flayer was quite confident in his illusions. The illusions of the School of Dreams of the same level were nothing compared to his. He was a master in this aspect. Mind shock. Boom. As the Mind Flayer retreated, he unleashed powerful mind attack spells that could directly affect consciousness and spiritual force. In the end, the metal voodoo poison body that was flying towards him was completely fine after experiencing it. It was only the lowest level of collective consciousness. Such a high-level attack on the mind and consciousness was useless against it. It was equivalent to scolding the enemy in Chinese. The enemy was illiterate and could not understand at all. Boom! Although it was only a clone at the peak of the third circle, the Mind Flayer was still in a sorry state when he was caught off guard. Oh no, I've been tricked. He deliberately pretended to be under an illusion to attract me to get close to him because he's a body-refining wizard and is only good at close combat. He's not good at. Before the Mind Flayer could finish analyzing, a fire dragon pounced over, and a heat wave swept over. Spiritual barrier. An invisible force field barrier lit up around the Mind Flayer. Boom! The barrier trembled and cracks spread, but it blocked the terrifying fire dragon attack. This power is not inferior to an ordinary fourth circle wizard, the Mind Flayer was shocked. Damn it, this kid was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The problem was that he had fallen for it. Coming to the wizard world had been too smooth sailing and he had been a little careless. Let's retreat first. I'm not good at fighting head-on. The enemy has already discovered me. There's no need to continue. The Mind Flayer thought. In the next moment, a flame sword chi formed by grayish-white airflow arrived in an instant. Crack! The spiritual barrier of the Mind Flayer had completely shattered. It can actually break through my spiritual barrier. The Mind Flayer became even more determined to escape. The chariot runes on Levi's body flickered as he activated Scarlet Power. The Mind Flayer was determined to escape. Suddenly, another golden figure appeared in front of him. It appeared in the path of the Mind Flayer. It held a chainsword, and there was a large-caliber Fire Divine Cannon on its chest. Fire Divine Cannon. Maximum power. One shot cost 1,000 ether stones. Damn it, he knew that I was going to deal with him, so he got the alchemical creature to ambush me. The Mind Flayer was terrified. I can't die here. Boom! The light of the Fire Divine Cannon tore through the sky and tore through the world. The spiritual barrier condensed by the Mind Flayer trembled and cracks appeared. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Inner Demon Domain. The Mind Flayer's tentacles danced crazily and extended. His entire body floated high up like a god. A powerful spiritual force field formed around him. Boom, boom. There were two muffled sounds. The Metal Voodoo and Tyrant 3 collided with the air wall and were sent flying. Chapter 872, Primordial Soul Ceremony, 4. Die. Levi was already on his way. His level 2 Flame Dragon's true form had peerless strength. The Crimson Dragon slash Divine Weapon, which had been nurtured to level 3 by Levi, slashed the Destruction Sword Chi on this invisible force field. Crack, crack, crack. The force field began to crack like glass that was about to shatter. Mind control. The Mind Flayer saw that the enemy could not break through his defense for a while. He directly activated a mind spell. In an instant, a powerful spiritual force attack entered Levi's mind. Ripples appeared in his mind. The Divine Ring Tower slowly rotated, suppressing this fluctuation. The terrifying mind attack also disappeared. These Mind Flayers are terrifying. They're all mind attacks that can't be defended against. Fortunately, I have the Divine Ring Tower. Other wizards, even if they're at the fourth circle, might also be affected. Those below the fourth circle definitely won't be spared. Levi rejoiced. He revealed the true form of the giant dragon warrior and the 9 swords Azura bloodline Dharma body. His body expanded, and his strength exploded again. Boom! 9 swords shot out at the same time, and the crimson dragon roared. Under the destruction sword chi, the turtle shell formed by the powerful spiritual force of the mind flayer finally shattered and disintegrated after Levi slashed again and again. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded. Mind howl! You call your mother! Levi slapped the mind flayer. Under the terrifying force, the spiritual barrier temporarily supported by the mind flayer shattered, and his body was slapped to where Tyrant 2 and the metal voodoo poison body were. Lock him up! The metal voodoo poison body turned into a golden water drop-shaped cage, locking the mind flayer inside. Spirit Spike! The mind flayer's attack broke through the seal of the metal voodoo. Tyrant II's chainsword directly attacked his face. Clang! There was a loud clanging of chainswords. Tyrant 2, who was overjoyed, almost split the mind flayer's head open. Levi pounced. He grabbed the mind flayer's body tightly and twisted it like he was rubbing a sponge. Purple blood flowed out. Ah! The mind flayer screamed but did not beg for mercy. Scarlet contract. Levi still had a contract slot left. As the scarlet power surged into the mind flayer's body, a ferocious and majestic scarlet dragon pattern appeared on the mind flayer's forehead and quietly disappeared. Levi was not in a hurry to let go of the mind flayer. This guy was the most dangerous enemy he had encountered so far. Compared to body refining wizards like Barzan, he was much more difficult to deal with. His true strength was probably comparable to a 4th circle senior wizard who had mastered 2 4th circle innate spells. In the end, after confirming that he had subdued the mind flayer and that there were no tracking marks in its body, Levi hurriedly took some potions and rested for a moment under the shelter of the metal voodoo and Tyrant 2. Mind flayer, right? Levi asked. Yes, master. The mind flayer's gaze was completely different from before. Why do you want to harm me? Forget it, you're a chaotic and evil demon. It's normal for you to harm me. Why did you choose me? I've taken a fancy to master's body and want to be my body, the mind flayer said. Levi did not expect that a powerful body could sometimes bring trouble. He suddenly remembered that in the Black Pearl Wizard Market, he was also targeted by that level 4 demon for no reason. It seemed that it was also coveting his body. An undeserved calamity. Levi could only sigh. How many demons like you are there in the Endless Sea? Levi asked. Not many, but I know quite a few. They were all gathered by the Black Feather Demon King, Victor. Who is Victor? An Abyss Demon Lord. Yes, he was once the Lord of the 233rd level of the Abyss. Now, he's living in the body of a wizard in the human world. Levi pondered upon hearing this. Demon Lords were existences on the level of primordial soul wizards, so he wasn't interested in Victor. He also didn't want to eliminate demons. Do you know the succubus in the Endless Sea? I do. Where is it? Levi's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect the mind flayer to know a succubus. Now, he would have the succubus breast milk. In Area 7 of the Inner Sea region, a 5th circle wizard, Sarit, secretly raised a level 4 succubus. Her name is Maria. Is it Sarit from the Thunder Dragon family? Levi frowned and his face darkened. Yes, he is. I understand. You can enter the ring first. I'll find you a suitable body in the future, Levi said. The mind flayer was the most powerful slave he had subdued so far. He was also one of the few that could help him fight. However, Levi did not dare to let the mind flayer appear without a shell to hide. After all, rearing demons was a capital offense. I didn't expect Sarit to raise a succubus. This old fart is really good at enjoying himself. Now, I'll have to spend some effort to obtain the succubus breast milk. After all, this succubus is considered Sarit's exclusive property. I'm sure he's keeping a close eye on her. Levi could not think of a good solution for the time being. The only solution he could think of was to get the mind flayer to find a way to ask Maria out and Levi would take the opportunity to retrieve her milk. Of course, it would be even better if he could directly subdue Maria. In the future, as long as there were enough other resources, he could refine more breakthrough potions to sell for money. After all, the breast milk of a succubus should be a renewable resource. Of course, this was only Levi's guess. While thinking of a way to deal with it, Levi rode on the griffin. The flying shark was lost in the battle and suffered some losses. Chapter 873, Primordial Soul Ceremony, 5. Levi took out the Mind Flayer's storage bag and rummaged through its contents. 300,000 ether stones, not bad. 2/3 circle wizard tools. I don't know where he got them from, but he has a number of spell books. I'll take them. Wait, aren't these 2 wizard tools Grimm's and Tommen's? Levi held the 2-second circle wizard tools and suddenly recalled. Guillermo, where did you get these 2 wizard tools? Master, I got this after killing 2 wizards. One is called Grimm, and the other is Tommen. So the 2 of them didn't die in battle. You were the one who caused their deaths. Levi's expression was calm. He suddenly thought of Huffman. He did not know if this old thing was dead or not. If he was not dead, with his shrewd schemes and his identity as a 3rd circle wizard and pharmacist, he should be doing well. He might even break through to the 4th circle. When Guillermo is useless, I'll kill him. This can be considered revenge for Grimm and Tommen. Sigh, there don't seem to be many people who can die of old age on the journey of wizards. Especially in this era of war. Therefore, it was a blessing that Andrew could die of old age. 7 days later, Levi finally found the sea area where Starfire Island was based on the coordinates provided by Wizard Newt. He took out the invitation letter and successfully boarded the island. He looked at the wizards flying overhead. This grand ceremony is also very lively. After all, it's been a while since a primordial soul was born in the Endless Sea. Just wait. One day, I'll also be famous in the Endless Sea. Levi was pumped up. At that time, if the war ended, he would hold a primordial soul ceremony. After keeping a low profile for hundreds of years and advancing to a primordial soul, it was time to show off. Primordial soul wizards were famous in the Endless Sea. As long as they did not court death, basically no one would provoke them. In most organizations, this was a figure at the level of an ancestor. Even though the war between the dark and righteous wizards of the Endless Sea had been going on for 80 years and countless low-level wizards had died, there were only 7 primordial soul wizards whose deaths were recorded. Levi. You're here, an excited voice said. Xavier flew over, landed in front of Levi, and hugged her. Ha ha ha, not bad. You've become a professor at the Weapon-Making Academy. Levi looked at the badge on old Xavier's chest and smiled. It's all thanks to you. Old Xavier said. After chatting for a while, Levi found out that the Starfire Wizard Academy had really sought out old Xavier to become a weapon-making professor because of Levi's unintentional recommendation. Let's go. You came at the right time. The ceremony is about to begin. I'll bring you there, Xavier said. Levi was led to the venue of the ceremony. Starfire Square. The place where the Starfire Wizard Academy's teachers and students held their activities. In the center of Starfire Square was a sculpture shaped like a torch. On a high platform at the side, the wizard Garcia sat there with a smile, welcoming guests from all over. Levi noticed that there was a slightly chubby wizard beside Garcia. The wizard also noticed Levi when he saw him. Jacob. Levi was slightly shocked. Wasn't this the strange wizard who once sold his soul artifact fragments? He could sit next to Garcia and chat happily with him. Didn't this mean that he was also a primordial soul wizard? Jacob, who was in the stands, naturally noticed Levi. He exchanged glances with Levi and smiled. I didn't fake that soul artifact fragment, did I? Jacob's voice sounded in Levi's mind. You wouldn't lie to a junior like me. Levi felt helpless. He didn't expect that there would be a day when someone would pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. It's good that you know. Jacob snorted, his tone arrogant. Not long after, the Rose Witch arrived at the venue in a beautiful low-cut gown, holding Wizard Newt's arm. We meet again. Rose smiled, but she looked tired. When is the Flower Witch coming back? Levi asked. Rose smiled bitterly. I don't know. For a plain traveler like Master, regular contact information has already lost its effect. Hang in there, everything's going to be all right, Levi soothed. Thank you. As the ceremony began, Levi and the others took their seats. First, there were some interesting performances to liven things up. After that, Garcia went to the stage to give a speech. A figure came to the high platform. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Sir Garcia, for stepping into the primordial soul. On behalf of the Seven Waters Steeple, I'd like to present our congratulatory gift. This figure was also a primordial soul wizard. Levi heard Rose's introduction. He seemed to be the wizard airship chief designer of the Seven Waters Steeple. The gift he gave was the latest model of wizard airship. This is the Starfire. It's a level 5 airship. It's custom made for the Starfire Wizard Academy. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Seven Waters Steeple. I'll pay you a visit another day. Garcia accepted the gift solemnly. To be able to become a primordial soul as a nomadic wizard who is not a child of the elements, you are the only one in the endless sea in the past 5,000 years. We have high hopes for you. The wizard left after saying that. This was also an investment. He wanted to exchange a small gift that was insignificant to the Seven Waters Steeple for the friendship of a primordial soul wizard with potential. After the Seven Waters Steeple made the first move, Lilith's Cabin, Hurricane Steeple, Ocean Abyss Alliance, and other large organizations, as well as high-level, middle-level, and even low-level wizard organizations, who wanted to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with Garcia, all sent their gifts. Levi was tempted by the gifts from those large organizations. To Levi's surprise, the Letney family, who had a feud with Garcia, also sent someone over. However, they had sent a fifth circle wizard. Golden Thrower, Godfrey Letney. He was Jeffrey Leo's father. Garcia stood there with a smile while Godfrey opened the box. Inside was a black pearl shell. At this point, the audience fell silent. Even Levi's expression changed slightly. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The other envoys from the wizard organizations remained silent, waiting to see how Garcia would deal with this situation. Someone from the Starfire Wizard Academy couldn't help but shout, "The mighty Letney family is only giving away a black pearl shell worth 100 ether stones. What's the meaning of this?" Sparrow stepped forward. Although he was a fourth circle wizard, he questioned the fifth circle wizard. This is a ceremony for the primordial soul. Blessings also depend on one's heart. Why? Does Senior Garcia care about the value of the gift? Godfrey smiled calmly and said, "Besides, everyone knows that Senior Garcia is a Black Pearl brat who started with the Black Pearl shell. Even his primordial soul wizard form is Black Pearl shell? Is it not meaningful for me to give you this Black Pearl shell? I think our Letney family's gift is the most attentive of all." Although Godfrey's words made sense, everyone could tell that he was here to deliberately cause trouble and embarrass Garcia, the primordial soul wizard. Indeed, the gift is light, but the meaning is heavy. Fair enough. Below the stage, some voices began to echo. Garcia dismissed Sparrow with a smile on his face. He accepted the black pearl shell calmly and put it away solemnly. "Thank you, Letney family. I'll accept this special gift. I'll always remember this unique intention of the Letney family." Chapter 874, Dark Ancient Tower. 1. Starfire Island. When Garcia put away the black pearl shell, Godfrey heaved a sigh of relief. "My family deserves to die for sending me on such a dangerous mission." Fortunately, Garcia is tactful. So what if he's a primordial soul? The Endless Sea belongs to the Six Towers after all. In the future, it will belong to the Letney family. If it were any other primordial soul wizard, they might have killed Godfrey. Jacob looked at Garcia's actions and lamented, "If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it." The Seven Waters Steeple is right. Garcia's future might not be limited to ordinary primordial soul wizards. It was extremely rare in the wizard world for Garcia to advance to a primordial soul as a nomadic wizard and not as a child of the elements. He needed determination, perseverance, and luck. After Godfrey delivered the gift, he left in a hurry with the Letney family. It was obvious that he was not here to attend the ceremony. Garcia's expression remained unchanged. He let Sparrow and the others continue with the ceremony as usual. After the big shots and organizations finished sending their gifts, Levi also came to the stage. "Sir Levi, long time no see." Sparrow was pleasantly surprised. "I heard that Senior Garcia has advanced to the primordial soul." "Congratulations. I've specially offered 10,000 ether stones. I hope that the Starfire Wizard Academy will prosper in the future," Levi said with a smile. 10,000 ether stones was not a small amount for a third circle wizard. After all, the daily expenses of the third circle were huge. It was just a gift. There was no need to be too expensive. If there were too many of them, it would reveal his wealth and easily attract attention. Levi observed for a while. Most third circle wizards gave gifts of about 10,000 ether stones. Thank you for your support, Sparrow thanked him solemnly. Garcia looked at Levi and nodded to express his gratitude. Congratulations, Senior. From now on, your name will spread throughout the endless sea. Levi congratulated him. I know you. If you're willing to become a pharmaceutics teacher at the Starfire Wizard Academy, our doors will always be open for you, Garcia said with a smile. Haha, thank you Senior. However, I am inexperienced and dare not mislead disciples. If I am confident in the future, I will definitely come here. Being able to get in touch with a primordial soul wizard was one of Levi's goals for this trip. However, Levi didn't expect Garcia to personally invite him to join the academy. Sparrow and the others must have mentioned him to Garcia. Below the stage, some guests who were also third circle wizards were also slightly shocked when they saw Levi being personally invited by the primordial soul wizard. Who is he? He's just a third circle pharmacist. How could Sir Garcia remember him? I heard that the requirements for teaching at the Starfire Wizard Academy are much higher than when it was first established. Only fourth circle wizards have a chance to enter. Of course, the treatment level has also increased a lot. This guy can enter with a third circle cultivation base, but he doesn't know how to cherish it. He doesn't know what's good for him. After delivering the gifts, Levi left the high platform. He could feel that some eyes were watching him. It's just a word from a primordial soul wizard, but it has such an effect. This is, the primordial soul. In the realm of Azure Cloud, blessing a wizard who had broken through to the primordial soul was said to be famous in the endless sea, which was enough to show the status of the primordial soul. Only primordial soul wizards and above were qualified to step onto the big stage of the endless sea and step into the world of chess players. Levi, not bad. Our principal personally invited you, Xavier said enviously. Garcia was a primordial soul wizard who was busy every day. Even as a teacher here, he rarely met him. That's just Senior being polite. With my pharmacist level, I'm not qualified to teach. Levi shook his head. All right, you're being humble again. I understand, keep a low profile, right? Xavier rolled his eyes. Levi had said this many times when he and Levi were neighbors. In the past, he also said things like, successfully refining a rare potion is all due to luck, improving one's cultivation is also due to luck. Levi, don't be in a hurry to leave after the ceremony. We haven't gathered in a long time. Call Newt and Rose. The four of us will have a good gathering. Unfortunately, old John isn't around. Xavier sighed. There were all kinds of activities in the following ceremony. There were even some wizards who took advantage of the fact that there were many people and turned the ceremony into a gathering of wizards. They began to exchange cultivation experiences here, and some even set up stalls on the spot. Levi walked around the stall and collected some medicinal herbs and the materials needed to refine the Purgatory Ghost Killing Array. It could be considered an unexpected gain from this primordial soul ceremony. The ceremony was over. After applying for leave from the academy, Xavier left Starfire Island with Levi and the others. He returned to a small island around Starfire Island. This was Xavier's private residence outside Starfire Island. This island was not big, but it was far away from the academy. It was relatively quiet and not disturbed. Levi and the others sat in a circle, exchanging some interesting experiences from the past and some cultivation insights. After the exchange, everyone gained a lot. Xavier also called over some dancers who were dressed in exotic clothes. Their curvaceous figures, coupled with their smooth skin and charming golden wavy hair, were really fatal. The red-faced Newt was taken away by Rose. Rose said that Newt had to interact less with Xavier in school in the future to avoid provoking some dirty things. With Newt's personality, he naturally agreed. Chapter 875, Dark Ancient Tower. 2. Xavier and Levi looked at each other. Alright, I didn't expect Wizard Newt to be so afraid of the Rose Witch. That's why men need to be alone to be carefree. Come, let's continue drinking. Xavier held a witch with exposed bronze skin. She had a hot figure and seemed to have cultivated some kind of charm spell. Her every move, frown, and smile were naturally charming. In the wizard world, some wizards who were in the brothel industry, whether they were witches or wizards, would cultivate charm spells and sex spells to better serve customers. Of course, these charm spells were not worth mentioning in front of the succubus. Therefore, in ancient times, before the prohibition order was issued, some powerful male wizards would raise some female succubus as their pets for fun. Similarly, some female wizards would also raise male succubuses. The coquettish witch sat in Xavier's arms, her full chest rubbing against him. Levi. I don't want to drink any more. I can't drink any more. This 500-year-old wizard wine has made me dizzy. I'll go and sleep first. After saying that, old Xavier couldn't wait to carry the extremely charming witch into the house and start their connection. The wine of the wizard world is terrible. It still can't compare to the wine of the human world. Levi took out the Lion King's spirit and gulped it down. Next to him, the witch who accompanied him to drink was already drunk. She was in the mood and touched Levi's thigh seductively, but Levi slapped her away. Levi looked out the window. The sea was calm and the sky was dark with stars. It's been a long time since I've been so relaxed. What's that? The distant skyline flashed with the light of a meteor. It tore through the thick clouds and fell into the sea ahead with a tail flame. Levi instinctively used spiritual perception, but he realized that the light seemed to be able to block perception. Not only spiritual perception, but even his nightmare perception was useless. What's that? His heart skipped a beat. He pushed away the accompanying witch beside him. The witch fell to the ground with a thud. After waking up, she looked at Levi sadly and did not dare to say anything. Levi came to the surface of the sea. His perception covered a radius of dozens of kilometers and he realized that some wizards were rushing towards him. Levi's intuition told him that these wizards were here for this light. Could it be some kind of magical extraterrestrial ore? Many of the rare mineral materials in the wizard world were not produced by the wizard world. Instead, they fell into the wizard world from outer space, which was the land of darkness, for some coincidental reasons. For example, the heavenly fire meteorite iron that Levi had obtained previously was born like this, so it was very rare. Levi happened to need to refine divine weapons Golden Snake, Scarlet Dragon, and Sky Dragon. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, he went to search for the place where the extraterrestrial item had fallen. There was no reaction from danger perception, which meant that it was not a dangerous item. At this moment, an object emitting dazzling starlight was floating and sinking in the sea. If one were to take a closer look, they would discover that this was a miniature starry sky-colored pagoda. The small pagoda was divided into 9 levels. Its surface was pitch black and ancient. There were also scratches, burn marks, and other signs of wear and tear. It revealed the aura of endless years. Levi was the first to arrive because he was relatively close to the light but did not rashly go up and take it. He only watched from afar. This thing could isolate perception, so it was not an ordinary item. Is this a wizard tower? Or an ordinary tower-shaped wizard tool? Levi was puzzled. With a thought, he released Tyrant 3. After Tyrant 3 appeared, he quickly swam towards the small tower and quickly arrived in front of it. Pick it up! Levi ordered. As Tyrant 3 was putting it away, a water pillar suddenly spewed over. The violent impact blasted Tyrant 100 meters away and he fell into the sea. A pale-faced wizard in a green wizard's robe appeared. He looked at Levi with an unfriendly expression. I accidentally left this treasure here. If you leave now, I can let this matter go. I'm sorry, I thought it was an ownerless item. Since it belongs to you, please take it. Levi smiled without hesitation. Thank you, Your Excellency. The wizard smiled. After saying that, he went straight to the small tower. Levi did not stop him. He put away Tyrant and quietly watched as that guy used the wizard's hand spell to grab the small tower and put it into his storage space. However, there was no reaction from the storage space. What the hell? I can't put it into my storage ring. The green-robed wizard's expression changed. Levi sneered inwardly. He had seen this thing fall from the sky like a meteor. How could it belong to the green-robed wizard? However, out of caution, he did not dare to easily take the unknown. After all, he didn't even know what this thing was used for. Was it a trap? He could use that guy as a guinea pig. If it was really something good, he could snatch it. It doesn't look like I can put it into an ordinary storage space. I wonder if Alice's ring can be put in. I don't think it works either. Although he could not accept it, the green-robed wizard could not bear to give it up. He took the little tower and left quickly under Levi's watch. The small pagoda in his hand flickered in the night, making him look like a lighthouse. That treasure has been snatched away by that green-robed wizard. Don't let him escape. Everyone, chase after him. Chapter 876, Dark Ancient Tower. 3. Levi hid his aura at the bottom of the sea and watched as a few more third-circle wizards chased after the light. What is it? Could it be a soul artifact? He watched as those wizards began to fight over the small pagoda. Not long after, the green-robed wizard was surrounded and beaten to death by a group of people. Another third-circle wizard snatched the small pagoda from the green-robed wizard's hand. The wizard immediately tried to put it in his storage space. After discovering that it had failed, his expression was ugly. He finally knew why the green-robed wizard ran away with the small pagoda foolishly. It was because this thing could not be stored. He wrapped his clothes around the small pagoda, but it still couldn't block the light it emitted. He could not use a wizard tool similar to the bug house either. In the next moment, he decisively threw out the little pagoda and quickly left this place. More and more wizards were attracted by the light. This scene looked very strange to Levi. In the night, these wizards were like insects attracted by the candlelight. Let's go. This thing is a little strange. I don't want it. Levi finally suppressed his curiosity and quickly left this place. In the night sky, he looked back. Those wizards were still fighting for the small pagoda. There were even fourth circle wizards who joined in and fought. He suspected that many of these wizards might not know what this small pagoda was. They simply saw that others were snatching it and thought that it was some kind of treasure. Driven by greed, they joined it. My life is more important. Not long after Levi left, a fourth circle wizard finally snatched the small pagoda. His mouth suddenly split open and swallowed the small pagoda. Ha ha ha, get lost. The fourth circle wizard sneered. The storage space in his belly could hold a small pagoda. It was not bad. The next moment, his belly began to glow, making him look like a bright light bulb. This light was especially eye-catching in the darkness. This won't do. His expression was gloomy. The spells he cultivated could use his stomach to store things. He did not expect that they could not hide the light of the small pagoda. Little guy, hand over the treasure. This is not something you have the right to take. Hee. Suddenly, a sharp and hoarse strange voice appeared in the sky. Black clouds that covered a radius of several kilometers gathered. At the top of the dark clouds, a wizard in a black robe was sitting on a white bone throne in the clouds, exuding an aura that suppressed the entire scene. Wild Bone Wizard is here too. Let's go. Some wizards decisively left this place. Clearly, the reputation of Wild Bone Wizard was well known. Although he was not a dark wizard, he was not much different. He had committed many murders and arsons behind the scenes. However, the officials could not find any evidence to convict him. In addition, in this war era, due to the collapse of order, Wild Bone Wizard had always been at large. The fourth circle wizard knew that it was impossible for him to be a match for an old monster like the Wild Bone Wizard, who had been famous for a long time. He immediately used a flying spell and fled into the distance. He directly took out his only fourth circle wizard tool. A compass-shaped wizard tool shone with light and suppressed the Wild Bone Wizard above. Humph, overestimating yourself. The Wild Bone Wizard casually grabbed from the dark clouds beside him, and a ferocious and terrifying skeleton wyvern that emitted a death aura crawled out, emitting the aura of a fourth circle. Not only that, but he also pointed at the fourth circle wizard in the air. A grey ray emerged from his withered finger and sent the compass flying. He easily neutralized the fourth circle wizard's attack. Powerful skeletal creatures flew out of the dark clouds and charged at the fourth circle wizard. Not long after, the fourth circle wizard was captured. His stomach was cut open, and the small pagoda was grabbed by a skeleton creature and appeared in the hands of the Wild Bone Wizard. He hid the small pagoda in the dark clouds around him. The light was finally blocked. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I've obtained the key to the dark ancient tower. My efforts to find this demon soul bag were not in vain. Wildbone looked at the wizards who were fleeing in all directions. They were all third circle and low-level wizards. Since you saw me attack, you have to die. Not long after, screams sounded on the surface of the sea. In the end, none of the wizards who participated in the fight for the small pagoda were spared, except Levi. Satisfied, the Wildbone wizard put away all the storage bags. The white ether stones were all put into his bag. As for the ordinary wizard tools, he threw them all into the dark clouds he was sitting on. A crack appeared in the dark clouds, like the abyssal mouth of ferocious beasts. Crack! With the sound of the wizard tool shattering, the dark cloud burped in satisfaction and said, "Give me more. In the future, when I return to the soul artifact realm, you can follow me and soar. You have a chance to see the primordial soul wizard realm." The Wildbone wizard remained silent. When he passed by Xavier's island, he sensed that there seemed to be a wizard intercourse inside. This place isn't far from where it happened. I might as well kill them all. He was a little hesitant. After all, this seemed to be the Starfire Island's teacher's island. If he killed there, he would offend Garcia, the primordial soul. Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura approaching from afar. Forget it, the primordial soul can't be humiliated. It's not advisable to offend a primordial soul expert. Moreover, he is busy with matters concerning a man and woman. It's obvious that he didn't notice me. Wildbone sped away, disappearing over the sea. Chapter 877, Dark Ancient Tower. 4. In the bedroom of Xavier's Wizard Tower. Ah! This feels good. You're amazing. How long have you been practicing this spell? Xavier climbed up from the prostitute's limp body and leaned against the bed with a tired expression. Lord, it's been 100 years. The prostitute leaned against Xavier's chest and said sweetly. Don't tempt me. I don't have a single drop left. As soon as Xavier finished speaking, he discovered that a fifth circle wizard had appeared in the bedroom. His simple restriction arrays were useless to him. Vice Principal. Xavier quickly put on his clothes and said seriously. Xavier, did you see a meteor fall nearby just now? The fifth circle expert asked. What meteor? The fifth circle expert observed for a while. It's fine. You can continue. I won't disturb you anymore. It hasn't been peaceful recently. You can stay on Starfire Island from now on. He left the wizard tower and looked at the endless sea. There are traces of a big battle here. The wizard who escaped just now was also a fifth circle wizard. However, I've never seen that dark cloud-shaped wizard tool before. Otherwise, I could have deduced this person's identity. Forget it, I'll go back and report first. The key should have been taken by the person who escaped. Xavier watched the vice principal leave, puzzled. He was occupied just now. What happened then? Only then did he realize that Levi was long gone, and he did not touch the accompanying witch. Could it be that Levi can't do it? I heard that some wizards will lose their desire and fertility after cultivating for a long time. Ha ha ha, Levi is inferior to me in this aspect. Xavier regained his confidence. He finally had a place to beat Levi. Starfire Wizard Academy. The vice principal came to the principal's office. Garcia was talking to Jacob. Jacob had also joined the Starfire Wizard Academy, but as an ordinary teacher. Hello, principal. Hello, Lord Jacob. You didn't find it, Emika? Garcia asked. I'm sorry, principal. That place is too far away from us. Someone has already beaten us to it. The other party should also be a fifth circle wizard and possess a very powerful wizard tool, said the vice principal named Emika. It should have been taken by the wizards who participated in the ceremony this time. It's fine. Before the Dark Tower descends, keys will continuously fall into Nora's hands. This is just the beginning. There will still be opportunities in the future. It's a good thing that we didn't get it. After all, we weren't prepared. If we get it, it'll be a hot potato. The person who did it seems to know a lot about the Dark Tower and came prepared, Garcia said. Principal, what exactly is this Dark Ancient Tower? Asked Emika. Even as a fifth circle wizard, he had never heard of this thing. Let Sir Jacob explain. I'm just a new primordial soul. I don't know much about such things, Garcia said with a smile. I've only heard about it from hearsay, but I've never seen it for myself. It's said that some civilizations call the Dark Ancient Tower the Chaos Ancient Tower. It was an ownerless ancient pagoda that wandered in the boundless dark land. Because it had been too long, there were no historical records. No one knew when it was born. It could be from the ancient times, or it could be from the ancient times. It could also be from the recent ancient times. The true form of the Dark Ancient Tower was forever wandering in the depths of the land of darkness, drifting with the currents. No one knew about it. It was said that Nora's legendary wizards and the rulers of various planes had once seen the Dark Tower in the land of darkness and tried to subdue it. In the end, without exception, they failed. Since ancient times, no one had been able to subdue the ancient tower. Every once in a while, the Dark Tower would throw some small pagodas, or keys, into the multidimensional plane. Not only Nora, but other planes might also appear. All of this was random. It's said that those who meet certain conditions can enter the ancient tower through the key. As for the specific conditions, I'm also studying them. It's said that there are many treasures in the ancient tower that exceed our imagination. These treasures have long gone extinct in the wizard world and the multidimensional plane. Rare ores, precious herbs, magical creatures, and even endless knowledge, as well as truth oddities, can be found there. This is a true treasure trove that contains all possibilities. It was said that the Dark Ancient Tower had a total of 10 floors. Each floor was a world, so it was also known as the 10 Realms Ancient Tower. Some grand wizards and legendary wizards in the history of the wizard world had entered it when they were young and had gained a lot. Some Fifth Circle wizards who were stuck in that realm entered the Ancient Tower and successfully returned. Not long after, they directly broke through to the primordial soul realm and became ancestors. Of course, there were also many wizards who died and never returned. Jacob said slowly. I've never heard of such a treasure trove, said Emika, shocked. A 10-story tower? A world on each floor? Even a legendary wizard couldn't do such a thing, right? Could it be a divine creation? It's very normal. This is because the Dark Ancient Tower only appears in the wizard world once every 10,000 years. Moreover, news about the Dark Ancient Tower is blocked by some big families and wizard organizations in the Congress. This way, if a low-level wizard accidentally picks up the key to the Dark Ancient Tower and doesn't know what it's for, they can snatch it by force. Chapter 878, Dark Ancient Tower. 5. Since this key is beginning to appear, does it mean that the Dark Ancient Tower is about to appear? That should be the case. Those giant factions have specialized people who record the time and place of the appearance of the Dark Ancient Tower. They can accurately calculate the next time the Dark Ancient Tower appears and the location of the key in history. They can make preparations in advance. This way, they can seize more resources from it and become as strong as a snowball. Jacob sighed. Then, he looked at Garcia and said with a sincere expression, this time, the Dark Ancient Tower will appear within 100 years. Sir Garcia, to be honest, I joined the Wizard Academy to cooperate with you and collude with the treasures in the Dark Ancient Tower. This time, let's work together to defeat those big families who look down on nomadic wizards. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1117, the first day of the month of beginning. The 15th Round Table Meeting of the Knights of Dusk. 127-year-old Levi sat and listened to the team's report. Commander, everything is fine in the Dusk Holy Temple. However, a mysterious expert suddenly came to me some time ago and asked me where you went. I said that you were in the wizard world and they left, the Blood Knight said with a bitter smile. Who is it? Levi asked. A woman and a man. The woman's name is Estella, and the man's name is Dragon. I asked Nighthawk and found out that both of them are saints of the church. What do they want with me? Didn't say. Levi listened to the Blood Knight's report and fell into deep thought. He remembered that Estella had looked for him previously and said that she wanted to cooperate. However, Levi was worried about asking a tiger for its skin, so he hid in the wizard world and did not return. Now that they had come looking for him again, he was a little worried. He did not want to interact with the church, but since these two had already discovered his existence, it seemed that he had to find an opportunity to meet them in the future. Commander, do we need to move the Dusk Holy Temple? The Blood Knight asked. There's no need for that for the time being. It's a blessing, not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Those two saints shouldn't have any strong hostility. Perhaps they want to seek cooperation, Levi said. Commander, I heard from my brother that the Church of Holy Light seems to be making some moves now. They've started to organize people to explore the forsaken land of the god with the Church of Earth. It was said that in the forsaken land of the god, there were many precious resources left behind from ancient times. The meteorite iron minerals there were also relatively rich. From time to time, treasures from the land of darkness would fall to the earth. The 7 churches and many forces are already seizing the initiative. Should our knights participate? The Divine Light Knight was eager to try. Not for the time being. Let them explore first. That place is filled with danger. With the current strength of the knights, it's not enough to explore, Levi said. He remembered the strong sense of danger coming from the forsaken land of the god. Commander, I have a question regarding cultivation. I want to ask you. The Silver Dragon Knight raised his hand and said. Ask away. Levi answered some of Kelvin's cultivation questions and enlightened him. Emperor Mu, what's the situation on your side? Levi asked. Commander, the Goddess Knight and I were chased by dark wizards some time ago. We're now hiding in the ice cave under Bell Lake. We're safe now. However, I found something strange in this ice cave. As Emperor Mu spoke, he raised a small black pagoda projection. This small pagoda had 10 floors. The top was severely worn, and there was a thick layer of ice on the surface. Under the ice, it emitted light. Is this thing unable to be stored in the storage space? Levi's expression changed slightly as he asked. Yes, Commander. How did you know? Emperor Mu was shocked. Emperor Mu, I suggest you stay away from this thing. It might bring you danger, Levi said with a serious expression. All right, Commander. I understand. Emperor Mu heard Levi's serious tone and knew that this wasn't child's play. He immediately went offline. Realm of Ice. At the bottom of Bell Lake. Emperor Mu's consciousness woke up from the castle. He woke up the Goddess Knight who was sleeping soundly on his chest. The Goddess Knight's face was still flushed. It was as if the earth that had been dry for a long time was nourished by the fierce spring rain. What is it, darling? Let's go. It's dangerous here. The Goddess Knight's eyes were blurry as she stood up immediately. She believed in Emperor Mu. Soon, Emperor Mu left the ice cave with the Goddess Knight. The next day, a powerful aura descended from the sky above Bell Lake. This person was wearing a gorgeous white robe as he strolled in the snow. That key should have landed here. Unfortunately, my perception can't detect it. I can't determine its exact location, but it doesn't matter. The man snapped his fingers. Behind him, a single horned Pegasus appeared out of nowhere. It was covered in frost and had wings on its back. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, the snow that filled the sky turned into a blizzard because of its appearance. The Pegasus was not an ordinary creature. Its entire body seemed to be made of pure ice elements. This was an ice elemental spirit, and it was an ice element overlord comparable to a 7-circle primordial soul wizard. It was once the guardian of the Winter Tower. But now, it was enslaved by the traitor who betrayed the Congress and joined the Dark Wizards. Crush this place! He gave the order softly. Then, the Pegasus stepped into the air. The 10,000 feet of ice that had not melted for 10,000 years below Bell Lake turned into powder, revealing the ice cave below. Chapter 879, Dark Ancient Tower. 6. In the ice cave, there was a small black tower lying there. It's really here. He got the ice elemental spirit to put it away and swaggered away. As one of the top experts in the realm of ice, he was not worried that others would snatch from him. In the Nether capital, Levi, who had been holding a meeting for a few days, specially asked Emperor Mu to come online. Is everything okay? Levi asked. Commander, I'm fine. But you're right. The ice cave where the small pagoda was has been razed to the ground. I think a primordial soul wizard appeared there, Emperor Mu said with lingering fear. You still have to be careful in the future, Levi said. After confirming that Emperor Mu was fine, he was relieved. What exactly is this small pagoda? I keep feeling that it's not simple. Even the elusive primordial soul wizard of the divine dragon was alarmed, Levi muttered to himself. Master, I kept feeling a familiar aura from the small pagoda you encountered that day, but I couldn't remember it. It seems to have been forgotten, Mobius' voice suddenly sounded from the round table. It's indeed familiar. It feels familiar, said the magic mirror, Atheros. Why don't I feel anything? Excalibur Earlness was confused. Levi pondered upon hearing this. He immediately thought of the Holy Grail of immortality to make the round table and magic mirror familiar to him. However, the Holy Grail of immortality was clearly not in the shape of a tower. Could it be the Chaos Ancient Serpent? Levi was shocked. Because Atheros and the others had been refined into artifact spirits, many of their memories seemed to be missing. It was also possible that Sauron had done it on purpose. In short, Levi now suspected that the small pagoda was related to the Chaos Ancient Serpent. According to Sauron's habits, the Chaos Ancient Serpent might have been refined into an even more heaven-defying treasure. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. With my current strength, it's useless even if I obtain that treasure. Levi did not want to worry about these things that were beyond his ability. In the Nether capital, he cultivated peacefully. Just like that, a year passed. Holy Brilliance calendar year 1118, month of vitality. Year 87 of the Great Expedition. The deep blue sage of Sky City had been out of contact for many years. The war in the wizard world was still ongoing. Ever since the primordial soul ceremony, the Starfire Wizard Academy's development had been on the fast track. It had begun to become a force to be reckoned with in the Star Sea. The 12 wizard cities stood in the Star Sea and surrounded the Star Tower. Occasionally, they would encounter some attacks from dark wizards, but they passed smoothly. In the Nether capital, Levi came out of his cultivation state. Celia had just left him a message saying that Madame Triss had returned from the Central Realm and was looking for Levi. Levi willed the earth elemental power to gather around him. The spell runes were densely packed and finally formed a barrier around Levi. This barrier was like a rotating earth yellow divine dragon, emitting thick earth elemental power, giving people a heavy and steady sense of security. Second innate spell, Earth Dragon Barrier, succeeded. After so many years of research and fusion of a large number of basic spells of the Earth faction, Levi's strongest defensive spell was finally formed. Levi. Fire Dragon Tribulation, first talent level 9, maximum. Earth Dragon Barrier, second talent level 7, 1/50,000. Levi tested it. It was only a level 7 Earth Dragon Barrier, but its defense was enough to withstand an attack of 30 Ka. If he cultivated to the maximum of level 9, it would not be a problem for him to withstand the attacks of ordinary 4th circle spells above 40,50 Ka. The Earth Dragon Barrier's defense was much stronger than Levi's Heavy Water Barrier. This is because the Earth elemental power in the Endless Sea is relatively thin. If it was in the Earth realm, the defense of this Earth Dragon Barrier would be even more terrifying with the enhancement of my Ether Dominance special effect. However, this effect is not much. When casting spells, I can make up for this difference by consuming some Ether Stones. Levi was overjoyed. Now, he could finally be called a 3rd Circle Senior Wizard. His attack was the maximum level of Fire Dragon Tribulation, which was enough to shatter the force field of an ordinary 4th Circle Wizard. His defense was the Earth Dragon Barrier, and his strength had increased significantly. I wonder if my Fire Dragon Tribulation can break through the max level Earth Dragon Barrier? I can give it a try in the future. Now, my spiritual force has also reached 185 points. I'm about 10 years away from 200 points. In other words, my spiritual force can reach perfection before I'm 140 years old. I have to start preparing the liquefaction method for my spiritual force in advance. There's one in the witch's family. I'm going to see Madame Triss this time to buy a method and ask her about liquefaction. This was the benefit of joining an old organization. As long as one had money, one could buy even the core mental energy gasification, liquefaction, and even crystallization techniques. Moreover, there were many types. Levi placed his hand on the witch badge and chanted an incantation. In the next moment, he had already disappeared from the wizard tower. When he appeared again, he was already in the square of the witch's family. Lady Yggdrasila, the immortal banyan dragon, was still sleeping on the towering magic tree. Levi was envious. He could only hate himself for not being born a pure-blooded dragon clan and not being able to lie flat. While he was bitterly cultivating the bloodline breathing technique and advancing towards the pure-blooded dragon clan, these pure-blooded dragon clan members could become stronger while sleeping, although it would take a long time. Some dragons were born in Rome, but some dragons are bulls and horses, Levi sighed. Every time I see this immortal banyan dragon, I will think of our good brother, Deuxis. The immortal banyan dragon race is rare to begin with. I even suspect that this female dragon might be the last immortal banyan dragon. Master, when you have the strength in the future, you must take this female dragon in to prevent my good brother's race from having no descendants. Excalibur's voice sounded in his mind. I want to, too. Levi was speechless. The problem was that this was the guardian of the witch's family. Even if he advanced to a primordial soul, she might not take a fancy to him. Magic potion cabin. Levi smelled the unique fragrance of the potion on Madame Triss's body. It was refreshing. You've become stronger again. Triss smiled. It's just a small breakthrough. Madam, why are you looking for me? Levi asked. You're not even 150 years old, are you? Levi nodded. Almost 150. That's right. According to my information, you don't seem to have outstanding talent. To be able to have such cultivation at such a young age, you must have something extraordinary about you. Do you know what kind of talent Garcia, who was in the limelight a while ago, has? I don't know. As far as I know, he's a child of chaos. He cultivated the meditation art since he was young and cultivated diligently. He only became an official wizard at the age of 60. He was more than 900 years old and only broke through to the primordial soul at the end of his lifespan. This is indeed a miracle. Levi was also surprised. Garcia was the child of Destiny's panel. According to Madame Triss, he had basically only broken through when he was close to the end of his lifespan. Every time, he was safe and sound. Cultivate well. Although you're a wizard, I think highly of you. I called you here this time mainly because I have a mission for you. Go ahead, ma'am. I've received news that a pharmacist branch in the Outer Sea region is currently surrounded by a few Third Circle dark wizards in the secret realm. Recently, there have been some undercurrents in the Star Sea, causing the members of the organization to not have enough manpower. I know that you like to hide your strength and your true strength is not bad. I want you to bring a team to rescue the pharmacists in the pharmacist branch and bring them back to the witch's family. The president of that branch was a good friend of mine when I was young. I'll be more at ease if I hand this over to you. Levi did not reject her immediately. Instead, his heart skipped a beat as he asked in a low voice, "May I ask which area of the Outer Sea region is it?" Area 7, President. Lush Forest Witch. Chapter 880, Dual Cultivation of Body and Magic. 1. Witch's Family, Magic Potion Cabin. Madame Triss sat in front of Levi, her long and fair legs casually crossed under her nightgown. Seeing that Levi was silent, she thought for a moment and said, "After this mission is completed, I can fight for a spot for you in the future exploration of the Dark Ancient Tower from the organization. I'm sure you've heard about the Dark Ancient Tower, right?" "What is the Dark Ancient Tower?" Levi asked with a puzzled expression. His intuition told him that this thing was definitely related to the small pagoda that had appeared some time ago. It seems that the other organizations have done a good job of keeping secrets. I haven't come into contact with a wizard like you. You can keep the rest to yourself. Don't tell anyone else. Only the primordial soul witch and some core members of the witch's family are qualified to know about this. Generally speaking, an external wizard like you is not qualified to know. But who asked you to be so extraordinary?" Triss stared straight at Levi. Levi coughed and said, "Ma'am, I will definitely keep it a secret. I can sign a confidentiality agreement." "There's no need for a confidentiality agreement. I believe in you. Moreover, with your strength, it won't be long before you come into contact with this news. It's just a matter of time." Triss's chest heaved up and down. She changed her position and placed both her legs on the sofa. She lay on her side and said, "The Dark Ancient Tower, or the Chaos Ancient Tower. It's not clear who built this tower. Some say it's the gods, some say it's a powerful ruler of the multi-plans, and some say it's Sauron. In short, this pagoda would open once every 10,000 years. There were countless benefits inside. As long as one could enter and come out alive. Basically, they could gain a lot. The Dark Ancient Tower was also known as one of the 10 wonders of the Land of Darkness that had been explored by some wizard who had traveled in the Land of Darkness. According to the notes of our Witch's Tower's predecessors, when they first saw the Dark Ancient Tower, even primordial soul wizards were shocked. The ancient tower was 10,000 feet tall, and there were layers and worlds inside. It didn't seem like it could be built by human power at all. If you have the chance to enter the dark ancient tower, with your scheming and ability, you should be able to return with bountiful rewards as long as you don't take the initiative to fight with those powerful wizards for big opportunities. At that time, the witch's family will give you corresponding rewards according to the resources you obtain. Triss looked at Levi with a charming smile, exuding the charm of a mature woman who was a few hundred years old. When Levi heard this, he was also shocked. The Dark Ancient Tower was something that completely exceeded his understanding. Chaos Ancient Tower. I feel that it should be related to the Chaos Ancient Serpent. It can be confirmed that the Dark Ancient Tower is a treasure refined by Sauron from the remains of the Chaos Ancient Serpent. Madam Triss, does the key to the Dark Ancient Tower look like a small tower? A total of 10 levels? Levi asked. Triss immediately turned from a lazy old female cat to a serious one. Little fellow, have you seen it before? Yes, I happened to see it half a year ago after Garcia's primordial soul ceremony. However, it seemed that I couldn't store it in my storage bag. I was worried that there was a trap, so I didn't take it away. Then a group of wizards started fighting for it, and I left. Levi said regretfully. You brat, you are really too cautious, the witch rolled her eyes and gently poked Levi's forehead with her finger. However, with your current strength, it is indeed impossible for you to take that key away. Otherwise, some old monsters will discover that your body is glowing and kill you. Thank you for your trust, madam. I will accept this mission, said Levi. Even if there were no benefits, he would still go. He didn't care about the lush forest witch, but he had the strength to save the members of the Grey Tower and Marlene. Then hurry up and go. I've prepared a rescue team for you. You're the team leader. The vice team leader will be Rose, I know you two are close. Triss said considerately. Levi wanted to say that he could handle it alone, but he thought about it and decided that it would be too much. After all, there were so many third circle wizards and a group of underlings. It did not seem reasonable for him to deal with them all by himself. Moreover, the enemy was able to surround the giant tree secret realm, so they must have come prepared. Perhaps there was a fourth circle dark wizard behind it. It was also a good thing to have a few more teammates. After leaving Triss's residence, Levi headed straight for the witch's shop. Do you have any knowledge of spiritual force liquefaction and crystallization? Levi asked. The witch from the witch's shop looked at Levi, one of the few male wizards in the witch's family, and immediately stood up. Yes. She flipped open a thick ancient book, and the words on it began to float in the air. A menu appeared in front of Levi. Deep Sea Liquefaction Technique, Level 3. Author unknown. Ancient Liquefaction Knowledge. Value, 100,000 Ether Stones. Lightning Liquefaction, Level 2. Author unknown. Ancient Liquid Knowledge. Value, 200,000 Ether Stones. Extreme Cold Liquefaction, Level 1. Author, Frostwitch Gullwig. Modern Liquefaction. Value, 300,000 Ether Stones. High Pressure Crystallization Method, 3rd Grade. Author, unknown. Modern Liquefaction Method. Value, 1 million Ether Stones. Alright, there's no need to even think about the crystal phase. The most ordinary 3rd grade is already starting at 1 million Ether Stones. Indeed, knowledge is the most valuable, especially this kind of key knowledge that involves breaking through realms. Levi sighed in his heart.